And we're live. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Purple Pod. I'm going to do a special commentary today on this awesome debate between Sneeko, Destiny versus Michael and Rollo. This is going to be a really tight debate, guys, because in a month, I'm going to be going to debate Rollo and Michael over in Vegas. So this is a good thing that I need to be watching so I know that I can put them in different steelmans than what they're going to talk about tonight. But anybody that's coming in right now, please make sure to like the video on y'all's way in. Subscribe. Go follow us on the podcast Instagram, please. We are now live on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and YouTube all at the same time. Go sign up for my new coaching. That's linked below as well if you're a guy that needs personal help. And our new Patreon is also set up, so you can go and join that. Also, hit the join membership button if you want to become a member of the channel and help support in that way. There's also a merch store right down below if you want to click that as also. Yeah, I don't have a producer tonight. It's just me, guys. So if you see anything that's off, please let me know. So then I can like try to fix it if the audio's off or anything. Yeah, hopefully everything's working out great though, and we'll be able to. I'm gonna be able to blow it up, and maybe we'll be able to watch the chat too, so we can see the Spurgs. That's the funniest part of the whole thing. Usually, is just the Spurgs. Anybody in chat, let me know what y'all are thinking gonna happen tonight. Is it gonna be who's gonna win? Somebody let me know who's gonna win. I think Rollo's gonna get bodied. Let's see if they push the time back on it, these fuckers. No, it should be starting in just a second. Thank you, Donnie, for helping out, man. From home. He's producing from home. Thank you, bro. I'm super excited about this show. This shit's gonna be for the record book. I'm telling y'all, man. This shit's like an art form, guys. Whenever these type of debates happen, like, and they're like pushing the barriers of conversation that people don't talk about, like this shit, it's straight up art. It is literally a form of art whenever we actually talk about things that we don't normally talk about. Whenever we set people like Destiny across the table from people like Rollo, a blue-haired cuck across the table from Trollo. This is gonna be a really good one. They need to stop playing with our hearts and just start this shit. I really hope he uses the definition of that it's just the guy that other guys want to be and the guy that women want to fuck. Like that is the best high value male like definition there is by far, because that can mean any type of money, that can mean any type of anything. Sometimes I really like to put it that way. I don't even think that he needs to define it though. Honestly, he needs to walk back the statement. He's never gonna walk back the statement because he's being a stubborn old fart. But he really needs to walk back the statement and just realize that um, everybody else in the world lives in reality except for him. Apparently, he lives on whatever planet Spock is from. What was it, Voltron, or maybe not Voltron? I think that's from that fucking movie, but I don't know. He needs to go back to that fucking planet with all the other red pillars, though. Come on, stop playing with us. I wish I had a wireless keyboard, guys, because I would be spamming in this chat like all the other Spurgs right now. I'd be spurging out. Jerry, that is such a good point. I wonder who's gonna talk faster. They're both fucking crazy. What's crazy though is like Sartain talks fast because he listens to so many audiobooks at 2 times speed that turned into his regular voice. And then it's like Destiny's like that because he watched so many YouTubers, he's watched so many videos at 2 times speed. He talks like that. This is the future of like debate over the next decade is going to be people who talk like Destiny and Sartain all the time because they listen to shit at 2 times speed so fucking much. It's gonna make it really funny. I just hope Sartain doesn't just like take it too like serious and just like I really want to see some Destiny trolling. If I'm being honest, like I want to see Destiny like do some really hardcore trolling. Same with Sneeko. Like I hope they trigger Rollo and Michael within the first 5 to 10 minutes, and just the whole thing is fucking crazy after that. I believe that a man should rarely apologize, but it's definitely okay to say when you're wrong. Yeah, it's just really hard to say when you're wrong to. I mean, how many people are seeing this shit going on right now? Like, we're talking like probably 100,000 people that are part of this fucking like this whole thing that's going on. Maybe less, you know, like 10,000, 50,000. But still, that's insane. It would be hard to walk back a statement whenever you got that many people watching it. Um, this dude can't afford a $20 wireless keyboard. Yes, dude, I can't. You want to know what it really is? I just haven't got the Apple one yet, bro. I want the Apple one. That good shit, Bang Tango. Thank you for roasting me though, like you always do. I love you, bro. $5 from Glenn, dude. Thank you so much. Why is it not coming up? Bro, I will buy you a wireless keyboard. I appreciate you, Glenn. Please make it an Apple one so it matches like all my other Apple products that are in my studio. That's all I care about is the Apple one. Glenn, guys. Once the show gets going, I'm gonna post a link, and I'm gonna have like Glenn come in. I'm probably gonna have a couple other guys, some other YouTubers come in. Oh shit, I need to message one of them right now. I totally fucking forgot. I'm really bad about this. Hop in stream if you want to come on. Let me message Torsha also. I think she's mad at me right now, but we're still gonna message Torsha and see if she wants to come. Some people, and also, yeah. And then you stop putting this shit off. $2. Destiny talks fast because he does speed. I'm gonna put some real truth out here that a lot of y'all red pillars don't know about Destiny, and this is only because I know about the Twitch world a lot. Guys, he's a sociopath. If y'all want to understand everything about Destiny, he is a sociopath. Anybody who understands the meme knows what I'm talking about. But no, he's dead ass a sociopath. You want to know why he's able to be a cook and he's able to have a girlfriend that goes and does that shit and he doesn't care? He's a sociopath. He has no emotions at all. If you hear about his past and stuff and like what he's gone through and shit, that guy literally has zero fucking emotions, like at all. Saint and Sinner's debate with him is like a really good example of like probably what caused him to become how he is. But that's also a really funny debate watch just because Saint kind of got trolled really hard by the Spurgs. Bang Tango Torsha is for the streets. Great bartender advice, but kind of useless. Bartender advice. That's funny to put it that way. But no, she don't have useless advice, bro. I've actually taken a few of her things and I've started using some of her points because they're pretty solid for women. Definitely not for guys. Like obviously, you don't go to a fish to learn how to be a fisherman, but you can definitely girls can definitely go to her for girl game. The big thing that we gotta remember sometimes, Bang Tango, is that like there's girl game and there's guy game, and they're completely opposite. Like Myron was talking about this the other day. How like he can't give advice to the women without fucking over the men, and he can't fuck it over, and he can't give advice to the men without fucking over the women. It's like it's very everybody's gonna end up walking into the other person's frame. All these women want guys to walk into their frame, and in reality, we know those relationships don't work. But that's what these fucking women. Man, let me know if y'all can hear it. Hey,
right,
Jerry, let me know if you can hear Fresh and Fit right now.
It's a special
I can't
day.
hear
It's
it on my
Monday,
headphones.
but we got some special for y'all. We canceled the after hours. We're going to have a debate. You guys have been waiting for this one for a while. So let me go ahead and make some quick announcements. We're getting to show number one. Momo.com/freshfit. Check us out over there, guys, because we'll probably get canceled any day now with Sneeko. And he's over there on Rumble as well. Rumble.com/Sneeko.
Somebody
so
put a one in chat if the audio is working for the Fresh and Fit
it's
show.
Future.
And Kai and Speed just joined Rumble too, so it's really taking over.
Ooh.
All the people that were doubting, everybody that's talking about Kick. I know
Yo.
Aiden's panicking right now because Rumble's looking really good. Kai and Speed,
Donnie,
two
you
of the
gotta
biggest
save
Gen
me
2
on
streamers,
this
are going to be a
one. What
huge
am I doing
demographic coming
wrong?
over. Join Rumble before it's too late because things are really about to really start to switch up.
Facts.
All right.
Shout out to Rumble,
Good
man.
stuff.
Rollo, let's start Rumble. Let's get on Rumble.
Yeah,
I'm already on Rumble.
It's a new wave, man. Freshbeer.locals.com, guys. Go check us out over there as well. Also, we're on Megaphone. So if you guys want to listen to the podcast audio version, make sure to wear headphones so you don't get fired at your job. Get the merch, freshbeerpodcaststore.com. I got my Chris the Bum shirt on, my favorite one, because Chris definitely is a bum and he doesn't even know how to do the cameras correctly. Elf, Chris, once again, bro. You know what's funny? He's the one that set the cameras up.
Hey,
oh my God, man.
New angles, man. New
You stupid. Come on, man.
Hey, do live.
Yeah, that's the excuse to use every time. And then also, guys, get freshpodcaststore.com. Definitely go get one shirt after that one. Yeah. And then also check out our Clips channel, guys, Fresh Fit Clips. And then also check out our other channel, more Fresh Fit Clips. Check out Fresh Fit Vlogs.
Yep. Guys, for vlogs, man, funny shorts, go check it out. Guys, join the network, man. Add value, get value. Let's go. And then Myron's channel.
Fed 1811, as you guys know, I break down criminal cases. Actually, my bad. I changed it to Fed Reacts.
Fed Reacts.
It's called Fed Reacts now, guys. So go ahead and check it out. The last episode I did was, God damn it.
Mafia?
Golden State. Yeah, Golden State Killer. Thank you, bro. I did the Golden State Killer yesterday. He went on the run for like 30, 40 years. It took forever for them to catch him, but they finally did through DNA. So if you guys want to go check that out, go check it out, Fed Reacts. And then I'm going to be dropping Al Capone and the Outfit on Thursday this week. And and then I won't be in town, guys. So you guys are actually going to get a special show with these guys without me here on Friday.
Rollo, Sartine, and myself.
Yes.
Running the show.
And
then,
Fresh?
And
the show?
And Sneeko might come with somebody too. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? We might have something for y'all. But anything else? Oh, yeah, get my book, guys, Why Women Deserve Less. And I'll go ahead and read the chats. And then also, all the guys, all their links are below, guys. Go support them down below. I got their Rumbles, their YouTubes, etc. Destiny, Sneeko, Rollo, Tomasi, and Michael Sartain. So I'll read these chats real quick. From this point forward, guys, we're not going to read anything outside of $100 and up because obviously we want to make sure that we have the debate going nice and smoothly. Just so you guys know, me and Fresh are not going to participate. We're just going to simply moderate. I got a couple topics here at hand, but let me read these and I'll give you guys the ground rules. Jordan 14 goes, Sneeko too focused on a vasectomy last time. The point is not to have kids when you're broke and haven't built yourself up yet and can't provide. Not every man is young and successful like you are. Well, sir, you will be armchair debating somewhere else because don't worry. Colin Stevens goes, you should ask the resident blue-haired cuck if he still supports the position on ethical CP. Have him elaborate and see if the panel agrees. That's not today's topic, my friend. Manuel J. Hernandez, Destiny likes men unless his chick get ran through. Not the best guy to get advice from. Be a man. Okay, Mulan. We got Fresh's stutter. Did he get invited to the round table again? El Fresh. I hope you haven't skipped any therapy sessions.
Let's go.
Thank you, sir.
You've been skipping them sessions.
Let's go.
And he did come late, by the way, too.
CPT.
Yeah, he definitely did come late. Masculine Excellence goes, question for Destiny. You think it's important for a father to be physically present in their son's
Psychically.
life? Particularly. What?
Psychically.
Psychically. Oh, shit.
They probably meant physically, I'd imagine. But maybe they're that kind of person.
Yeah, let's use grammar. With
present in their son's life, particularly during the adolescence and teen years. If so, how much in-person father-son time is necessary to raise a virtuous son? That might come up in today's topic. Zorino goes, I'd like to hear Sneeko and others answer this. Is Leonardo DiCaprio a high-value man for scoring with 19-year-old models in his late 40s without having kids? Don't worry, we'll talk about that. 0259 goes, I like how Destiny makes fun of extreme RP ideology while he believes a woman's body count don't matter. Okay.
Oh, don't give me an internet problem.
Get to that today too.
Martin, would you say Destiny fits the description of a placeholder husband and he's just coping when he says he's cool with his girl cheating on him? No, whatever, man. This
is about them guys, not us.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
Derek Stacy, $20. Have y'all looked into the Israel Adesanya situation yet?
Stop Bender, the UFC guy with the girl.
Oh, yeah, we'll cover that probably next week.
We will, yeah.
His
ex-girlfriend
of 2 years is trying to take half his stuff. No kids, no marriage. P Clown World. FNFW Sneeko W Destiny W.
Adesanya, I'll pay for all your lawyer fees to beat this case.
Oh, that's crazy, bro. That
we can hold you to it then. Good.
Hey, you're supposed to moderate, man. Be quiet.
Salam Martin and Sneeko, vasectomy is not a solution. Better advice would be to make a bunch of money and leave the U.S. Okay. Samuel L. Goes, Lyra Gonzalo has been arrested again by Ukrainian SBU at gunpoint. Really? There's a video. He needs your public support and the social pressure to save his life. Please bring attention to this extremely important fact. God help Lyra. God damn, bro.
Is that like for the third time or the second time?
Yeah, it's the second time.
Maybe the last time
that we know about.
They're hating over there in Ukraine.
I saw the second time. I didn't know.
Charlie Jones. Hi, I love Funna. Rollo's explanation of the tweet didn't make sense. He said a high value man is subjective to you, which it's not. Don't worry, we're going to actually define that at the top of the show. High value man is objective based on the marketplace of society. Otherwise, everyone is high value man based off our own subjectivity. All right. And then Nate Diaz goes, Destiny mind fucks women and keeps them on the line with blue pill game. His wife is just a trophy 304. He's admitted last pod that he doesn't really care about marriage. Rollo at least lives life. SND say you should
suck and dick.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
I don't think that's what the N is for. I don't think that's what.
Sneeko Phil Alpha getting the French girl's number who he won't wife yet lectures F and F that high value men should want more than just sex. Is your Pat's hypocrisy padded with sermonizing?
You guys are in too deep. Like these super chats are just way. I get a girl's number on a show.
This is where you're humbled at the beginning of the show, right here.
Don't worry.
Any more about me sucking dick? Or
those haven't come yet.
Okay,
when can we have Coach Greg Adams on the show? By the way, I've been following ever since he got on, and 40K subs. When anyone in this table hold a debate with CGA. We agree with a lot of his points.
Yeah, he's cool.
Tell the truth. Did the show start late because Destiny was scissoring Sneeko's girl? No, it did not. It was actually because fresh. First super chat.
Was scissoring Sneeko's girl?
What the hell?
You guys have brought so much Bites My Life credit. Score over 750. Got me some business credit. I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. Chris, what aren't these? Chris.
Yeah, these are before, but it's fine now.
Okay. How many? Okay. I wonder if Sneeko will be on Rollo's side today, considering how he changes his mind every week. What if?
Damn. Change his mind. Like, tell me exactly what I changed my mind on. So, did anyone ever say that, or just like I'm a leaf blowing in the wind?
Oh, he's already gone.
Just ignore them, bro. I'm just reading through these.
Well, you guys kind of agree with that point of view.
I don't
It's okay.
what's going on.
It's okay.
Where we at here?
First, no, it's cool.
Thank God. No, we're going 100 up.
No, but it's so.
Oh, these came from before?
Yeah,
bro. Okay. Thank God Fresh ain't talking. Sorry, homie. And why Sneeko looking extra Asian all of a sudden? Okay.
No, you look extra black always.
All right, Mark, go ahead.
This is true. Okay. So, quick little. So here's a summary of what's going to go on, guys. As you guys know, they have some disagreements on some things. We're going to go ahead and moderate the debate. Me and Fresh will not be jumping in. We are simply going to be here to moderate. We're going to cover 4 main topics: the vasectomy tweet, dual mating strategy, divorce, and promiscuity. But to kick it off, we're going to go ahead and define certain terms: high value man, alpha male, hypergamy. Do you guys want to introduce yourself to the people real quick?
Yeah, real quick.
I think probably everybody knows who I am. Rollo Tomasi, I'm the author of the 5 books that are the Rational Male series books.
I'm Michael Sartain. I'm a former U.S. military officer. I flew 5 years special ops, 2 years counterintelligence, and now I have a performance coaching program, and then I host a podcast with him where we discuss evolutionary psychology.
Access Vegas.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm Steve Bunnell. I host politics, YouTube, philosophy YouTube, and video games on YouTube, youtube.com/Destiny. I've been doing this for about 13 years.
All right.
Sneeko, canceled streamer on Rumble, and certified douche nozzle.
There you go.
That is correct.
Fantastic. So, guys, all the chats are going to be shown on screen. However, we're only going to read the ones that are 100 and up, just so that we can make sure that we get through this debate. So, first, we're going to start with defining what a high value man is, alpha male, and hypergamy. And then we're going to come to basically an agreed upon definition for the table. So that way nothing is lost in translation during the course of the conversation. We already got 20,000 y'all in here. So do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and then subscribe to everyone's channel here. Sneeko on Rumble, Destiny on YouTube,
Access Vegas,
Rollo on YouTube,
Rollo.
and Michael Sartain on YouTube as well. Their links are below. And then, so we'll go ahead and who wants to kick it off with defining high value man?
Before we define things, I wrote like 6 things down so we can all agree on things. So we have like a common base going forward. Okay. Okay. So I wrote 6 rules that I hope we can all kind of adhere to for this conversation.
Yes.
So for the first one, all of us here are trying to approach some notion of what is true in terms of what we're analyzing. We're not here to make fun of each other, scream at each other, be emotional, whatever, but we're trying to figure out what the most true shit is, essentially, right? Number 1. Number 2, I personally think we should move through arguments point by point rather than like diatribing for 5 or 10 minutes so that the other time, because you don't want to start off a point where somebody already disagrees and then talk for another 5 or 10 minutes. And so if I'm saying something or Sneeko's saying something or you guys saying something, if you disagree, just be like, hey, let's talk about this thing before we rattle on a ton. Okay. Number 3, because I hear this accusation a lot. If anybody feels like there's a debate tactic in the room, call it out. And we've got the moderators here. If somebody feels like they're straw manning or appealing to emotion or false authority or whatever, so like, hey, hold on, I don't like that. Point it out. Nobody should be leaving here and then in 2 weeks being like, there was a lot of debate tactics going on. Call it out if you see it and we'll address it right here. Okay. Number 4, we've kind of already addressed this. So words have to have meaning. We're having these conversations. So even if we want to say that a feeling about a particular word is subjective or whatever, we all have to agree on that. Otherwise, we're going to be lost in the sauce if we're all like arguing, what does it mean to be alpha or beta? And we all have like 4 different definitions working.
Hear them and hear me.
And then
I
2 more.
like that
5
he's
is
doing this.
trying to keep
There
this as
needs to be
scientific as
guidelines,
possible.
though, Glenn. Don't you kind of agree that
if somebody says like, well, there was a study in England with 33 million participants, and another guy's like, well, on Instagram, I saw 2 stories. Okay, let's try to keep it like as, I know you do a lot of scientific stuff. I know you've done a lot of reading. Sneeko is very scientific here with his Quran. So let's try to keep it as based as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I was kidding. My bad. Okay, and then final point. If some side feels like they're not being understood, or if they feel like their points are being misconstrued, ask the other side to just like state like, hey, what do you think I just said? Or hey, what do you think I think about this particular thing? And then the other side will try to restate the argument so that we're all on the same page. Okay. So roughly speaking, just to keep it. Yeah. Okay.
No,
we all cool? Okay.
Definitely. And we'll stay away from that homonyms and keep it as cordial as possible.
Cool.
Cordial.
So, yeah, we'll start with
Don't be cordial. This is going to be the most boring debate ever.
Defining what a high value man is, and then also real quick, when we're making arguments, whatever, I'll be timing you guys at least on the vasectomy.
Guys,
part.
a high value man
cover that first.
is somebody that all you guys want to be.
Should we also mention how this started from last show or no?
No, they know.
Okay,
they don't.
Trust me, there's 20,000 people they know.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So let's define high value man. Who wants to take the first crack at it so everyone at the table can agree what it is?
YouTube to about 50%.
I'll go. If you guys want me to go. So, of course, everybody wants to like nail me on what's a high value man. Okay. So I could have said this on our last engagement here, is that a high value man is the man that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. That's straight out of I think it was my 3rd book or my 2nd book. Okay. That's too broad a definition, I think. So I could have just simply said that. People ask me all the time in the tweet or on Twitter and social media afterwards, like, why didn't you just simply say that? Okay. Well, problem with that is because once you get past that, it's a little bit too broad of a definition. So I did a little bit of homework on the way over here on the plane. And we generally go to the female delusion calculator on our show, and you guys have used the female delusion calculator.
Let me know if you can hear me.
So, what is a high value man? Well, we've
awesome.
asked that question quite a bit from pretty much every girl that we've had on our show. Now, should it be defined by women? Well, maybe not, but there's a criteria there that forms the basis.
Sartain is a walking encyclopedia.
Principle of what is a high value man. So when we go through that, we go and we say, okay, well, how tall is that guy? How much money does that guy make? What is his? Is he obese? Is he like? And there's very specific details that go into that, and then through that we say, okay, well, that represents what, like 0.02% of the population.
Yeah, I mean, if you're specific, we're talking about the GSS survey, or not the GSS.
No, CDC and census stuff. So we always, and you guys do the same thing. When we are looking to establish what is a high value man, as far as what women are looking for. I'm not saying that there's not a definition for guys as well. As I said, it's other men want to be and other women want to have sex with.
So what parameters would you?
Exactly. Good question. Now, you guys, right around the first year of your show here, you had Kevin Samuel sitting right here, and one of the things he said is that the guy must make something like $10,000 a month, I believe is what it was.
Kevin Samuel's definition so that goes out to a very rare high value man for sure.
Can we agree that if you make $120,000 a year, would that make, like, as far as money is concerned, would that make you a high value guy?
I think it depends on where you are. Like if you're in Manhattan, I think that would be problematic. If you're in Wichita, Kansas, that's a lot of money.
Okay, so
I think, can we I'll give a very broad definition. I think we can all agree on this. I think in the broadest sense, when we talk about men, we talk about what a high value man is, we think about what men are designed to do. Mm-hmm. I think that a high value man is somebody that can partition or acquire a lot of resources.
Okay.
In the broadest of senses. And that can be done in a lot of ways.
Do we want to put a specific number on those resources?
I think a lot is relative. So it's going to be more than your fellow guy. Right, so if you make $120,000 a year in Kansas, you're the fucking king.
Correct.
If you make 120,000 years in San Francisco, yes. Your neighbor is probably a crackhead. Right?
Yeah. So
it just depends on.
Your argument last time was the subjectivity of what you were saying, and that's the thing. No matter what number we say is a subjectivity. For me, high value man is going to be the guy who puts fitness first. He's going to have a job that's scalable, where he's doing something that he loves, and he's going to have his options on what woman that he can date. Now, if you were to look at that and say, like, for instance, I like Greg O'Gallagher. I'm a big fan of How to Beast. Brandon Carter's a buddy of mine. Wes Watson, Goggins, what's his name, Jocko Willink. Those guys
Certainly
are considered to be high value men.
also.
The thing is, though, if Greg O'Gallagher is dating a woman with breast implants and fucking plastic surgery, another person who has different religious beliefs is going to be like, no, that's haram, that's bad. So that's the thing. It's the subjectivity of it.
Sure. I think important to keep in mind is when we say value, we're implying some sort of exchange between multiple people. So like a moral man or a virtuous man might be way different than.
That's why I need all of y'all's help.
We can all probably.
I already am building my own steel man, but I need y'all to send me more steel men that y'all know about.
Then have a
and there's different angles that I'm hanging them on. So any angles that y'all can find, let me know.
Several of those guys I just mentioned, they are not interested in family creation. They're interested in being the most attractive versions of themselves they can be. So you would have one person say, this is not a high value man. They would call that person a joke. And another guy would be like, yo, man, I have been used by women my whole life. I've been broke my whole fucking life. And I see this guy and he's fucking killing it. That's a high value man. The subjectivity of it is like something like when you.
I don't think it's as subjective as you're making it. I don't think religious people would really disagree about that. I just don't think that. And this is where red pill kind of hits the wall because it doesn't go past just how much money you make. So,
yeah, or like I think something that's really important.
So that's just one aspect of what a high
the
value
subjectivity
man
part
is.
comes in.
See, guys, this is the problem with red pills. Sometimes it becomes very surface level. How much money do you make? What are your muscles like? How many girls do you get? Like, it's all very surface level things. And like the thing that you get women the most with sometimes is your fucking mind, man. I truly believe that.
I think when it comes to, if we use my broad definition of resource acquisition, the subjective part is what do you need to acquire resources? So for instance, we say fitness, right? Fitness could be a proxy for acquiring resources. If you're hunting in the wilderness, a more fit guy can climb a tree, kill a bear, whatever. But in some societies, fitness isn't a proxy for how much money you make, right? I imagine that on average, there's probably a lot of really wealthy people that are not, I don't know how much Bill Gates can bench press, right? But for resource acquisition, he's very, very, very valuable. So, and then also I think we have to keep in mind when I say high value, and I know Rollo likes to do this a lot, and so I'm going to try to play in this realm. I'm not trying to morally load any of these words. A high value man. So this question got asked, right?
You mean just supply and demand?
Yeah. So Epstein was a high value man.
Yeah, okay.
But obviously morally a horrible character, right?
Okay.
And there's going to be a lot of high value people that have a lot of.
And yeah, I agree with this, guys. That's why I always talk about high value and high quality. Two completely different fucking things.
Value in society in terms of how much resource they can demand, right? Or Genghis Khan or whatever, who are morally deplorable people. And there's going to be a lot of very morally righteous people, virtuous people who don't really possess a lot of value. Maybe it's a carpenter, or maybe
if
it's
I can intervene real fast. I think one thing that we can all agree to, right, is I agree that it's immoral, right? A guy being high value, so it could be someone
amoral.
Could be, someone.
I just hear something on your end, like a video or something.
Respected by peers, has a network of successful men around him, and we could say
it sounds like your microphone isn't your microphone right there. It's a different microphone.
If you make $100,000 per year, and let's say like maybe a Kansas living type quality.
Sure. So those are all subjective, but we'd all probably agree in the West.
So
that'll get you to probably.
So I would say
we'd agree on the vector.
That comes closer.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
We'd agree on the vector.
True.
And you seem to be agreeing with Myron now, but you also said last time that Elon Musk is not a high value man. Ben Shapiro
from a particular context, no, he's not.
From what context?
Well, from the context that he is not married, is a high value man married.
That has nothing to do with being married.
Well, it does to
that was the dumbest thing ever.
That was weak, dude. That's what he said last time. He's like, "Oh no, high value man has
other people
kids."
think that being a high value man would have some correlation to being married.
It seems like he is just being
some people
one of those things.
because the
What
tweet
did Rollo
that I
call
made,
him?
everybody had a very big problem with not focusing on family creation or not getting married. So is a high value man married?
People saw it as advice.
Like I think for the purpose of this debate, we want to probably keep it as simple as possible, so that it is an extremely nuanced definition. I think
guy that men want to be and women want to fuck.
It should be on things that we can all mutually agree.
Or how about we can agree?
I believe in making it as simple as possible. The problem today is the nuance that makes things so confusing. Like, just make it a man that men want to be and women want to fuck. It's that simple.
Yeah,
that a person of high value.
Yeah, it really is, dude.
You probably has the ability to get married and have a lot of children, but they might not necessarily.
If they choose not to do so, that's on them.
Yeah.
And going back to morality, I think that's a fantastic point. Even though someone like Epstein is a deplorable individual, on paper, he had a network of net worth people. He had politicians in his pocket. He had quite a bit of money. He had a skill set.
He probably had a vasectomy too.
Yeah, probably.
Shout out to the CIA.
The background noise.
He did have a skill set, and he earned a good amount of money. So on paper,
background
he's a
noise
high
now?
value again. I think that's something that we can all agree to. So we can.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Is the background noise now gone? Am I good?
Yeah.
Right,
I don't hear it.
Okay.
I think I just hear my own fans in my background now.
So will go off of respected by peers, has a skill set, network of other successful people around him. Morality doesn't matter, and we could say $100,000, if not more.
I don't like the Kevin
$100,000.
Samuels
We don't
definition
mean
sometimes because
$100,000.
fucking Martin Luther King
the ability
Jr.
to live in a
like I don't like these definitions with the money added, dude, because there are guys that are high value without fucking money. You know, Martin Luther King Jr., Gandhi, like
Jesus.
Jesus. Yeah, like
well, I mean, here's the thing about that though, because you have to look at it subjectively in the culture that you're in now. So in our culture now, money is value. I mean, that's really what
it's
it
the
is.
most valuable for sure.
Yeah, it's what everybody's chasing.
Yeah. But that doesn't but like so like just because everybody else is doing it, is it right? You know, like or is that like the right way to define something just because everybody else is chasing it and defining it that way? You know, I don't know.
No, but
like, but is the best answer because it's what a majority of people would agree with.
Well, we're all living off of it. We all work for it. We spend most of our time during our day trying to acquire it. So obviously, having a lot of it must make you valuable.
Yeah.
Certain way. Fair?
Cost of living adjustment.
Yeah, cost of living adjustment. Fair
Consistently.
Can I take? Oh, you're probably going to say that. You're probably going to say the same thing I'm going to say.
Go ahead.
Okay, so but he also has to be useful.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Utilities.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
competency. Yeah.
Right. So there's a competency. So is a high value man educated?
Well, so competency again is going to be valued by society. So, for instance, I can change a light bulb, but I can't like fix a toilet. So my competency in the household is going to be relatively low because as an entertainer, my competency is very high. Society right now, in another society, I might be left for dead in the woods. So competencies and saying
again,
you can probably find like
who's doing
exactly. You can find the best hunter possible in sub-Saharan Africa and bring him to the United States, and he's not going to do shit.
Yeah. I think education has to be a component. I think if they're like a doctor,
education
I
should be a way
don't
forward.
know. You bring a hunter from Africa, and I'm very good. He'll be a great tracker.
So one more time,
I
just
bet
to
he'll
remind
be a
for the audience
great
here,
person
we
to be able
talk about high value. We're
bring
talking about
back
someone who's
those
respected by peers,
people that
has a
skip
skill
on
set, has
bail.
competence, has a network of other successful men that respect them, and we'll say $100,000 per year, bare minimum,
they are
based on
unicorns.
living
They're
a certain
unicorns.
way. Not necessarily $100,000 per se, but $100K per year, just so you guys have a placeholder. Now we go into alpha male. I mean, I don't use this. We don't use this term that often, but I mean, just for the purposes of
using a lot.
Well, that's why we're talking about high value male, because that's kind of what has replaced alpha male over the years. Like when I first started writing, it was all about alpha. And then like right around 2017, 2018, everybody started using high value.
So you guys want to just use HVM as
I like how they just changed the word. I wonder what it's going to be in 5 years, Glenn. What do you think?
I'm probably going to fight in particular.
Are you a Destiny or not?
Let's do the vasectomy talk first.
Okay, but how do you want to define alpha male? So we have.
I don't know. I'll ask them later. Because when, that's a whole
You're not high value unless you're a guy like that.
How do you guys want to define hypergamy?
Let me do one more real quick on that.
Have you ever thought about or like heard people say that you have to be even more masculine to let other guys fuck your girl? You have to be on another level.
That's their biggest cope ever. Like,
that's what I think I heard Destiny say once. It was so funny.
No, and I can hear him saying that too. Like, oh yeah, you're not a real dude unless you get down there and suck some dick with your girl.
Well, I mean, what are you, a pussy? Are you scared?
Are you homophobe?
Yeah.
Like, as far as being useful and educate, I wanted to ask the education question. The other thing is, you got to be productive. Obviously, you got to be at least a productive member of society. Would that also be included?
You got to be able to give value to other men. I think that's a good one.
Proxies for value. So again, I'm very productive, but it's just because people like entertainment. In another society,
I think they need to define legacy as like, your legacy is just more beyond than just having kids. How you're remembered is part of your legacy.
Well, yeah. There's like two branches of legacy. There's legacy where you have the child legacy, and then there's legacy where it's more like your like what you invent or like the things that you teach. Like Jesus didn't have to have no kids to have a legacy, a crazy legacy, you know. So yeah, I completely agree with you on that one.
Recognition. So people, when they see you, they understand that you are high value in some way. Like I go,
almost every human is wired for resources.
Exactly, but we're also plugging that person into a hierarchy.
Well, I think it depends on which hierarchy. Like you said, before he goes to a mechanic shop.
That's why that's the subjective thing that we're.
An extreme example would be like Stephen Hawking, right? Who had motor neuron disorder, was relegated to a wheelchair, but was one of the smartest men who ever lived. That would be an example of someone who's super competent, but in other areas isn't competent. I would consider him a high value man, but you know, he couldn't walk. So that's an interesting. That's what the subjectivity of it.
All right. Cool. So I guess alpha male will deal for later, and then hypergamy. How do you guys want to define that, just so we understand here? Because I mean, it's an ever-growing term. It used to be the practice of marrying up originally. So how do you guys want to deal
okay, so let me just see if I can define terms here. Okay, so the classic understanding. If you go and you look in the dictionary, you go to Wikipedia right now. The classic understanding of hypergamy, to the letter, is it was a term that was used by a sociologist. I want to say it was in the 1950s, and he was studying the caste system in India, and Indian cultures, and how the tendency for women to marry from a lower caste to a higher caste.
So used to
that was based primarily on the socioeconomic status of that person and that family and everything else, and that's the original idea came from. So it's based primarily on sort of like the provisioning, protection, and parental investment. It's dowries, it's marriage, it's the formalization of like a relationship. In the last, I would say, 20 some odd years, we broadened the definition of hypergamy to include the alpha flex beta buck side of things. Okay, so there is the short-term sexual side of things because women mate up, across, and up, as well as marry across and up. And as far as the definition is concerned, I've been trying to do this myself.
I was tweeting,
but also
making sure that we got
using
people on Twitter to start watching us.
Going on another 5 or 6 years right now.
Okay, so
hey, no, I agree with you. You're right.
Say the practice of marrying and or dating up when it comes to
The attempt. So this is what. So I'm going to come from an evolutionary standpoint. There is some algorithm that men, Homo sapien males, have to where they can see a woman and be like, that woman's
You
attractive
have
to me.
this on like
we're literally just defining shit right now.
Very quickly. There must be some correlating algorithm in a female psychology to determine the men she finds attractive or would consider attractive and the men she doesn't. Now that
it's on 1.5
for women. There are so many things.
Okay.
Talk about statistics, negative kurtosis. There are so many things.
Are they all on? Do they all do a line of coke with Destiny or what?
237 reasons why women choose sex, whereas for men it's like 4.
I thought they all did a line of coke with Destiny or something.
The complicated evolutionary algorithm is hypergamy.
I'll turn it down a little bit, Bang Tango. I'm sorry if the audio is bad.
Which I like.
Or if you're barely able to hear it, Bang Tango, let me know and I'll turn it up.
It's sifting up though, right?
Yes,
it's not just sifting, it's sifting up.
Because her evolutionary imperative is to find the strongest son that she can. So that strongest son is going to deal with some competency or some physicality that man has that she's choosing him for.
All right. Is that fair for you guys?
I accept the definition. Yeah.
You accept that definition? All right.
I agree.
So a quick little recap. So we went over this, defining the terms. We went over high value men. We say about $100,000 when it comes to cost of living of a certain way, respected by your peers, having a skill set network of success.
Yeah, I turned the speed down, Bang Tango. I'm sorry. I had it turned up just because
so even
my brain only likes to
even
go
though he's a terrible
1.5.
person, he would be considered a high value man on paper, just so that we have.
Can you say Epstein?
Epstein, whatever. Epstein, doesn't matter. He's one of them boys anyway. He's one of them boys. Who cares?
Listen, he faked his own death.
Tomato.
And then
we don't know about that.
Hypergamy is the attempt,
allegedly
to mate up or sifting up, and having filters for men. And then alpha male will, I guess that's a bridge we'll cross when we get there. So I guess we'll open up the discussion here, guys, with obviously the infamous tweet. Let's pull it up real quick, Chris. We got 28K watching. So we'll probably have to kill the Facebook and Twitter stream here very soon. But come on over to YouTube, guys.
Doesn't that get you banned off of Twitter for cuck?
Yeah,
Twitch for cuck.
Yeah, I think so.
We're banned on Twitch anyway.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So this was Rollo's tweet. So I'm gonna read it real quick for y'all. The quickest path to becoming a high value man. Number 1, get married. Number 2, avoid family creation. Number 3, vasectomy in your 20s. Number 4, live consistently. Number 5, eliminate all sedations. Number 6, learn game and networking. Number 7, play to your strengths and build wealth. And then number 8, resist easing up on your focus.
I'm not gonna die.
I guess I'll turn it to.
I'm not gonna keep on arguing the whole.
So I think we have already established
there's a legitimate reason for it.
We have that sort of a convention, at least somewhat of a conventional.
And I find it hilarious that people are
how long
whiling out over it. I think it's stupid.
Yeah, I totally think it's a waste of fucking time. So see, like, since I'm preparing for the debate in a month, I'm trying to not even be on the vasectomy shit. Like, I hope in a month, like, it's a different subject or something, because I ain't trying to still talk about this shit. It's fucking played out. It's a troll. It's a troll.
It's a troll, but it's like, it's the most extreme solution because all the other ones, everybody's ignored.
I think it takes longer for men
for sure.
to get to
one of my mentors literally told me to get a vasectomy when I was 26
so they can maximize their potential.
No, I'm not even gonna lie.
That's what he wanted. Number 1, we had Richard Reeves on, and he talked about boys being 1 or 2 years behind women as far as development is concerned, and also from the book Dataclysm, men reaching their.
I agree with it though, Glenn.
Or attractiveness peak around the age of 38 to 43, somewhere in that area.
Hey, I already had 2 kids at that point. I was good, man.
So
then I say that you should
reiterate this one more time. The reason why
I had a boy and a girl, and I was like, I'm done. I don't need no more.
Yeah, I would have done the same thing.
Brandon Carter was on here, and Brandon Carter. I'm really impressed with Brandon Carter. I think he's.
He keeps going back to the Brandon Carter thing, but I think it's a bad example because Brandon Carter has a kid.
Maximize his efficiency, his potential.
Yeah, but when did he get?
He doesn't go to the grocery store. He doesn't.
It was an accident. It was when it wasn't ready.
That would take him away.
Oh, I don't know Brandon Carter's story like that.
Now this is an extreme that I would not do. Clearly,
yeah, that's what's funny about it.
A wife of 27 years.
He messed up and he still made it happen.
Well, I mean, maybe he's looking at it like the way the guy's lifestyle is. So if you want to have this type of lifestyle,
this is.
Here's the quickest way and like the most, expedient way to avoid, setbacks.
He wanted to bring up the extremes because when you're being a scientist or bringing up facts, you want to be extreme. Like, yeah, I totally get it.
And that makes sense.
It's not about me. This is the most over-the-top, absurd, extreme example.
You also have a kid. I think that's we all should point
exactly.
So
Who's Brandon Carter?
The guy you're talking about.
You don't know Brandon
Carter? You know Brandon Carter? Really? You've been on the show.
No. I said he has a kid. He was just saying.
He also
Bang Tango, smoke one for me, bud.
Sorry. But the idea is this: is that the most over the top, like, what are you willing to sacrifice to get to the point so that you can get to that state of being a high value male, right? So, by the way, when I'm putting out the idea of vasectomy, okay, keep it coming because I love that one. But if there was a male birth control pill, I probably would have put that in there as well, because what that one section in there was meant to say is that be aware of, like, when the sperm leaves your body, you lose all power over paternity and children and everything else. Mm-hmm. That's one of the things that really slows guys down. It's a hindrance to becoming to getting up to becoming a high value guy. So family creation. I'm not saying you should do these things, but if you want to get to the quickest way to doing those things, because it takes longer for men to mature into their peak potential, then these are the sacrifices that you're going to have to make to get to it as fast as you possibly can.
I feel like Sneako's probably going to take off from this, because when I came into these spaces, so this is kind of a question that I had, and I think I fought with Fresh and Fit, I think, a lot on our first couple episodes, trying to figure out, like, what are you guys advocating for? So when I would bring up, like, Andrew Tate tweets and Bugattis and all that shit, a lot of the times these two clowns would tell me, they'd say, oh, this stuff's just a proxy for success. You know, you don't actually need the Bugatti. You need the ability to buy the Bugatti. You don't need to travel the world. You need to have freedom, you know, and all these things. So
it's lucky we're moderating.
Yeah, so it feels like, it feels like, the goal initially wasn't to, like, be the richest motherfucker in the world. The goal was to have the freedom to basically do what you want. Right. And then I think the confusing part is it feels like there's this kind of schism happening right now, or it's already started to happen in the Red Pill community.
Oh,
we've got, like, the kind of
Glenn, we know what's going on. You know what schism he's talking about.
Yep.
No, and I'm trying to say that I'm in the middle of it. I'm not Red Pill. I'm not TradCon. I'm in the middle, baby. I'm different.
Man, you know, like I said, I flirt with the line. Like, I walk the line because I adopt both Red Pill, and I don't even call myself TradCon. I'll call myself, like, Christian conservative, but not no TradCon.
I want to call myself, like, secular Christian. Like
that's like the biggest oxymoron there is. Like, it's like you want to fuck some bad bitches, but you also want to pray to Jesus at the same time.
Why can't I do both, bro? Dude, I guess, Jesus was in the trenches, bro. He was in the trenches. I don't care what anybody says. He was in the trenches.
Like, I fall into that same category then, because, like, I have the worst mouth whatsoever. Like, I could curse up a storm, like, no problem, and I'll say some really foul jokes, but at the same time, I want to pray for you.
Yeah, see, that's how I feel too, man. I don't know. I think it's just the cycle of life.
One direction, and then you've got, like, the grindset hustle culture that are going in the other direction. And it feels like the lightning point for this was your tweet, where it was like, okay, we're gonna make it clear where we stand. Get a fucking vasectomy, fuck family, and do this shit. And I think that it feels like the ultimate red pillar to you guys.
Right, Excel. He said he's not red pill no more. Crazy. We're about to see a
he's
big
got fucking 15 million.
You know what?
He's fucking 50 girls, and now he's looking for, like, the best mom that he can find, who's like 20, 21 years old. He's gonna get with that girl 0-1 body count at the most.
But so I called that pivot a long time ago, though. I said that he was going to get. I literally called it a long time ago, and, like, whenever he got canceled and he, like, did the full apology and, like, kind of went more TradCon, I was literally telling people that shit months ago, and I was like, it's gonna happen. You could already see that he had that spiritual side to him. It was just a matter of something bad happened for him to start that character arc. You know what I'm saying? Well, all these people are gonna have that character arc, bro. Myron's even gonna have that character arc at a certain point.
I will say this, like, I never thought Andrew Tate was legit about it, though. I think he just used it as hey, this is the perfect way to get a grip. I said that from back then, and I was like, man, that dude is
that's goofy.
You know.
I like how you took that from Ruslan. Well, I got this one though.
Maybe 1-0 at the best.
I didn't hear it. Didn't play.
Oh, maybe it didn't work because it's not going through the computer, but it's the douche nozzle from Rollo.
I got that one too. Like, it's right here. Yeah, dude, that's a good one.
Whereas it feels
I made it for him, and he's like,
side, it's like,
send that
to
me.
What?
It's the best one.
If you were like 24 and found a really good woman at 22, and then you
I got another one for you,
and you followed your career, she stayed at home, took care of the kids, and you followed that more traditional route. And your tweet, I think, really showed the division of people in terms of how you felt about which of the two lifestyles people were actually going for.
Someone's a nice fucking Robin Dick is
so what exactly do you
know, it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
That you should follow, because when you go to the red pill spaces, that's pretty much the end route. Is because you're high value, you got a bunch of Lamborghinis, you're extremely rich, and we talk about competence when it comes to a high value man. Like, I didn't have a rich dad growing up, and that didn't really hinder his competence. And in fact, in a lot of ways, being a father will help you become more confident because other people are dependent and you're responsible for them. So that will make you become a full, capable man, which is, I think, the most important part of life. It's the most important part of life is not having so much, though. I appreciate that vibe, bro. Or getting the most amount of money possible, just grinding forever. The reason that we are here is to have a family, is to create. And so you see the red pill, and it's a response to feminism. You see this doomer way, like all these girls are hoes, all these girls on Instagram.
Nico is literally taking most of my talking points I already had in my notes for the fucking debate next month. He needs to shut his fucking mouth right now.
Freeze their eggs and wait till they're 35.
Yeah, but these are just the same. All right, no lies.
They're the moral basis. I know it's the moral basis.
No, bro.
think there's two things here. We specifically don't run around calling girls 304s. And like, I actually have a problem with it because I hear you sometimes talk about the audience there. We have to separate the audience, almost like Christ, Christianity, and the church. We have to separate the audience because I agree with you. There's some shit that I see that people write on your streams as well, where I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? This is crazy. And I don't want to be associated with it. Red pill is not, and again, I'm red pill adjacent. Red pill is not something I get a union card for that I pay dues for. It's an ethereal thing that just sort of exists. Like he calls it a praxeology. So the idea that like one of the things that's happened is every time, because he calls himself the godfather of it, when somebody does some stupid shit in the arena, then it's his fault. And then now we're going to punch his book. Now the thing is, this doesn't, it's just a cloud, but then there's a book. Okay, now we have a physical thing to attack. And now Rollo has a tweet. Now we have a physical thing to attack. And so that's part of the issue is that like now he's being held accountable for every, I agree with you. Some of the things you hear are fucking idiotic. Here's an example. When we go over the psychological studies that show that men don't have the same, they don't necessarily cheat more because they have more body. Women do. They tend to be unhappy in relationships. There's the Institute for Family Studies study that we refer to all the time.
Well, he wanted to be the young guy of the manosphere. He wanted to be like the young red pillar. But bro, like, I can't help but agree with everything that he's doing. Like, I'm super proud of him. Like, I think that everything that he's pushing for, like, and I was calling this a long time ago. Like, I don't see the red pill going in the same direction forever. And I'm not saying that it's not always going to stay the same.
Everything evolves, bro. Everything evolves.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is with Sneeko, like, dude, like, he is the biggest grifter of all. He's never consistent. He has no principles that he stands on. You know, he's
but I like really believe in like change though, because the emergent universe, you can't stay static.
I do believe in change. I just don't believe change happens that quickly.
Unless it's like for a financial incentive almost.
Exactly. Unless you're unless you have a key motivation, you know.
The only reason why I think it happened naturally was because he saw like he got mentored from certain people. Like he went and saw MLD. Me and MLD have had tons of these same conversations about all this same type of stuff. He really like agrees. Like that's why he does the inner game healing stuff. Like he really believes in helping a lot of the men that are kind of getting messed up right now. So it's just like I feel like it was just because he was around certain mentors that pushed him kind of towards like this mentality.
What does Rollo talk about genuine desire? It's like somebody would change religions for you, right?
Yeah.
Andrew Tate comes out, he's a Muslim now. What does Sneeko do?
Oh man, stop saying that about my
Sneeko has
validation for cheating.
Genuine desire for Tate.
Let's just call it what it is. In the response thing, I definitely do not think men should cheat because in that whole situation you're still lying. That is a lack of integrity regardless. But do men have the ability to have more sexual partners early on in life? I was 20 years old. I'm 45 now. I was 20 years old at once and there was a point in my life where I was going to UT Austin and I wanted to have sex with attractive women. There was no anything else except doing that. That's how my brain worked. And later on did it affect me negatively? I don't think it did. I just don't think it had the same thing. So I don't think it's a rationale for that belief. But the thing is what happens is anytime something bad happens or somebody says something stupid, it just comes back. It's like now all red pillars are saying this all the time and I just don't agree with that.
I understand what you're saying here. So first let me clarify one thing. So I understand.
Man, I put the invite out because I had a big issue.
So I think the issue with Rollo's tweet, because for a lot of people it looks like advice, and for Rollo, he feels it wasn't advice. I think the reality was the disconnect is that tweet was advice, but it was for advice to become a certain type of high value man.
No,
you're saying everybody needs to be. So yeah, the quickest way to get to this part, it was the advice to do that, but he wasn't necessarily advising you to do that, right? It would be like him tweeting out like, if you want to become the flattest person possible, jump off a cliff.
True though, right?
Advice to jump off a cliff. Well, you want to be the flattest person possible, but you don't have to do this thing because you don't have to be the flattest person. Yeah, exactly, sure.
Well, and the other thing is, I mean, there's a few people who got it almost immediately. Hotep Jesus got it immediately. He did stream it. Jedediah Bila, while you were on with Jedediah, she got it immediately. She's like, I know Rollo. I know he's not like this. I know this is a troll. This is she understood it immediately.
But then I also saw
she's familiar with my background.
I also saw you tweet the next day, like you were kind of making fun of the Tracon way of life, saying that you want to be out of your funeral bed with a bunch of kids around.
I was
saying that you would rather be listening to metal in your car.
I was mocking the idea of the sort of pastoral kind of Norman Rockwell fantasy of dying on your bed with like as an old man with surrounded by grandchildren and whatever, and like as if that's like my funeral's going to beat your funeral,
right?
As if it's like
heavy metal in a car.
It's I put it this way: would you rather go out in a blaze of glory? Would you rather was it better to burn out than fade away? What would you rather?
I don't see heavy metal in your car as a blaze of glory. That seems.
Okay,
right,
but here's the thing: it's
again that's a personal
I'm
opinion.
Drawing attention to this fantasy of staying in your bed in an assisted living facility when 90% of people are never going to experience that. But it's a fantasy that we sell people so that we can sell them other ideologies.
I want to consider one other thing. You remember what he said earlier? He's like, one of the things you said was avoid family creation. Had I written that same tweet, what I would have said instead was be the one who chooses when and where you have kids, and don't let
control the birth.
Control the
wow,
birth.
imagine that.
Well, I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so
the
I
same
understand.
An
thing.
example of that is a vasectomy. I would not have said vasectomy.
He just said it the
My
wrong
tweet
way.
would not have gone viral.
Well,
I wish I
see,
could say
he said it
vasectomy
to
on
the
Twitter all
extreme
day and go
because think
fucking
about
viral.
it.
That's the only thing
We've
they
told
focus on.
everybody
I understand what you're saying,
to
though. So,
practice
I would
abstinence.
argue that
We've
you
told
do pay
everybody
dues.
to, wrap it up. We've told everybody to practice abstinence and wrap it up, and nobody listens. I mean, so okay, now you guys didn't listen to these two. Here, let's just try to go to the extreme and see maybe this will stick, or at least maybe this won't stick, and you guys will say, "Go, I don't want to do that," and then you guys will actually start practicing abstinence or wrapping it up a bit more. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
So you push the extreme, solution out, and people are going to debate with you and walk it back a little bit, and you'll meet somewhere in the middle. Well, somewhere in the middle is controlling the birth.
Yes, on the guy's side, just trying to give the guy leverage.
To some extent, to certain groups that you're a part of. So this is something that I noticed being relatively outside of groups myself. I kind of watch how people move through groups, and it seems like there very much is a kind of there are a lot of groups that exist in these internet communities, and you get benefits for being part of the group because you kind of inherit audiences and cross-pollination for other people. And then there are sometimes shady parts of being in the group. So for instance, if somebody says or does something crazy, well, now you're kind of on the hook for it because this motherfucker in your union just said some wild shit, and now you're kind of have to go to bat for him. I think that something that I wholeheartedly disagree with is this idea that you can say like, well, everybody in my comment section might say this, but I didn't say that, or I'm just making descriptions. Humans never just make descriptions. We never just observe things. The process of choosing to observe something already requires a decision to be made, right? When you go into a laboratory to study medicine,
he was the
we're not
one
just
that
plugging
was
random chemicals
really
and random elements into a formula and see what happens. We're doing something to try to figure out like, well, what is going to help make humans healthier? What's going to be a good medication for treating a disease or whatever? That's typically what we do. So when we're analyzing like the red pill, it's not just a praxeology, I think you called it, because even I think in your first book you say like the goal is to make it so that your wife is not fucking the alpha, right? The reason why we observe things is that it takes some use from it and go do something with it.
Guys, I don't have a
audience, and I was making certain observations. And this has happened a lot where I fight with a lot of black people. I notice my audience is getting a little bit racist. I fight with a lot of white people. I notice my audience is also getting a little racist. I fight with a bunch of women. They're starting to hate women, right? I notice that like if I do certain things, my audience definitely responds to certain ways, and your guys as well.
You're not racist.
But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I think what matters is the impact you have on other people around you. Like if I go every day and I see my wife, I'm like, hey, what's up? And it's at the end of like 6 months, she's like, you haven't told me that you think I'm pretty like a single time. And I'm thinking like, okay, well, obviously you're pretty. My fucking wife. She's like, well, I need to hear it. I can't just say like, well, listen here, you stupid bitch. Obviously I think you're pretty. I don't have to say shit to you, motherfucker. Right? I say, okay, I have to understand how you feel. I got to tell you that I think you're beautiful. Blah blah blah. I have to do that every day because that's part of like what really matters at the end of the day is the impact you have on another person.
Should you be held accountable for the racist comments in your from your streamers?
Like directly, like you said them, no. But if you're fostering a certain type of audience, I think as leaders, which whether or not we want to believe it, to some extent we are, that's how we're treated, right? We're paid. When somebody gives you, like, we'll say on one end, well, I don't influence.
This is what I wanted Destiny to bring up because this is something that was a huge deal on Twitch about 5-6 years ago after that shooting happened. And everybody changed, and he's bringing it up right now because this is the influencer debate. You're an influencer. You have to act a certain way once you're influencing people.
So, like, basically putting the responsibility of someone's actions on you.
Yeah, and I have a good steelman. I'm not going to ruin my steelman that I have for Rollo on this one, but I want to say it to you right now, but I don't want to ruin it, so I'm going to keep it.
Let me tell you something. You can't. It won't work. Because you know what? I do not have the power or control over anybody. Now, I could give you the idea, but you still have ultimately the choice to accept it or reject it. And you have your own moral conscience that determines whether something is right or wrong. So if I tell you to go, do something egregious to beat up old ladies, and you said, well, Glenn told me to do it, you still knew what right and wrong was. Regardless
but that's just shifting blame onto those people, dude.
No, like making the person be responsible for their own actions.
It is, and I totally believe in that. But we know that with statistics, there are crazy people. We know with statistics, there's people that are sociopaths, psychopaths, like all these things. We know that. So with great power comes great responsibility. And I have no power, so I don't have to worry about these things. You know,
you do. You have 20-some-odd thousand subs.
But I don't have power like that. And hey, I'm trying to at least give the good things, though. That's the same. So that's the thing. I want power so then I can be more responsible. But a lot of people have a lot of power and they're not responsible with it at all. And I get it. Rollo's the type where he's always pushed back. He's always look at his hair. He said it on a stream the other day. Like he's always pushed back against what people have told him to do. Like, oh, you want me to come out here? Fuck you. It's like, so I get it. Like, I totally get the idea of like, I'm never going to fucking, do what other people want me to do. But at the same time, it's like at a certain point, I want to listen to what Destiny says right here because maybe he drills it in really good.
influence my audience. And then in the next breath, somebody will be like, I'll give you X $1,000 to promote a product. Why are you promoting a product? Because if I tell you to buy it, I know you will.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously we have influence of our audience. And if our audience is all heading in a certain direction, I think it's important to be like, hold on, guys. I see you guys are saying a lot of this shit. Maybe we need to pull it back. So when you say things about like avoiding family creation, you know, you might say like, well, I don't actually mean to avoid it. I just need to choose when you have children. That might be the case. But broadly in the red pill speaking, I've seen this huge push where it's like, never fucking have kids, never get married, women are trying to steal your shit, child support, alimony, women are coming after you. It's like, okay, well, combine that with the vasectomy advice or the, you know, control your birthing advice, and it makes the relationship seem very adversarial, like you are trying to avoid having kids at all costs. That's what it feels like, I guess, from the outset. And I think that's what a lot of the followers of red pill people in comment sections, I think that's the message they would carry forward.
I think the issue is then who's responsible, because one of the issues, one thing we tried, Rollo and I tried, is our show, we try to have girls on there who have master's degrees. We try to have girls on there who do all different kinds of jobs. And when we do, we get the exact same response. When we had Miss Nevada on there, and they were like, yeah, she's a ran through fucking hoe. And I was like, what the fuck can we do?
We have women on there with masters.
What can we fucking do?
I'm the
And so
only
the thing
show
is,
with
I agree with you.
normal girls
No
on.
matter what we do, this audience still exists and they still talk about it.
Wait, but why do they think that? Why do they think that about
Okay,
these
but
people?
the thing is,
Because they want something to complain about. They want something to bitch and moan about.
Yeah, but they could complain about anything, right?
I don't-
They're choosing to complain about these particular subjects,
I also
right?
don't think commenters are the normal in the middle of the distribution. I think commenters are on the extreme ends of the distribution, which is why I personally don't feel super responsible for some of the idiotic things that they say. So I do understand what you're saying. Are we fostering an echo chamber? We specifically aren't. Well, like our job, we
Yeah,
I think
Dylan
people that were soft on the girls
is a high value man, Jerry.
Yeah.
He's a high value man on all courts. He got the money. So guys want guys want to be him, the trannies, and guys want to bang him. Guys like John Anthony lifestyle. So I mean, like
because we're not like in their face too much, because they're looking for blood. They're looking for something that's exhilarating. They're looking for Jerry Springer,
But how many people do you think saw that tweet, and whether or not you call it advice, saw that and they're now going to apply it? Especially because we talk about how important it is as leaders. You call yourself the godfather of the red pill. Like you kind of own this ideology in a sense, like you are the forefront of it. So
I
is
think
tweeting that a good idea?
I think I put it, okay, first off, it was meant to provoke. That's number one. And it did. I got Matt Walsh, I got Ben Shapiro, I got Lauren Shannon. we wouldn't even be talking about this right now.
I don't have any of those people retweeting my shit. That's the only thing I'm saying. Like I retweeted vasectomy 5 times on Twitter.
And we're still talking about it 2 weeks later. It was success. It was a
Can we add in what Twitter's used for, by the way? And you yourself
That
said so
was
as well.
a successful marketing.
But I said the most outlandish things. So Twitter.
I would
Right,
say
but if that was really the only reason that you did, then you wouldn't have got him at the
does
dating.
like Sneeko want to talk about him like flashing his gun and acting immature? Like, is that what a high value man does too on stream? Like,
When did he do that? Was that recently?
No, that was before he went on his little world tour when he was like, if you end up being trans, it's Glenn's fault.
Got so emotional about everything that happened. You would have you called this
You're
idiot,
killing me.
constitutional. If it was just in order to
Because you
provoke,
weren't getting it. That's why.
well, then you would have been rubbing your hands and be like, okay, I got the reaction I wanted. Here they are talking about it. Ben Shapiro, all these people are talking
It's
about
not
it. I got
your
what I
fault,
wanted.
but to be fair, he did a reaction video. Where he said he was married for 50 years. I'm a cokehead.
Sneeko upset that he was called, a douche nozzle?
Douche nozzles.
Hell no.
And Justin Waller pays for prostitutes. Damn. So that to be fair, there was a little ad hominem attack on us. You weren't part of it, but that's probably where
Everybody liked the
I would
video
take that
for
for
them.
you. Yeah.
Show
Just saying.
support.
yeah,
But-
because
but-
you're
but-
fucking 2 hours late, Fred. Shut the fuck up.
I've never.
So going
Look
back
how
to this
boys
stuff, so
Sneeko looks though.
Sneeko
He's
says
like
that
matching
you
fucking
disagree with
Rollo's
the
energy
second
with
part.
their arms. Like they're all doing the same thing.
What is the main
And Michael.
issue with it? Is it because of the lack of family creation? You think that's
Who's
the
not the-
reason?
I think
So I think
Influencing
the two branching paths that I set up,
So you
like, what are you
can't-
guys advocating for? Like, do you think if a guy could do it, if a guy could be 25 at the head of his career, starting right there, about to go down his life, but also pair with a really good woman who he could have kids with, and then by the time he's in his 30s, he's already got like 7, 8, 9-year-old, a couple children with a good wife. Is that something you guys would push for, or do you think that men should stay as far the fuck away from that as possible and wait till they hit those prime years of being like 35?
So the answer would be somewhere in the middle. I think it's how over time, because I think social media has ruined things so much. If you know the whole thing where we talk about 33% of men having zero sexual partners, that hockey stick starts at the advent of the Facebook app on the iPhone in 2008. You can see it just shoot right up to where it was 12% of men or 16% of men with zero sexual partners, and it got up to 33. So the thing is, what's happened now is I would say it's statistically less viable, not unviable, but it's less viable for the 24-year-old to marry the 21-year-old and feel good about it, because by the time she's 31 and he's 30, or she's 31 and he's 34, 35, the dynamics of his relationship are going to change. He's going to make more money. He's going to see the world differently. Now, I'm not advocating he leave his wife, but now those pressures existed where they didn't exist before 2008.
Sure. So so I would push back into strongly. So here's something that I've noticed. Okay, people ask me. So obviously I talk to a lot of women. I do my thing or whatever. When people ask me like, what do you think is the best advice for like learning game? Okay, honest to God, the best advice is when you're like 12 to 18, having friends that are girls, talking to women, not being nervous.
Yes!
In high school,
You're not going to
fucking
get any argument.
Yes, yes, yes. Destiny's smarter than the red pillars, and at least Michael Sartain, he's gonna say the same thing. He's gonna say, "I agree with you." Watch.
commitment from this guy.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if you believe that, but honestly, that's the best time to do it. The second best time is
he
now,
knows.
right? But if you're not starting early and you're 25,
It's the future of the
you've never
manosphere.
even been shut down by a girl before. That's literally the scary. You could get a guy to climb the Empire State Building before asking a girl out.
So immersion from women, being around women
exactly.
consistently.
Yeah, in those warm spaces
Totally
where
agree
dating
with
and
you,
everything is possible, right? But the issue is when we push on this grind set shit so hard, and now you're getting a guy that's like 32. And he goes on a date with a girl. And he wants to talk about like white papers for crypto coins. How the fuck is this guy going to be in his spot in his life? He's
I
to, like,
agree.
find a woman, settle down with a family. Like, how does he turn that on
The
instantly?
grind set guy doesn't mean you don't talk to women ever. It just means you're not looking to get married.
Well, one of those
Guys, this debate's really depressing for me because all my steelmans are gone. They're Destiny and fucking Nico about to destroy everything that I was going to debate in a month.
People take it too far with it though. Like, don't focus on girls. Chase excellence. Level up. Does that mean avoid every hot chick that walks by you? Does that mean avoid a girl that she's like making a move on you? No, it just means don't go out chasing it. Like,
the problem is most of the guys don't, dude. And I've been talking to a lot of them because I'm in a Discord of a bunch of them, and like a lot of them don't get what it comes down to is game versus frame, and a lot of these guys do not understand the difference. A lot of these guys don't understand that texting girls all the time and chasing them is like the wrong move. They don't like they're chasing, and like I don't know how to make guys stop chasing, but that's the new goal: is how do we make these men stop chasing these women? And it's just like
you have to make men realize what these women are offering has been devalued ever since they started contraceptions,
and also knowing their own value too with that, like knowing that, and also knowing, hey, I'm a valuable man. Fuck these bitches.
Those pieces of advice like eliminate all sedations or whatever.
So what that means is like eliminate pornography, eliminate alcohol, eliminate prescription, opioids, whatever.
How do feminist women not fall under the category of sedations?
Feminist women.
Yeah. How do these women? How do hoes, for example, if you're talking about porn as a sedation, drugs, and everything like that? Can't you group hoes directly into the category of sedation?
You mean loose women or feminist women? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, because you're not looking for anything further than that. It's just a way to get some dopamine release and just having a little bit of fun. It's pretty much equivalent to playing a video game or watching porn. It's not anything. Maybe you learn a little bit about hoes, but you're not going to get anything out of it.
I would say the difference is that it is far more difficult for guys to use that as a sedation than it is to say play World of Warcraft all day long, or it's to go drinking.
I don't know, man. I push back on that too. I think we all know guys. I think we all know guys.
You're in the gamer set. I got it.
Well, no. I'm saying I think for the girl set, I think we all know guys have thrown their life away doing dumb girl shit. Whether you end up knocking somebody up, whether you're
half the reason shows like this exist is because guys aren't fucking getting laid. That's why. So
yeah, but I think Sneeko brings up a really good point. That when you say eliminate,
I think it's less of a I don't know, less significant than say some other forms of sedation. So when I'm talking about sedation in the tweet itself, people have I've said this a million times, is that if you want to actually get up and actually become something, be something better, this is like where I finally get into like something like positivity hustle, right? It doesn't matter if you learn all this stuff, you read all my books, you do all this shit. None of it matters if you can't get your ass out of bed. If your shitty real life is worse than your online escape life, that's what I'm talking about. That's the sedation right there. So could it be that you're a sex addict? Yeah, it can, but I would say those guys are probably far less common than guys who are smoking weed, prescription drugs, pornography, whatever.
That's actually
influence is the real power.
You're saying get a vasectomy because the consequences are much worse than any of the other sedations.
You're still sleeping around with a lot of women.
I mean, the consequences are much worse, obviously, because you're advocating for getting a vasectomy because you could have a kid with this girl. Right. It's way more expensive. It's a bigger time suck. You're going to be drinking. You're going to be in environments that aren't going to be uplifting you whatsoever. You're in clubs all the time. You're around women that you don't really like. You get angry because you have to deal with, like, Myron always jokes about how he's going bald doing the show all the time because these women will suck away your soul. And really, what's the outcome of it? A nut? Is that really, like, how many times did you go and fuck a girl and you're like, that was really worth the last 2 weeks of my time of texting back and forth, taking her out on dates, spending all this money, getting dressed, listening to her stupid conversation about astrology? Like, is that really something worth advocating for? How is that a better sedation than weed, than porn, than video games?
I'm the wrong person to ask. I love women. I love fucking hanging out with them. I don't have the same opinion or whatever.
I mean, I love alcohol, but I quit. Like, there's a lot of things.
I've never drank before. That's the other thing. I've never tried Coke, by the way. That's the other thing. So I'm with you.
You're missing out. Okay?
That's the thing about, like, sedation. I've done all the sedation.
Here's the thing. Some people could say the gym is a sedation. The thing is, if you were going to rank the sedations, I would rather say a guy going out there and getting himself in shape, learning how to dress, learning how to talk to women, putting some bass in his voice, and actually going out socializing with other people, getting over his fear of approaching women.
Now, like, everything going to be a sedation? Is going to church going to be listed as a sedation?
Yeah, it's all about extremes, right? Just how extreme you do anything.
Moderation. It's all about moderation.
Yeah, you can die from drinking too much water. You can also die from not drinking enough of it. Like, everything's about balance.
Than pornography. That's just if we're going to rank sedations.
Well, and then I was going to say, like, other people are more addicted to a certain sedation than others are. If that is significant in your life, and you're like, hey, you know what? I'm a sex addict. All I'm doing is going out and picking up random hoes all the time, and I've finally got it down to a science, and it becomes a problem. It's like affecting other aspects of your life. Then yeah, I would say that's a sedation that you need to like find because it's
that's for real though.
Sedations tend to be
because you know what? When you start thinking like, like a dating. you start labeling yourself as a dating coach and stuff, and you get like the 1,600 whatever bangs, and then women just ain't doing it for you, so you start banging trannies, and that's just bad. I mean, seriously, like
you're never gonna let this guy go, huh? You go.
No, just ask on Anthony. Like the dude bangs trannies. Like, hey,
I barely learned about that dude recently.
Normal chicks don't do it enough, for him anymore. So he's going after the chicks with dicks.
This Nick was pointing out is that like you're by definition you're removing from the table all the women you would want to court for marriage because you're avoiding family creation.
Nobody courts them anymore.
Well, when I say court, I mean like you're dating to get like married, right? So you're removing all those girls. So the only ones left are the 304s necessarily if you're trying to focus on the grind set, but then also have fun with girls on the side. So then at that point, it seems like you're engaging in women the same way somebody would engage with like weed or whatever. You're not doing it for like
you can date a woman you want to.
Elliot, I have Alex from Playing with Fire coming on this Wednesday. I think not this Wednesday. No, it's this Wednesday. He's coming on this Wednesday. So yeah, I will be debating him on some retro stuff. Thank you, Elliot.
Unless you date someone who's younger. Sneeko, if there was a male form of birth control,
I debated him and
them saying vasectomy, and I said, do this and take this, and it's not a permanent thing. You can always go back off.
No, because I think that's what we should be fighting when it comes to red pill and tradcon. It's like it's a similar common enemy that's trying to sedate us in a way. Birth control for women, it messes up their hormones, it makes them extremely argumentative. They get weird, they get on different cycles. I don't advocate you to take these pills. I tell people all the time not to get the injection. Like, why would you go and listen to these pharmaceutical companies? Why would you let them win and go play into these games pretty much just to chase dopamine? Then you're becoming a rat for these big companies, for big pharma, when you could just like actually have a like that's the point. That's the reason that sex exists, is to have children. Then you're completely removing the purpose of it, and then you're just chasing dopamine.
Can I chime in and just add something here real quick?
Moderator. Yes, moderator.
Plan B.
What's up, moderators?
2 words.
Shout out to my baby girl.
Here's the thing.
I will, Coco in the house.
Now at 45, I will tell you, like I wasn't a whore because nobody fucking liked me. But at 25, I wanted to have sex with pretty girls. That's what I did. And I don't feel like it ruined me. That's the only thing.
Well, so do I. Like every day, but there's better things to do with your time and with that sexual energy. You can focus that into becoming better.
Do you not think at all though that period of time helped you understand women better?
I'm 24. I'm still
learning
now. Yeah.
So I will tell you at 45, and I used to work in nightlife, and I used to be a military officer, a bunch of different jobs. And I will tell you that like the value that I gained from having so many women in my life, not necessarily just for sex, but my ability to communicate with them now is 100. Like I do the red carpets for all these different parties, and I bring 100 girls to Bulgarian's house. Like that's what I do now because I'm good at doing that now. I look back at that and I say that was a good experience for me. I didn't necessarily have to have sex with all of them, but I do understand what you're saying. The problem is where I differ from you and maybe from Iron is like I don't hate being around them. I actually fucking really like being around some of them. They're fun, they're crazy, and they're just fun to be around. I just don't want to marry them. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts. And I agree with you on that a lot, Michael. Like, y'all really don't understand how much fun it is to be around some of these fucking hoes sometimes. Like, yeah, it ain't fun to, like, date them. Like they're goddamn right. But it's fucking really fun to be around them sometimes. They could put you in situations you would never normally be in.
Saying that's the difference for me. It's like Juicy J said.
So when he says, like, when Rollo says, like, spin plates, that's not banging every chick, dude. Like, you could just have, like, you could have female friends that you could just talk to and just hang out with that are not, it's not all sexual.
What like scares me though is like with the spinning plates thing is like to get to the point where you're spinning plates, it usually requires a lot of chasing, a lot of game, a lot of sending messages or something. Like it requires some type of you doing something. And like I cannot express to you how much I love for women to come to me every time. But see, like how much that's how it should always be.
But that's the thing though, like you could be spinning plates and the plates could be the girls that are coming to you.
Yeah. And I totally think that's possible too, but it's usually because of pre-selection when I've done that. Like I've done that, but it was because of my pre-selection.
And that's right. So you level up, you level your status up, and you get a higher pre-selection, right? So
yeah, but like a lot of the guys I think are doing it backwards though when they're not friends with the girls. I think that's backwards.
Yeah, they do ask backwards. Absolutely, that's for sure.
Still love these hoes. They're for everybody, but I love them anyway. That's the way I look at it. I mean, maybe it's just a little different.
You see them purely as entertainment, but I think it's better to see them.
I don't hate them either. You understand what I'm saying?
You're not really. It's better to see them as people.
That's how I care
about. You see them as entertainment.
Well, no, I think the difference he's trying to point out is that you made it sound like because you said like 2 weeks of texting this bitch to get to the payoff of sex. He sounds like he enjoys the texting.
I fucking loved all that.
Yeah, which I do too, right? It's fun for me.
Dude, 33,000 people watching this. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is like the biggest show.
This is a bigger, grander sedation. That's no different than
I said it was going to hit 30, 35.
Incredible. I wouldn't be sitting here right now had I not done that. It was Andrew Tate who reached out to me, introduced me to Justin Waller, who introduced me to him, and that's how I introduced Myron. So I don't see it that way. I see it as a goal. It ends to a means. And also the other thing is, and dude, Walt will tell you this too. Having beautiful women around you is one of the most things that exists.
When Mike Sartain is speaking, because nobody
it's too fast. The 1.25 makes them 2.5.
Incredible book by Professor Ashley Mears at Boston University, where she talks about the guys who go to the Hamptons and the ticket to get into every party at every Hamptons house, all the billionaires, was to have girls.
Right.
So that's why
that's going to lead you to a fun life.
Yeah.
But I was talking to Adam22 recently, and he has his own porn thing too. I don't know if he was allowed to
Plug talk.
Yeah, he has plug talk and everything like that. I was recently talking to him because he's been posting a lot of pictures.
I don't like how he just said it's gonna lead to a fun life. No, bro, you can lead to a fucking life with children and marriage and all that type of stuff using pre-slut. This is where I'm right in the middle of this whole fucking table. I can't wait until people fucking notice my niche is so fucking different from everybody else's, and like what I'm trying to teach guys to put them into. It's crazy.
What do you mean by fun life though? Like, what is he?
I don't know what he's thinking. Like, I think he's trying to think that like Michael is some hedonistic man because he's friends with a lot of girls, but you can fucking be like very like religious and do the same fucking thing. That's how I know so many girls because of church. Like, it's how I first had my in with a bunch of women was because of church.
Oh, you did the church game? You did the church game?
No, when I was like 13, 14, 15, I was in church.
I totally did the whole church game and growing up too, man. Like, I mean, man, I got stories. There's bad stories.
I had a lot of girls that were my friends. I wasn't messing around with any of them, but like I had a lot of girls. That was the first time where I became friends with a lot of girls was when I was like 13 years old. Like I had a solid group of a lot of girls that were my friends.
You know, they say about the pastor's daughter is true though. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, no, it is 1,000% true.
And I always like react to them like that's dope. Like he clearly cares about being a good father. And I had this conversation with him, and he said that after being with 400 women doing all the show, like I asked him like, was it really worth it all? But he's like, there's nothing better than having kids. Yeah. And even that's coming from a guy who's clearly been a sex addict, who did all this stuff. He went on my stream and he was talking about all these crazy threesomes, and he's like, he's very public about all this stuff. And he's saying there's nothing better than having a family and having a kid. Even this guy that's like stuck with all the girls, like everybody in the chat, you watch like the top porn stars, he's been with them. And that does not compare to having a family. So yes, okay, Does he regret it?
Does he regret it?
Yeah, because one thing could be better than something else, but it's still really fun, right?
It's not about regret. It's about advocating what's best for the young male audience and for the future generation. So is it better to advocate towards vasectomy so you can go to Dan Bilzerian parties, or better to advocate like become competent men, raise a good family, have strong children, and then your life is going to be, that's the best life.
I think it's a great life. I don't know if it's the only good life. I think there's a lot of people who just don't want to have children. I think we've seen it all the time, and they're happy. The thing is, if I were to look at it from the book of Leviticus,
I think that's cope. I'm just being honest. I think Michael copes really hard for his age, and like sometimes he says a lot of this stuff, but I think it's cope, bro, because everybody wants to have a fucking kid, man.
No, actually, I know some people that don't want to have kids at all. Okay, like they're like, no, I do not want to have a kid. And there's people with multiple reasons. One, people like, I don't want a kid, especially in this fucking generation, in this culture. I do not want to raise a kid in this culture just so they could be indoctrinated by the culture, like the way people's kids are now.
I would do that if I promised. I would do that if I promised myself I was going to become the next fucking Gandhi or something, but that's just not going to happen. Like it's just like most of us aren't going to become some person that's going to be remembered for all of history. Especially somebody who spends most of their life, thinking about money and trying to like do money things. Like, I don't know. I just don't see it. Like, I would have done it in a spiritual sense, but not in a money sense, if that makes sense.
Not necessarily in a money sense, but like, maybe it's like and there's, what, some people shouldn't have kids. I'll tell you that right now.
I agree with you on that too. Yeah. Maybe it's meant to be.
I think some people, if you're not financially prepared to have a kid, you shouldn't have kids. Kids come with responsibility. And if you're not there yet to financially be able to provide for them, then you are that should be considered child abuse.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah.
Or the book of Genesis, or if I were to look at it from the Quran, you're right. That's not a great life. But I think for other people, they can enjoy life without
the only people that don't want to have kids have been psyops by the bigger agenda to believe that climate change and all these other external factors, that's the reason they don't want to have kids. It's all a lie. That's the reason we're here, is to procreate. That's all animals. You're like an evolutionary.
Let me ask you this. Let's take it to the next level. Let's say you're married. Okay. You found the one, you're with your girl, right? Is having sex with her without procreation, is that also an escape? Is that now a sedation? If you're not doing it to specifically have children, is it then a drug addiction?
Right, but then it becomes a unity.
That's a good one.
Mother and a father.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna give him that one, bro. That's a really good response. Like,
like if sex is only supposed to be for procreation, so anytime that you're banging your wife and it's not for procreation, it's just for fun, then you're addicted to what? The drug? You're sedating yourself?
Yeah, but like, so this is something that I think that, like, as animals, since we are animal creatures, like we have wild instincts still. We get horny and shit. I think that it's something that we have to relieve every once in a while, just like how, like, I don't know, like you got to piss every once in a while. Like, I don't know. It just seems like this is something that as animals, we're going to have to like kind of release that every once in a while. But the goal is to try to abstain as much as you can, or to like only do it with the safest person you can do it with, Like that's how I would kind of see that.
Yeah, but see, with Destiny's argument saying that that's what we're supposed to be here for, is for procreation. So okay, so if sex is only for procreation, then anytime you have sex and you're not procreating, then you are sedating yourself.
So Christianity though would say that it's okay, like have a lot of fun sex, but just do it within your marriage though. But just do it within your marriage.
That's what I'm saying. So you can't say it's only for procreation.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, I think it's definitely for pleasure, but just do it with 1 or 2 people though. Like the problem is when we go do it with 30 people, No,
I agree.
Like religion's still winning in the sense that like they're right about keeping it to the lowest bodies as possible,
Did you see the video that I posted from the 80s? It was like this 80s youth pastor talking about how virginity is cool and nobody wants to do it.
No, I didn't see it. I think it's funny he has this Quran right here though.
Oh yeah. Like I mean, talk about wannabe flex.
The risk of procreation. Like that's the point that you do it. There's always a possibility.
Would you use birth control with your wife if you didn't want to have kids?
No, I would never get my wife on birth control.
No birth control.
No, condom. He's including
yourself.
Any kind of birth control.
Vasogel, condom, whatever. Any kind of
Sure, it is a form of escapism to some extent, but it's better than spending your time with a bunch of women that you don't respect or like, or even consider as really people.
Okay, I'm not trying to put you on the spot because I hear this quite a bit these days. Is like the most extreme edits? I'm not saying like Islam, but like a lot of these really super orthodox Christian guys will say that any sex that is not for procreation is a drug addict. It's a drug addiction, or it's haram. Right? Anytime you're doing something to feel good, it's a dopamine release. Any kind of is any dopamine good?
I think between a husband and wife, then it's not just dopamine. It's something that you're connecting and you're establishing a relationship that's bigger. If you just do it with these hoes, like that it's a one-time thing, you're thinking this dumb hoe, and then you're just gonna kick her out. Like you're already thinking.
We're talking about sedation at this point, so
yeah, but that's a sedation. That's a different level. Like that's not a waste of time sedation. You're bonding with a partner. There's something that you're gonna create.
I think they're special about when it's with one person versus whenever you're giving it to others.
I definitely think that marriage or sex between marriage is the best place to have it.
Yeah.
It's the best place to have
One of the problems we run into in society, and I think even Red Pill touched on this a little bit, is we become a society that has like taken every pleasure and reduced it down to its instantaneous like click button to get it, basically, right? So instead of reading a book, we browse TikTok. Instead of going to the theater and actually watching a movie, we're at home with a movie playing, Subway servers in the background, and like a game going at the same time, right? We have no ability to have attention or focus on anything. We've taken all of our pleasure centers.
Destiny plays games that much. I don't even play games, so I don't know what he's talking about.
Now,
I go to
that doesn't
movie
mean
theaters.
that all of those pleasure centers are necessarily bad. And I think from a religious perspective, when you look at how society is structured, ultimately society is kind of stemming from the structure of mother, father, children.
No, Donnie said, Sergio has been mentioning so much of this shit that they're debating. Too many dudes that consume this content for entertainment have Myron's dick wedged deep in their ass to even actually listen. And no, man, this is all stuff that I have been talking about for a very long time. And it's just, I'm just happy that it's right here on the main stage for fucking once. I'm so happy.
But see, I've been saying this forever though. Like Myron, it takes things to the extreme. Like in some cases, like I just don't agree with a lot of his, his points.
Prescriptions. He gives out prescriptions. The 50 body count thing. Like there's certain
that's ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's
living in different houses. Everybody can disagree on something.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things I disagree with him on. I understand where his core tenets are, and I could respect the principle of what he's trying to build it on, but I can't go down to his prescription of it though, or his application of the principle.
And anything that's done in service of the maintenance of that structure is necessarily a good thing. So when you like ask Sneeko, like, well, is it sedation to fuck your wife? Well, no, because sex there, even though that's the same it's the same act as having sex with a stranger, that's being done in service of unifying and strengthening the bond between father and mother. That's ultimately serving as the foundation for all of society.
What about when
the same way that nobody's going to
into his house and lets his wife get banged out and he's the cleanup boy? How is that good?
He's always talking for normal people, and like he's not normal at all. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. He needed to speak for his perspective. So if he's saying,
his perspective's fucked up. So the reason why he doesn't, though, and he'll say this all the time, is because his perspective's fucked up, and nobody can live his perspective. He truly believes that like most people could never do what he does. That's why he doesn't give out prescriptions of his personal life, because he knows that most people can't handle what he does. He's a sociopath, bro.
But so what I'm saying is like you're gonna say, oh, sex is good within a marriage. Okay, so you're in a marriage, sex is good. Then why are you bringing other dudes' penises to suck?
I'm telling because he's playing the tradcons. He's speaking for tradcons, but like he's not one. I see what he's kind of.
That's what I'm saying. Like he doesn't have a room to argue that position, since he opposes that position so much in his own life. You know what I mean?
That's like saying that I can't argue against gay people because I'm not gay. I'm gonna argue against gay people all the time.
No, I'm not saying like he's like. I'm saying because you could argue against them because you are against gays, but it would be weird for you to argue against gay people if you're gay.
Yeah, and that's kind of what he's doing. Yeah, but I mean, that takes a lot of humility in my eyes. To me, it's like, oh, he's able to be humble and put his own personal stuff down and like speak for others, like
or if he's just trying to find an argument that he knows that he could stand on to attack the red pill.
Man, I agree with him on this one.
Perhaps if I go to the park and play with random kids, but if I go to the park and play with my son, people are like, oh, well, that's a really good thing to do.
Random kids, you might go
I'm not
yeah,
saying
exactly,
I disagree,
right?
but I'm just saying
you're still like you're either playing with your son, right? But it's important to do with your family because you're doing it in service of that bond of like father-son and building the family. Same thing with sex between a mother and father. Sex between a mother and father is not the same thing as random sex because it's
don't get me wrong. I work with Myron,
fortifying this institution that ultimately all society is built upon.
The red pill advice is 50 women. So the whole purpose is just to get.
I see it all the time, man.
Okay, but like one of the forefronts of the red pill, just get this done. It's like getting a notch on your
No,
belt.
so I think that right here, pause it real quick. I think what Steve just said needs to be clarified. He said red pill advice is sleep with 50 women. No, that's Myron's advice, and he needs to specify that because that's not universal.
I bet Rollo's about to do it right now. Let's see.
Reps done. Yeah, that's not that is dopamine release in its purest form. You're not trying to establish anything. The whole point is to never see it.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think Myron's not saying that for dopamine release. He's saying that for experience, so that you don't get used by women. I think one of the things, the whole point.
Well, that's how I'm equating that sex.
And guys, what do I always teach y'all? You don't have to get 50 bodies if you don't chase these 25 and up girls. Go get the young ones, guys. I'll tell you where to go. Stop going for these old fucking bitches, you fucking idiots. Especially if they're on dating apps and shit. They're fucked up already.
To be a waste of time.
You don't need 50 bodies. That's stupid.
Yeah, you don't. That's if you're messing with all the wrong ones.
Gain some experience.
It takes you 50 times to find the right girl, and you got a problem. You got more problems.
Yeah, you reap what you sow, guy. Yeah, y'all already put yourself in the wrong spot.
Tell her she's a good mom. No, but what you're going to be able to do is see the red flags before they come. You go on a date with a girl you find really attractive, and she will not shut up about her ex. That's probably a good red flag. But after you've done this a few times, it doesn't have to be 50 times. But it's after you've done this a few times, you start to see these red flags before they occur, and you're smarter, and you can help your friends out with those things. That's the only reason why I would say that.
A little bit, although I would fight on some of that advice. Because like you can and like you said something earlier about how the casual dating and shit that you did in your early years probably helped you with dating later on. Yeah. It sounds like, based on what you say, that's probably true for you. But I think we could both agree there are ways that you can do it that wouldn't help you at all, right? If you go onto Tinder, you find a girl, you dinner, fuck her, never talk to her again. You could do that 50 times and arguably have less experience than a guy that's dated one woman for 7 years. Yeah, right. Just because you've never even.
Yes, and this is the point that I brought up a lot to my friends. It's like, guys, I have way more sexual experience than you from relationships than you get whenever you only smash a girl every once in a while. Like, it's way different.
Exactly, and that's why I say Myron's arguments. It's not good. It's
very
not
flawed.
a good argument. Yeah.
I think it's better for men to be in serial relationships than it is for them to serial fuck girls.
Insight potentially into the female psyche, I guess, if you actually spend any time with them and date them. But if it's literally just one night stand, like I don't know if you really learn anything, right?
Well, see, here's the thing though. The average North American male has had seven sexual partners, six sexual partners.
7 to 9. Yeah.
So for him to say 50, I think that sort of is going to include that necessary experience, right? And we can debate on how worthy that experience is. I will tell you at 45, I've learned a lot about women from being around women. Not necessarily just having sex with them.
I want to address like your point as well, because I hear what you're saying, because a lot of people will take the quote unquote red pill to its most logical extreme, right? So just fuck a bunch of girls. That's all it's about, right? When my very first book, there's 6 chapters in there. It's called Plate Theory. Okay, each one of those, like when we're spinning plates, it's like you're dating non-exclusively. And if you read those,
everybody listen to this part, please.
Online, you'll notice that last chapter in there is transitioning out of the plate spinning, the dating non-exclusively, into something that is more monogamous at that point. But that gets thrown to the wayside because nobody reads anymore, obviously. But the fact of the matter is I think that this another thing that comes back on me is people say, well, Rollo just says fuck anything on 2 legs. That's not what I'm saying at all. In fact, in the book itself, I say, you know what? Just because you're spinning plates doesn't mean you're fucking every single one of those plates. There are possibilities. For some of them, maybe you are. For some of them, maybe you're not. But you're dating non-exclusively. And so the idea behind that is not to get your notch count up or not to validate your ego for whatever reason. It's so that you understand so you know what you want in a woman, and so you know what you don't want in a woman. Whether you fuck that woman in the first place is irrelevant. Some guys are going to do that, obviously. But I think the idea, and I've been struggling with this since the very early days when I was a moderator on the SoSwap boards, is that I think a lot of people think that it's conditioning guys or it's teaching guys to be like jerks, to be like womanizing sons of bitches. And I would say that most guys who come into the red pill are not looking to be like players. They're not looking to be guys who want to go and just like bang up as many women
Just
as
the
they
majority of the
possibly can.
commenters.
Maybe that's true. But the fact is that most of the guys, at least in my experience from working with these guys in the last 20 years, they want one chick. They want to actually kiss.
Okay, Rollo might be coaching guys like that, but I've coached a lot of guys. I have talked to many guys that are fully falling for the fantasy of fucking tons of girls, having tons of plates, and never taking women seriously. He might be right that there are like some guys that are like truly trying to like get relationships and just get one good girl. But like a lot of them, like on the surface level, what they're saying to me in person is, oh, I want to do all this stuff. But I know deep down they want what Rollo's saying right now. But a lot of guys are in this weird fucking mental space where they're like fucking mind controlled into thinking that they got to spin plates and they got to do like all this fucking like manho stuff. And it's just like, that's not unnecessary.
Here's where it is. Like, it's like, okay, you see what's going on in the court system. You see the unbalance and like, you know, how guys are losing their families because wives are being, you know, why women are being promoted to, or, you know, encouraged to break up family dynamics. Feminism has been and always will be trying to destroy the nuclear family, and that's what their goal is. And with this, you could be a boss bitch, you don't need to listen to your man. With the church not promoting husbands and telling wives they need to respect and submit to their husbands, when you have all these things going on and you see divorce court, guys are like, I really do want to get into a relationship, but man, the risk is bad and the odds are even worse. Maybe I should just bang a bunch of broads and just, that's life, you know? It could be.
I can understand some of them. I can understand some of them are making that choice. But like when I peel the layers back on these guys and I figured out why, like when I figured out their trauma or whatever they've gone through with women or their mothers or whatever, you find out that the reason why they're making those decisions is because of trauma, is because of something that they've gone through and they're hurt about. And like that's whenever it's like y'all are just as bad as these fucking women at that point. Like there's no difference. Like
if you burn your hand on a stove, right? Are you gonna be like against the stove every single time, or are you gonna like, you know, maybe put on a mitt the next time you go open the stove?
Yeah,
I look at the red pill as the mitt.
Yeah, well, it just depends if they have a regular little normal mitt on, or if they end up putting on a fucking pillow on their hand because they're so scared. You know, it's just like just some of these guys are taking it too far, man. And I know it because I'm coaching them, and it's just like y'all are fucking retarded sometimes. It's fucking
they're 24, 25.
Yeah.
In some cases 30 years old, and they've never gotten anywhere. They've never had any intimacy, never had any kind of affection. And I'm not like, sex is even out of the question. Just to have a girlfriend is why they're like, what they have been doing up to this point hasn't been working for them. So that's why they come in and they find this. Are there guys who can use the red pill so that they can go and spin plates and they can get a rotation? Absolutely. Are there guys who can use the red pill to find a wife? Absolutely. That's the beauty of the red pill. It's like I said before, it's like fire. You can use it to cook your food, and you can use it to heat your home, or you can use it to set your house on fire and set your neighbor's house on fire. It just depends on the application.
But you're acting like it's this really deep philosophy or praxeology. Like, is it really that complicated? Like, what if you could just describe
it?
It
Absolutely is that complicated.
How is it that complicated?
Or actually, or even on the back of that, how does it work then that you guys, I'm grouping all of you together, maybe it's just my run.
I'm moderating.
Yeah, because it seems like then, because I would personally, I feel like I would consider the ultimate success red pill story then would be somebody like Ben Shapiro. But it feels like you guys really disagree. So how do you reconcile those two things? Because he's somebody who found a wife early on, got married, has a business, has a family, seems like he's doing everything right, unless we really are saying, but he didn't fuck enough women. So how do you reconcile
No. So if it works out for him, so it's like this, what is it, Rich Cooper, who says, hey, don't ever date a single mother, right? If someone comes up to Rich Cooper and is like, hey, listen, I know what your advice was, but I just want to let you know, I'm dating a single mom, and it's worked out for me. We've been together for 10 years. Rich Cooper's not going to go, fuck you, stupid motherfucker. Why didn't you listen to me? He's going to go, hey, congrats, man. It worked out for you. That's how I would look at Ben Shapiro. Marrying the first woman you had sex with is not unviable, but it's slightly, it's out there 2 standard deviations away from the norm today. Not in 1850. That was the norm. Today, I think it's difficult. Now, here's the thing. If we look at Steven Crowder's situation, what I'll say about this, I think Steven Crowder I disagree with him. I think he is a high status man. The difference, the difference with Steven Crowder is, I would say that most of us in here and most of this audience, realizing you got married in the state of Texas, made that much money and didn't sign a prenup, that was not a smart move on his part. In fact, I would even go so far, and you might disagree with me on this, if he had signed a prenup, she wouldn't be filing for divorce.
That never would have been occurred to them, though, because they're both like from evangelical cultures, and they're both like virgins, and they're like in their early
Sure, but then again, look at the divergence here from the traditional versus the red pill, right? Where the red pill is like, you need to be going into this marriage waiting for it to fail, get that prenup, do all this, like
protecting yourself.
Sure, but I mean, like I would argue, Sneeko is our Muslim expert. I won't touch your book, sorry. But like, wouldn't you argue that going into marriage is literally again like the union of flesh, till death do us part, etc. That if you're going in with
you
the
had to
prenup,
protect
you're
that.
basically doing what your fingers
Quran
crossed
is like,
back.
don't touch it with your dick sucking hands, there, bro.
Yeah, right. It'll catch on fire immediately.
You can go in with a prenup.
Well, I personally wouldn't. I don't know if I would suggest that for other people, but I'm pointing out the difference between like the trad versus the red pill, where there's this huge schism right now in terms of advice.
So you remember the science thing. So if 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women, then it would de-incentivize women to get a divorce if there was a prenup. That's just scientifically the way I'm looking at it. Nobody gets into
Same here, Excel.
Businesses stay in business after 5 years, something like that. Nobody starts a business, but hey man, 38% chance we're gonna fucking make it. But if you get married, hey, you know what? There's a 53% chance that we're gonna get divorced. Nobody says that. Everyone has. So, but why not protect ourselves? I have home insurance, but I don't intend on burning down my house, and I have car insurance, but I don't intend on totaling my car. I just don't think. I think you can still be prepared. Maybe this is the military officer in me. All we do is practice emergency procedures, but we don't intend on crashing. And so that's why I would do that.
I mean, I agree with you insofar as business and insurance goes. It feels a little bit different. Feels a little bit different when you're talking about marriage, because it's not necessarily just a financial union. It is realistically part of it is a financial union.
That's the origin of marriage was a financial union.
Well, probably, but it also had to do with like family creation, I think too, right? Heavily played into it. Probably more important even than the financial union was the family creation part. It just again,
actually it was all about family creation first before it turned into a business thing. But biblically,
that's really hard to think about. Yeah, I'm like sitting here like scratching my head over that.
Biblically speaking, it was all about family creation.
Biblically, yeah.
Between like date to find a wife to create a family versus date. This 3 or 4 might divorce you, get a prenup, get ready to, she's 15 years younger than you. It seems like there's that big divergence of qualities around the marriage part. Like I'm curious for both of you guys to answer.
Why is because the way that we do divorce is not biblical
if you could
either.
be like striving towards an ideal, when does the man get married and have a family? And then you two, like, when do you think a man should get married and have a family? Like, in general, knowing that there's going to be exceptions, but in the Western world.
I would say late 20s to early 30s. And a part of the reason why I reverted to Islam is I see it as the only logical way to get around the boredom aspect that the Red Bull talks about, because men always get bored. Men always want variety, and there's an ethical way to do it. See, if you have multiple wives, then you're not just spending time with these girls knowing that you're going to go never see him again and you're just using them for a body count. If you have multiple wives and you love them equally and you're providing for them and they're getting something out of it, and then you get past that variety problem that a lot of guys have, and you also the women are going to act more in your favor if they're in a sense competing with one another to make sure that they're providing for the husband.
How do you handle this legally? I mean, bigamy is.
I would not get married legally. I don't recommend anybody in the West get married. I think we've seen it fail over and over again. I just don't think. But I would get
family
married.
creation without legal marriage.
But you can get married religiously. You can have a ceremony.
You can get a lawyer.
Have a ceremony. They want to get the dress with the person in the ring, but they don't.
Actually, that is not true.
You
He's
can't.
wrong. Actually, he's wrong.
Who? Sneeko's wrong?
Yes, you could do the religious ceremony, but the way that common law marriage is set up across the states, you could still be held responsible. You will still suffer some loss as if you were married. It's not the exact same way, but it's very similar. So they did that because guys were doing that. Like, oh, well, I would just rather, let's just get, we're just together. We don't need to be together. And then somebody leaves, and then now that person is without, income or whatever, and they get screwed over. That's why common law marriage, is replacing marriage in a way today.
Shit, we need to get
a lot of guys that if they would just logically explain that to their woman, they would have to agree. Just look at all the failed marriages. You look at the divorce.
Well, let me caveat that. Do you guys agree with that? When guys should get married? To summarize,
I've already actually put that in my book. So actually, it's like don't even consider monogamy.
Hey, Serge,
at least 30.
You want to bring on Jack Napier from Rule Zero?
Yeah, sure. Ahead.
All right, I'm gonna send him the link.
Yeah, send it to him.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute.
Can you?
Send me the link in the private chat, and I'll send it to him.
Invite, copy, private chat. Hold on 1 second. I sent it. Sorry, guys, about to start it again.
I would say at least 30.
So y'all are in agreement about when they should get married. I guess they might say get expensive plates in the process. So you're saying minimize that.
I mean, I would argue from a trad spot. I think you would argue for earlier than 30, right? Because you want to have children to have fun with when you're in your vibrant stages in life. Like having a teenager.
We're pretty
Well,
vibrant.
mid to late 20s, early 30s. It depends for a lot of people.
Sure.
Yeah.
But we say 30s. Like if you have a kid when you're like,
We're pretty vibrant.
no, I understand. But like when you have a kid when you're like 35, 36, and now they're in their teenagers years, and you're like in your 50s, right? It's not necessarily the same type of vibe as you have a
to
kid.
clarify, so Sneeko, you're against
Yes, that's a
guys
good
spinning
way to
plates
do
and/or
it,
having
so.
premarital sex with girls prior to obviously the relationship.
I just see it as a waste of time to just be spending your time with hoes and saying that that's not a sedation.
Okay.
Like that's the one component that the red pill's missing, is that they see it as experiences, that you're getting better. It's part of being a high value man, is having a huge body count. I see that as
Bro,
actually
I'm
a
so
worse sedation
butthurt because
than
fucking
porn and
taking
video
all my
games and all this
calls
other thing. Because not
fucking
only
right now.
is it just going to waste your time, but the risk factor is extremely high. And the solution that that is offered to become this high value man that the red pill talks about,
Don't
is getting
worry. I
vasectomy,
mean,
which
you
is
still have
is
good
not even a quick
arguments.
solution,
You just
because
expand
again,
upon them
hyperbole,
where
but
they're not.
He wasn't. So the thing is, you guys remember
That's the thing. I am unique. I do have like a little bit different of a way of saying some of the things, and it's all about how you say things. Like you don't know something well enough, you can't explain it simply, and I might be able to explain some of these things simpler than other people.
I
Story
think
of the Buddha,
Excel
right?
just made up a good point. But yeah, like set it up in an LLC.
Yeah,
That's a
no, that's
great
what.
way
Yeah,
to
that's
do
what.
it.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, the LLC is one of the best ones by far.
I agree
goes
with
off
you
and
there.
he's a prince. He's an Indian prince, and he's never seen a dead person. He's never seen a sick person. He goes out for the first time and he sees the sick, the poor, the dead. He comes back and he freaks out, and he finds enlightenment under the lotus tree, and he tells everyone to get rid of all of your personal possessions and all this kind of stuff. But it's really easy to say that when he had a fucking harem before he said it. When you interview Bilzerian, he's like, oh, having sex with all these girls isn't that big of a deal. It's really easy to say that after you had sex with all those girls. If we say this, Sneeko, to other dudes, they're going to sit there and listen to us and be like, hey, let me fuck these girls real quick first, and then let me learn this lesson on my own. That's the problem.
Yeah, men learn from experience.
For sure. I will tell you, you are 100% right. It was a sedation for me, and I fucking enjoyed it. I'll tell you that also. So that's the problem. The thing is, while we say that, and I agree with what you're saying, and I think you're setting a good example, the problem is men are still men. Men are always going to be more interested in casual sex than women are. The 37 culture study done by Dr. David Bussin, all 37 cultures, men were more interested in casual sex than women are.
That's true. But then you have to think about, like, because we all have a platform, like, what's the best advice to give out to the masses? Because if you're saying,
For me, statistics is the best advice. The truth is the only thing that I care about. I don't amoral, like you said before, because the problem is that the Overton window consistently shifts to the left. And no matter how much I, as a Christian, want it to go back to the right, I know that unless, other than I can think of maybe Afghanistan recently in 1979 in Iran, I can't think of a single society that shifted back to the right in the last 50 years.
But then you're creating a bunch of men that are victims of that system and that are just playing parts of this leftist system instead of trying to create people.
I don't think it's leftist, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I think you also have to be careful. Our advice can't be statistics, because I feel like one of the things you argue against as red pillars is just being a statistic, right? Like you could argue if you're listening to your man should kill yourself, because statistically speaking, men kill themselves.
Yeah, what bothers me the most is that we get mad at the bitches for fucking talking about the exceptions to the rule. I know they're about to bring. I guarantee they're about to bring this up. That we always talk shit about the women about talking about the exceptions to the rule when we only talk about the exceptions to the rule for the guys. Most guys end up having kids when you look at statistics. Most guys end up married when you look at statistics. So it's just like, or not end up married, end up in relationships. So it's just like when you look at those statistics, like we're always talking about the exception when we're talking about being single or like doing certain things. It's like that's the exception. Like we should be pushing people more towards the middle of what's normal.
Jack's in the back, bro. Beam him up.
Oh, my bad. I didn't even see. I'm not looking at the StreamYard thing.
Good morning.
There he is.
Jack? What's going on, bro? I was just watching y'all on Real Zero the other day. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, likewise. I'm sorry I'm not known with your work yet, but...
Oh, you're just going to hate me, bro. You're not going to like me.
Oh, but
Glenn's the only red pillar who likes me.
Those are the best. I mean, Glenn and I started off on a rough start as well, but we love each other right now. All is good. All is good.
But yeah, welcome. I'll go ahead and get this started.
Jack, join the fun.
That's not a good argument, right? Like in some senses,
you have to give a prescription. Is what you're
yeah,
saying.
exactly. Like you don't want to just be a statistic, right?
Well,
because statistically speaking, what percentage of marriages end in divorce? What percentage of women initiate divorce? Right? You want to try to find a way to rise above, right?
I guess maybe a better way would be like, here's my prescription, but they come with the statistics, and this is the reason why. And none of them are based on my feelings; they're always going to be based on other statistics. So I would say, for instance, if I would say 78% of divorces are initiated by women, that would be my prescription would then be to get a prenup. But it's based on that statistic.
Yeah, for sure. But it could also be like, well, here are the most common reasons for divorce. Try to remedy these before they become an issue.
That's another great statistic, though. You're
sure,
reading a statistic for a prescription.
But the feeling is, what do we express at the end of the day, right? It's the difference between history and historiography, right? If we want to tell the story of World War II, we're not going to talk about every single soldier in the war. We're going to focus on, the leaders. We're going to focus on the big battles. Same thing with statistics, right? It's what is it? Statistics don't lie, but liars use statistics. You can arguably use statistics to tell almost any kind of story you want, depending on how you massage numbers and depending on what side you present. But it's our choice to choose what we want to present to the people, which is what we tell them to do.
It comes down to what's cherry picked. That's why, I'm reading Dr. David Buss's Evolution of Desire for the second time right now. Or I'm listening to it this time, and I'm trying to find the differences from that and like the talking points I hear all the time from Rollo and stuff. Like I'm trying to see if there's any stats that were cherry picked and left out. I guess you could say that weren't cherry picked. I guess, but I haven't found any really. Like I don't know. Like I mean, Dr. David Buss's book is really equal.
Thorough.
Yeah, the only thing Dr. David Buss is every chat or like every time it's like women, men. Women, like he goes perfectly equal though. That's the only thing that's kind of different.
Also, one thing I would say on the marriage stuff, because I hear this a lot. I don't know how many of you guys talk about this or get into this a lot. You have to be really careful with the live with a woman but never get married. One, because some states have something called common law marriage, which I hope most of you guys are familiar with, right?
Yeah,
so you might not think you're married.
I don't believe has it, but yes.
Yeah. I think Texas.
No, Texas does. I'm sorry. Nevada doesn't. Yeah, you're right.
Be very careful with that because you might find you're getting a divorce notice from a woman you never agreed to marry. So one, be careful with the common law thing, and then two, I do believe that one of the reasons, we don't have to get too deep into divorce stuff because I might come later, but one of the reasons women probably want some sort of like formal contract is because, while there might be some love and children, all of that, there is also money and career being left on the table too, depending on the arrangement. If you're telling a woman like, hey, we're going to fuck, we're going to have kids, and I love you and I love that and I love our family, you're going to stay here and take care of the kids while I go and I continue my career. When we split, if we get divorced in 10 years, I didn't lose shit financially because my career has been fine. I've been working the entire time. And now you're stuck being a full-time caregiver. You might have given up your career to do it. So I think it's reasonable for the woman to say, much the same that a man might say, I want a prenup, just because we get divorced and you're taking half my shit. The woman could also be like, okay, I understand that. But if we end up getting divorced and I'm throwing away a decade of my life to take care of your fucking children, our children,
Okay,
I want some kind of financial assurance. So I think that's fair.
Hold up. This is framing. I give up a decade of my life. Show me a woman who says she's giving up time when taking care of kids. Like, what kind of a woman views raising her own children as thrown away time?
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, true.
That's framing right there, because that already comes from a very negative viewpoint, negative investment. Like, this is a negative ROI. Raising
it's
my
almost
kids.
like she was forced to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and but also like you could set things up in a correct way. Like so with my girlfriend, like even though she's not gonna have to take her career seriously, I'm still helping it. I'm still making it to where she can go get her full degree in nursing right now. So then if we do break up, if she is a single person at the end, she has a degree and she can go do nursing if she wants. But it's not our main focus. It's just not the focus. Like she's gonna be a mom at the end of the day. The degree is a back burner for just in case, and that's just it's good to kind of have a backup. I feel like or encourage your woman maybe to have a backup.
Responsibility, right? It's personal responsibility. Like this is my thing, ladies. If you want to leave your man and you're a stay-at-home mom, that's your choice. But you're the one that's breaking the contract, your marriage contract. In every other form of contract in the world, if you break a contract, there is a penalty. So if you break the contract,
wait, you're saying women have to face the consequences of their actions? No.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to give them the. I'm just trying to be
guts. Sir.
I'm just trying to give them the equality that they want. They want.
This is 2023, Glenn. This is 2023. You must not know when we're living, dude. What are you thinking?
You're aware that certain prenups are thrown out exactly for the reason.
Depending on how egregious they are, or the state of the people writing them, or both sides have representation. There's a lot of Some prenups do get thrown out, but not all of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Did he already mention the Ben Shapiro marriage?
I didn't know that.
They did mention it a little bit, but they didn't really dive into it.
Oh, because
they only talked for like
missed
1 second.
such a good point on that one.
He did.
He missed that. It's like, oh,
read
come
some of
on.
these chats real quick. We're going to kill the Facebook and the Twitter stream. So, guys, come on over to YouTube right now. Like the video on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. And also, all the guys' links are below.
Yep.
Follow Destiny on YouTube. So, check out Sneeko on Rumble. Check out Mike Sartain and the Access Vegas podcast on his channel, as well as Rollo Tomasi on the Rational Mail. I'm reading only $100 super chats and up, guys, so that I can make sure that we keep this thing nice and succinct. We got Platinum Elite going. The Red Pill has flaws.
So thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Oh, you got to go? You got to go?
Hey, come to Vegas.
Yeah, seriously, come to Vegas.
He is going to have to dip out.
We won't take it in any clubs. I'll take it some. I'm the married guy. Remember any mosques in Las Vegas?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You're in. You're on.
This guy's
Okay, have fun with your new friend, your closer friend.
Got some distractions.
El
No more
Sneeko.
The Red Pill has flaws, but it's so much better than being a beta step. Marriage is
Of course, he's going to dip out.
I know, right?
An all-time low. You don't have to have money to get women, just confidence. Most men will never earn $120,000 a year. Just learn game. Okay, we got here DL saying.
I disagree with that commenter a lot. Just learn game. Nah, dude. If you think you'll never reach 120K a year, you're fucking stupid. All the guys can reach that. See, this is something that kind of bothers me though. Sometimes, you know how like every day there's a new girl turning 18. Every day there's also a new guy hitting 100K a year.
Oh,
and like, I really think that like a lot of guys just really doubt themselves and focus on game when you could have a lot of money and confidence and build a nice little frame and the bitches walk right into it.
Yes and no. So I kind of understand what he's saying, where it's like if you rely on money alone to get the bitches, you will be setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Yeah,
external factors for getting
it's leading with your wallet, but like, so what I teach a lot, Jack, you don't know me a lot, but like I'm heavy on like build your frame and let them come to me. Like you never chase women. Like I'm a huge against never chasing women, and it's just like I think if guys have the money and the confidence, it's so much easier to build that frame, especially if you're red pill aware. If you're red pill aware and you got the money, you're fine. Like the guys leading with their wallets and their red pill aware, which I've met some of these old cats lately. It's like, why are y'all tricking, bro? Like, what are y'all doing?
But you're not wrong. And this is not me pussying out, but it's like 5 a.m. in the morning here. And I have somewhere to go. But I would absolutely love to continue this conversation and like get to know your work better as well. So this is an open invitation for you and I to discuss that, because
hey, Jack, why don't you tell him where you're from, like so he knows the time differences. Like Jack is over in the Netherlands.
Oh wow, yes, we're talking very different timing. Yeah, dude, I would love to, bro. I would love to have you on now that we're connected from Glenn, dude. I would love for you to come on. I do Monday, Wednesday shows. If you could ever come on and do an interview with me,
I would love to. Do you have Twitter? Because I'll hit you up right now on that.
Yeah. I have Twitter. Pod Texas, Purple Pill Pod Texas.
Awesome.
Don't judge me by my tweets. You're gonna hate me, bro. I literally yell at people all day. It's not good.
Same here. I'll hit you up and we'll get it go. Glenn, thanks for connecting us, guys.
No problem, bro.
Peace out, bro. Thanks for coming, man. Yeah, he's cool, bro. I love watching the Rule Zero with y'all.
Outstanding show, Myron and Fresh. Well done, brother. Salute to Destiny.
I can't believe I just got
Myron,
inducted into that this
Michael,
Saturday. That
why
was
did
awesome.
you join the army?
That's dope, bro. Wait, yeah, I gotta give a big shout out, guys. Y'all need to check out Rule Zero for now on. Glenn is on the fucking panel. Shout out to you, bro. I don't have like my little fucking burn, but like I would hit that right now if I could.
I'll do it for you.
No, yeah, hit it.
Actually, I'll do my favorite one. This is my favorite one. Rollo made it for me.
Glenn Lawrence has been doing God's work.
Oh man, that is a good one.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. And then we got here a question for Destiny. Do you consider yourself to be a high value man based on the definition you all?
Wait, I gotta ask you really quick, Glenn. Have you ever heard of the guy Minister Jap?
Yeah.
Have you heard whenever he's preaching and he hits the organ noise and it's like, and he'll be like, "These bitches are fucking crazy." He's got to be my favorite person, bro. I want that organ noise so bad.
You know what? I could probably get that from like, I'll find it. I'll send it to you.
Bro, I've been looking for like literally months for that one. So if you find it, please.
I make them. Make a living the way you do.
Oh, please do.
Society would fail within 24 hours.
Yeah, but they don't all have to make it. We all do it, and I would say yes.
If every single man was a plumber, society would fail. If every single man was anything, society would fail. Everybody at this table
doesn't like you, bro.
No, yeah, I understand. But everybody at this table, whether we like each other or don't like each other, everybody at this table commands a lot of resources, right? Yes. That's just like a fact. Yeah.
And last one.
Okay. 33K watching and only 8K likes. Let's get 20K likes to support the panel.
So Eric Parson in the back.
God damn.
Like the video, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Okay, we're caught up. All right, cool. So we were talking about the topic of divorce. Go ahead.
Do you want to start with that?
No,
as far as like not living with a woman, I think is the main contention.
Well, that's an iron rule Tomasi number 4.
You say don't live with a woman, and you disagree.
I'm saying don't live with a woman unless you plan to marry her within the next 6 months. Because what happens, and the reason why I put that in the book in the first place is because there's a rash of guys who just get together and they want to live with their wives or their girlfriends, right? In that situation, they think, it's great. We'll get rent paid.
I really hope, because every time I hear this point, it's always brought up the guy moving in with the woman. And I've never related to this because I've always had my own place. And then the women came into it was my rules. Like I could easily kick the bitch out when I was ready for it. So it's like, I hate hearing this point sometimes because it usually goes back to the guy moving in with the girl. And it's like, then he's a beta bitch. Why the fuck was he moving into a girl's place? Like,
here's the thing though. Like, even if let's say you moved a girl in, because like the way laws are now, like as soon as she
if you just have a pillow there,
as soon as you put it in residence, as soon as she starts getting mail at that residence, you're gonna have to go through an eviction process if she wants to be petty.
Yeah. And you're right. So like I've never had a girl sign a lease with me, but once I did kick a girl out.
She didn't have to sign on the lease.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because I've done this. I could tell y'all from experience, guys. I kicked the girl out. She went to a club. It was a day club, and it was one of those pool party clubs. And I told her, I was like, if you go, we're done. She went. I put her stuff out on the porch. She broke through the fucking window and the front door to get in. Cops got called because she was drunk and being crazy. And they were like, as long as she has a pillow inside your apartment, you have to let her come in and get her stuff. Anything else? And I was like, all right, fuck it. Like, I guess she gets to come in, and she had to come in and get her last stuff, and then she left.
And then I'll have, sex with the utilities. I'll have hot and cold running water, and I'll get laid when I want to. And what happens is these guys will go and put their name on a lease with that woman, and then things didn't work out for them. But
yep. See, I called it right there. Don't ever fucking put the girl on your lease.
The woman, her impression is, well, he wouldn't be signing this lease for a full year unless, he was really, really serious about me.
Yeah. You're signing up for commitment, guys. Like, if you're losing, like if the whole point of the game sometimes is to keep the woman, having to chase you and kind of, not ever thinking it, she fully has you, then part of that game is not signing a contract with them for a year. Doing that is literally you being like, oh, yeah, we're going to be together for the next year. No. That's literally what probably fucks up every relationship.
And so, essentially, you lose all leverage. You lose all the
you lose leverage.
It's the safety net thing that they feel. It's the safety net that they feel like they have.
Yep.
On the frequency of sex.
And then feminism tells us it's okay. Split the rent with the girls. Sign the contract. No.
This goes down. That's actually why that's why I made that a rule. So,
do you disagree with that? Living with a woman?
Yeah, completely. I don't know how much you want to go on this topic.
Please take it away.
I don't know how that relates to divorce though.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I feel like living.
Oh, Glenn, I had to ask you. Fresh and Fit can just copyright strike me on this video, right? And I'll have to take it down.
No, because we are because we're doing something different to it. So how it's for what is it? What's the use called? It's for free use or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I know what you're talking about. I didn't know that. I totally thought that if I just use their shit, they can just be like, "Fuck this guy, we don't like him."
No. It's like if you just played their video with no commentary or anything, then yeah. But see, we're doing something different. We are, changing things up with commentary.
Okay.
We're giving the play-by-play.
Okay. With somebody is nice because splitting bills is really nice. You brought up something interesting. I'm not familiar with this research directly, but I'm going to extrapolate this one I do know. You mentioned that around 2008, when apps and iPhones
Chris, can
and
you
all this
pull that
stuff.
up? It's really easy to find. It's a GSS survey. It's in the University of Chicago, I think. Did it? Do you remember who did it? The one that shows that 33% of men with zero sexual.
Oh yeah, and then by the way, that's we keep using that over and over again. I see Adam Sosnick quote this all the time, but it's there's so many other data points in that survey.
This is something that I'm going to bring up because you guys are all old enough to remember. Something else really big happened in 2007, 2008.
The subprime mortgage crisis.
Holy fuck. And one of the biggest indicators for men being able to get out and get married and have sex and everything is having your own place.
Yeah.
Boom. This is something I bring up all the time. A lot of the guys that are older than me that are successful, a lot of them were in a certain privileged position that I was not in. Like my father came up fat in 2010 off the housing crisis, came up fucking massive. And a lot of people are taking advice from people today that have a lot of money because they were at the right place at the right time in a situation that a lot of people in my generation will never fucking have unless another crisis happens or something. But it really bothers me whenever
we're about to feel another collapse.
I hope so, bro. I hope the Fed keeps raising interest rates.
2008 was bad. It's about to drop even worse. Just watch.
Yeah, people don't even understand that back in 87 or whenever that one crash happened, we had interest rates up to a crazy percentage. It has room to go up, guys.
And our ability to work, holy fuck. If you were working at the time, you saw benefits and pay get cut like none other. It was hard to find jobs. Housing became completely fucking unaffordable. In 2007, buying a house from that point on became very, very...
And guys, he's bringing up the point of why most guys can't be men today. Why most guys can't be providers today. This is something I always talk about.
The last few years. So it wouldn't surprise me if virginity rates or it's not virginity actually, but not having a sexual partner rates probably grossly increased for that year because everybody was stuck at home.
So really while I agree that may be a part in the beginning, if you look at the scale...
I was moving out in 2009, guys. I got my first apartment. All of my fucking friends didn't. Why did every other fucking person that I know couldn't have an apartment? It was that bad for most people. I was working 60 hours a week to survive back then.
It starts in 08 and it ends in 18. Sure. At 18, it gets up to almost 30%. So or from 2015 to 2018, I don't think that has anything to do with subprime mortgage crisis. I think it has way more to do with the phone and specifically Dunbar's number. What's happened is these people now have unlimited options, whereas their brain was developed through evolution for 150 people. Now they have options to everyone and everything they can see. They message Drake. Drake messages them back. They fuck Drake. And now the girl thinks that Drake is the baseline for what she can date. And now the next guy who's out the window after that has to deal with that. And I know it may seem like it's anecdotal. I just see this hundreds of times where girls will say, yeah, I was dating so-so and an NBA player. And you probably seen this too. And you're like, no, you fucked him once. You're not dating him. I know his wife. You got to fuck a couple of times. Yeah. And it skews the data set so much to where you have women. And
Dude, Don Juan, thank you, bro. Don't leave.
This is what I deserve.
Yeah. What's his last name?
I get it that you fucked an NBA player, but now you've confused yourself into thinking this is
we're going to do an interview with Don Juan in a few days.
Social media led to that. And I think it's specifically Dunbar's.
Can I clarify? Because I know where you're going to go with this. Before before you get there, because I'm going to hit on you for 1 second here, because this was you.
Damn. You signed up for the dude.
No,
My number.
that 30%. So like, because I want to clarify this, because I think this will just save us some time here. So like, you were on the show here, and you guys were having this back and forth about like what's the percentage of college co-eds are getting flown out to yacht parties with Drake or NBA players and stuff like that. And you guys said 30%. I'm like, oh god, no, it's not 30%, but it's not who's actually being flown out there.
It's them being able to.
That those girls saw that other bitch got flown out there.
That's
and so
right.
the possibility exists, at least in that woman's sort of hindbrain, that could happen to her. And so therefore the perception of it affects that local sexual marketplace, because if the girl thinks that might happen, she's going to like put off these other guys, like real guys, on the off chance that maybe somebody is going to fly her out somewhere else.
Yep.
So, and by the way, that's just one isolated incident. So when we're talking about perception online, like the one thing you want to talk about, like 2008 up to where we're at
Chris,
right now, it's the perception of opportunity. It's the perception of abundance. It's the perception of a overinflated sexual market value as a result of seeing all these women who like women think are comparable to them, and they're getting that treatment. So the possibility exists that they could get it too.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that shortens things.
Yeah.
A little
So
bit.
I understand this theory, but I disagree with it completely. But I don't know if we want to go, because I think we're going to get back into this later. Do we have a particular topic we want to talk about? Or do you want to talk about dual mating
we can
preferences?
hit. Yeah, because I think
it's a good segue.
Oh,
Yeah,
please
that's
talk
gonna-
about dual
that
mating.
ends the vasectomy discussion right there. Going there. But okay, we could go into the dual mating strategy, and in this case, it's going to be the classic alpha fucks, beta bucks, the dual mating strategy of women that basically, they have sex according to heat with that really tall, nice looking guy, right? The Chad, and then they go ahead and get with the other guy for his resources, the beta bucks.
Can I reset this from a scientific standpoint?
Yeah,
So
go ahead,
this is in The Evolution of Desire by Dr. David Buss. In that original copy, it's called the dual mating strategy. Later on, when he writes the book When Men Behave Badly, he changes his opinion to what's called a mate switching
still need to read that
strategy.
book.
So, and the reason why he does that is because they do a survey. They find out that 83% of women who cheat on their husbands
It was weird.
fall in love with their affair partners. It is below 30%.
I also want to do the murder next door too. I only got a little bit into that one.
You know what?
For men.
You should hit up Paula Wright and have her do a show with you. It's
She
good.
big about Dr. David Buss.
Yeah, she knows him.
Oh my god, that would be dope.
Yeah, I did a show with her like a couple weeks ago. Great
Yes,
interview.
I need that contact.
So something that's statistically different would show that when women cheat, it is to find a new head coach. When men cheat, it's to rearrange the roster. So that's essentially what he's saying with that whole thing. Now, Rollo and I actually disagree on this a little bit. I believe more in the mate switching strategy. He has mentioned before about the dual mating strategy. The thing is, I don't think it's 100% one way or the other.
They can coexist.
There's too many women that I know that are absolutely have a sugar
Probably
daddy.
10% of cheating or the dual mating, and probably 90% are mate switching.
But I think both of them exist, whether or not it's 85-15 or 50-50. I'm not really sure.
Okay,
85-15. Hey, we're almost the same.
Center point for this discussion, because in my opinion, almost all of Rollo's praxology is going to be built off of this alpha fucks, beta bucks idea. Got a ton of stuff. Hypergamy is built off of it. The way the relationships work are built off of it. What men and women are after. The dual sexual strategy. So you guys are not
Hypergamy is not
incongruent with
based
how you
off
feel on
of
that.
it, though.
You
That's the
disagree.
problem.
The difference is, so we'll just say Alex the alpha and Bobby the beta. She's dating Bobby the beta. Now the question is, in both strategies, she fucks Alex the alpha, but in one of them, she fucks him to leave because she's dissatisfied with Bobby the beta, and in the other one, she fucks Alex the alpha to get his genetics and stays.
Get into the relationship.
Sure. So the underlying question then is: do you believe that
So
women
still
biologically are
hypergamy is still at
employing
play.
the dual?
Either way, hypergamy was at play. So for Destiny to say that hypergamy is based off of Rollo's theory, alpha fucks, beta bucks, is not true.
Sexual strategy.
Subconsciously, yes, because men do this. Again, the converse for men would be the 40-year-old guy, 50-year-old guy who goes through a midlife crisis. I don't know if you've seen these studies. When women go through menopause, that's when men go buy the Ferrari. They've shown this, like men can actually sense when women go through menopause, and so that would be the same. That would be the equivalent for men. So yes, do I think women do it? I think they do it subconsciously, and I think it's strictly because of their evolution.
Okay.
And Michael.
Go ahead.
Oh, here's the
there it is.
stats.
Yeah, you see from 2008 to 2018, it shoots up to 28% of men. Chris Williamson had a comment before. He thought it was in the 40s now. He thinks that number has gotten up even higher. So that ended at 2018, but that's a pretty statistically viable number right there to go from 16% to 28% in the course of 20 years.
And I should also point out that that's one demographic cohort, the 18 to 30. If you go beyond that, it still tracks. It's just not as significant.
Yeah, I'm curious how much that correlates to housing prices, because I know that housing has become increasingly unaffordable, and a lot of the issues.
Yeah, I agree with Destiny a lot on this. It's the dating apps too. It's both of them. They both had a cascading effect on everybody.
Having a place helps you not get laid. 100%. Yes.
And married. It's a very big success indicator for a successful marriage as well. So okay, into the dual mating hypothesis. So firstly, I want to ask, what is an alpha male to you guys?
Great. So would you admit, like when we talk about, and we're going to start from the taxonomy here, elephant, bull, seals, tigers, lions,
silverback
gorillas. In those cases, would you admit that there is an alpha male, at least in those in biology in those cases?
Yes.
Again, it's okay. So at least we understand that there is something. So here's where the confusion comes. If I'm having my birthday party, I've noticed whenever I have my birthday party, I get more attention from my friends and from women in general because they see other women paying attention to me. In that moment, contextually, I am alpha. When we leave that and we go into a club to watch Calvin Harris, all the girls now stop paying attention to me. They see Calvin Harris go on stage. He is now contextually alpha. That's how I define alpha male. I don't know.
Wait, let me catch that. What was the definition there? Like, what is, and I'm not trying to get you like, what is give me 16 words. Like, in general, like, what is an alpha male? Actually, I'll give you my perspective. This is what I'm confused on, and then you can talk around this, okay? My confusion is so earlier we agreed that I think high value men are people in general that can partition resources.
Yeah.
And in the broadest of senses, are people that can partition resources. But it feels like when you guys talk about alpha males, there's this weird kind of like double speak happening where alpha males are, Rollo mentions the pool boy a lot. And we look at the pool boy. So the woman wants to fuck the pool boy while she's dating the poor beta bucks guy. But I feel like the beta bucks guy, more often than not, fits the definition of like a high value man or an alpha male. He's somebody that usually commands a lot of resources, partitions them, is relatively successful, displays a level of competency. Whereas the pool boy would be the beta. He is
why is
he's
Sartain
poor.
here Trello
He's a loser, but if he's like 18, if he's like a 35-year-old pool boy guy, and he's got nothing in life, he's like a loser. But somehow in that situation, if we're calling him like the alpha fucker versus the beta bucker, like so what is the alpha?
Generally because so the whole pool boy like scenario there, it's usually the rich husband who wife's at home just lounging around.
Excel, he had to go.
And every porn movie sadly, right? But it's primarily because the pool boy represents the peak as far as like
take his girl to
whereas the husband or the rich guy who has provision, protection, and parental investment, he represents long-term security to that woman. Whereas for lack of a better word, the pool boy, right, the guy who's the hot guy that she is aroused by, she still wants to fuck that guy. Although we want to say that, well, the guy who's got all this money, we're going to say, well, relatively speaking, if that guy is rich and he can provide for long-term security, logically, he would be the one to choose. But yet we still see her cheating with the pool boy, right? So what happens is you've got alpha fucks and beta bucks. And so usually what happens is, like, would women love to have both of those together? Yes, of course they would. They would like to have the complete package. You'll hear women say that all the time. But this is just me spitballing here, but like right now, I think in particularly because women have entered into the workforce, because they have educations, because they have basically become the men that they want to.
When a girl is like cheating on a beta bucks, like say an older guy that's like, doing it, don't you think that like sometimes they can do it just because they're like have that burning genuine desire for the new person and they just like it's a new thing and like sometimes they're trying to convince like what if the girls are like I know this sounds crazy, but what if the girls are trying to convince the pool boy to like take them seriously? Like, I really think that happens a lot. Like, I really think that, like, the girl will be cheating and, like, she's really in love with the other guy. And she would be broke with him. Like, she has such burning, genuine desire for him. She would be broke with him. Huh?
For who?
With the pool boy. Yeah.
She has genuine desire for the pool boy.
Well, that's why she's fucking. Well, like, so, like, it's the dual mating strategy thing, Like, well, I'm just saying, like, I'm just throwing a theory out there. Like, just from, like, things that I've seen before in personal experience and stuff, I've seen girls like literally cheat on the beta bucks with the alpha, and she wants something with the alpha really bad. Like she really wants a relationship. Like she really wants all those things, even though he might not be able to provide like the beta can. And like can like sometimes it not be dual mating, like it not be like trying to have a baby with the guy to like finesse the beta, but maybe they like fully love that fucking pool boy and they want to run off with him into the sunset.
Well, then why doesn't she just do it?
Because I think the pool boy doesn't want to be with her because she's a hoe. If she's cheating on her husband, why would the pool boy want to be with her? He's like, dude, you're a fucking hoe. If you're cheating on your fucking husband, I'm not going to take you seriously.
But then maybe she shouldn't be a hoe. Right, but I'm saying like every consequence has a reaction, has actions, right? Your actions have consequences to them.
So I was just saying this also off of experience that I've seen before. Just
no, I get it too because I've seen it too. I've seen it too, and it's just like, oh my god, I love like like she doesn't love the dude. And exactly, sounds like you're talking about movies. Like, yep, it's like
it's like a movie, but I've seen this in real life.
Like
so
the movie
that's why
The
it's like
Notebook,
weird,
right? Remember the movie The Notebook? Like the dude goes to war. And
it's so funny. Yeah, it's so cuck.
It sounded like you were explaining.
It's like a cuck thing almost for sure.
To marry, they don't need men anymore. They want men. who do they want? They want Brock the bartender. They want the pool boy because he represents the hot, fun sex, the short-term, sexual genetic benefits guy.
Excel, you're right. That was monkey branching.
I guess what I'm not understanding, and this is what I don't know if
just really quickly, because everybody's going to like lose their shit on this. But like whenever we talk about like alpha, beta, whatever, and if you want to get into sociosexual hierarchies, you can say delta, gamma, whatever. But I only ever use alpha and beta because it just distills these things down to placeholder terms. So I don't think that human males are like silverback gorillas, right? Or wolves on the Arctic tundra or something like that. Okay.
Do you understand? The day she got married, the alpha was the guy she married. And
I understand what you're saying, but because you're making this appeal to evolutionary biology, but when we look at alphas in other species, those alphas are never, or very rarely are they the way that we describe alphas in society.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Like
exactly what I'm saying.
There is no silverback gorilla who's the alpha who like runs into the forest, comes back, fucks a woman, and then leaves, right? These guys are very pro-social. They're leaders for primates, especially. Not just dominance, though. There's a lot of prestige as well. There's a lot of like mutual grooming that goes on with gorillas, right?
Primates, yes.
Primates, yes. So for instance, like being pro-social, grooming other primates are all very important.
He definitely watched that documentary that was on like Netflix or something recently that talked a lot about this.
Because regardless of how strong or alpha you might think a chimpanzee is, 2 or 3 others are going to kill him. If he's an alpha, nobody's going to want to follow that guy. There is no such thing as
Yeah, there was a documentary I just saw recently that's talking all about what Desi's talking about.
Form coalitions to take
so with the chimp, absolutely. With silverback, it's a little different. He's not as pro-social. He doesn't want any other males around at all. But yeah, I do understand what you're saying. I think the difference, like I said before, is we're just using it as a placeholder. Alpha just means more than beta. It doesn't mean anything else.
Okay, sure. And I can accept that, but I would fight you if I was in a fighting mood. That would be a lot different because we're very clearly drawing from the animal kingdom.
Yes.
So when we use those words,
because we're animals. Because we're
I understand. But the way that
frame of reference.
Yeah, I understand. But alpha male in the animal kingdom would be like the beta lawyer guy. That would be the alpha male. The guy that is just the pool boy would be the lowest of the low in the animal kingdom. He would probably be excised from the group and he would just die.
In his law firm, he contextually is the alpha male. When the girls have girls' night and go to Thunder from Down Under, he's no longer the alpha male. Contextually, that's going to change.
That's fine, but that context you're talking about, that doesn't exist in the animal kingdom. The alpha is always the alpha. He doesn't change to the alpha depending on the scenario.
Because the silverback gorilla is always the strongest male until he isn't. And that's the reason why it doesn't change. And there's so many other factors that go. And I agree with you. There's so many other factors that go because Homo sapiens are so much more complicated than silverback gorillas. But the thing is, the only reason when we say alpha, it is a placeholder from this point now, and then it changes whenever. It's almost holding alpha is like holding a puff of smoke in your hands. It's there for a few minutes and then it goes away. And so it's almost like getting on a hot streak when you're playing basketball.
Destiny, I'm going to make a book suggestion for you real quick because it's a lot. I think we're both drawing from the same place. There's a really great book. It's called Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia. I would highly suggest. You would really like that book.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, there might be. Okay. So then I just want to fixate then on this, that when we say alpha beta, when we're talking about like humans, it really has nothing to do with like alpha beta in terms of animal kingdom stuff.
Yeah, it has to do with more or less.
Sure. Okay. That's fine. So it's the same words, but no drawing. Because like an alpha for humans, a lot of the times, for instance, we're focused on like dark triad or like antisocial personality traits, right? Like the alpha, like drug dealer.
Because that's the result in the end for coming back, but that's not always the case. The quarterback of the football team can have nothing but integrity and care about his teammates, but he's still an alpha.
There are scoundrel alphas, and there are like the leaders of industry. The guy who goes
and I would agree with that, but the star football player is the alpha in the traditional animal sense, and that he's also probably a good leader. He's very pro-social. He takes care of his teammates. He's not just out there being the dominant, like, fuck you, I'm gonna kill you.
So he doesn't have to be dark.
I like it when you look at it as like the Superman and the Batman thing. Like there's like the dark ones and then there's like the good ones.
Right, but he could because if you're if we're in a situation where we're all of a sudden fighting the zombies, we're going to want the dark triad guy. He's going to be.
I look at it like
willing
this:
to do the most
like
violence.
you could be the Superman kind, or you could be like the Deathstroke kind. Because like Superman has to be good, but he's kind of beta because he's stuck to the fact that he's more concerned about his image and him being always viewed as the good guy. And Deathstroke is the mercenary. Like he does good because he wants to, not because he's forced to. Does that make sense?
That's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
To some extent.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think you're not gonna want the guy that's gonna feed random people to the zombies because he's bored. Didn't they do that in The Walking Dead where the guy like beat people to death with a bat? I don't know if you want that guy as your fucking leader.
Right. Maybe not Negan, but the other whatever they do with the pistol. I forgot what his name was. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
I thought you just said the N-word for a second.
The most violence and feel the least guilt about it.
I try to like make comparisons here with like
you know what? So I would be like, damn, that's like 2 times in like less than a week.
I know. I heard about the Rollo thing too, where he like actually. That's why he took that stream down the other day that I couldn't finish. That was funny.
Alpha. If you look at Iron Man, also alpha, but they're different kinds of alphas. If you got Superman, you've got Batman. Batman's the Dark Knight, and he's the vigilante, and he's the guy. But then you've got the truth, justice, and the American way.
However, I will say all those guys that you described, I would agree because they partition resources. But the really confusing thing for me is when we talk about alpha fucks, beta bucks, where the alpha here is somebody that cannot partition resources, which doesn't make sense from
the pool boy.
Because the pool boy is not an alpha in literally any sense of the word.
He serves a different purpose.
Yeah, so his resources is different. It is his V-shaped torso and his height and his sexual appeal to her. It's just a different resource. Because when you think about it, there is no analog for money in the Pleistocene epoch, right? Money, what we use today is just competency.
Pleistocene epoch.
I can say
I know you always say that so fast.
Sorry. So the thing is, there's the analogy for competency today is money. That's why women are attracted to it. It doesn't make sense because money didn't exist during the Pleistocene epoch. So why is it that women are attracted to money now? And the reason why is because it's an allegory.
It's just sad though because people can finesse to have money and then they didn't really do anything to deserve it. Like the guys, trust fund babies.
Competency. So back then, the competency for somebody who grew up. Let's go all the way back to the 13th century. Genghis Khan, the man with the broadest shoulders who could swing the sword the hardest. Women are going to be more attracted to him. What is his resource? His resource is the ability to conduct violence on her behalf to protect her offspring. And so that's why when we see the pool boy, well, not we, but the wife sees the pool boy, she sees him as more of a physical protector, subconsciously, not consciously.
I understand what you're saying, and it's a nice story, but I don't think it lines up at all. I don't think that because there's no genetic attractiveness to somebody that can't partition resources. Historically speaking, in terms of but that can only sometimes be a proxy for it, right?
A lot of women. Okay, so here's the reason why. Let's go back to the science. 20% of men on I'm sorry, it's the top 10% of men on Tinder are getting 63% of the white swipes, and it's because of their physical attractiveness.
Yeah, but that's a super unique environment because that's like one man to every, or one woman to every 5 men.
We're talking millions and millions of people.
Yeah, but it's still the women there are going to be selective in ways that they never would be in normal society. When you're on a 5-to-1 discrepancy,
if we were to look at Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge and the total usage compared to the population, it's a pretty significant.
That's a bad argument.
Absolutely not. And you know this if you hung around women, because if you go into, for instance, if you go into any workworkplace,
look, the reason why I say that is
right?
because,
but like, it's not,
when I say, like,
well, I'm sorry. The
reason why I say Superman's a different argument, you may say it's a bad argument, because Superman is basing it based off of morals. There's a moral compass there, so he has to be the good guy. That's what I'm saying. Nobody's forcing him, but he's forced by his moral compass, is what I mean. Like, so, and his moral compass is influenced by what people are saying. If he's being a good guy, that's good.
If he's doing the right things or the bad things.
Exactly.
He cares a lot about what people think about him.
Exactly.
Low self-esteem.
Place that's not fresh and fit, right? You go to like working class shit.
Superman's beta.
He's beta.
Everybody's fucking. If you go into schools, a lot of
the hottest girl is generally going to go after the dude who has the highest status, the Denny's waitress who ends up with the Denny's manager, like that kind of situation.
Sure, but the waitress is also fucking like the coworkers too, and the coworker, like everybody's fucking.
Let me see if I can throw a monkey wrench in all this. Okay.
Sure.
Which calendar sells the most? The Dad Bod calendar or the Thunder from Down Under Chippendales calendar?
Like
which one sells the most?
The idea that Chris Hemsworth's physical appearance does not make him more attractive to women, obviously it does. The idea that Drake's physical appearance or whoever, their physical appearance for women, it's not everything. As men, way more important for us.
I understand. Yeah, and I understand we have a desire to point to these surveys a lot where we look at like, okay, well, what do women find more attractive? And women definitely do find certain features more attractive. But I think the issue that we have is just because they find something more attractive doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go for that as a partner or even necessarily a sexual partner. So this is something I try to do.
Okay, so stop right there just real quick, because what you're doing is you're like pushing the two together. Okay, we're not talking about like the pool boy is not forming a relationship with a rich woman who's married to that guy. Right. She just wants to fuck him right then and there because they're separating the two between there. We're not talking about like forming a relationship.
Sure, but even as like
I just want to. He was hot and he was.
Isn't he confusing? What's it called? Like the short-term goal versus like the long-term goal. Like I forgot what the words are for it that Rollo usually says.
And I understand what you're saying there, but so for the largest survey that I could find, so in 2015 in evolutionary psychology,
exactly,
Frederick and Jenkins did a survey of over 6,000.
I can't think of what the words are, but it's like he always talks about when he met his wife. Like he was trying to just smash that ass when he first met her, but
the short-term like sexual.
I can't think of the damn word.
Yeah, I don't know the exact. I can't remember the terminology.
Over half of them were men, and it had to do with the average number of sexual partners between all the men. And because I'm curious, I'm trying to find like, well, are there certain guys that like fuck all the women? Like, who are the alphas or whatever? And two of the metrics that they tracked were height and BMI. So they had very short, average, tall, very tall, and extremely tall guys. The biggest discrepancy: the extremely tall guys had 12.3 partners on average. And extremely tall was 6'5" and above, and the very short guys, 5'2" to 5'4", my short kings, their average partners was 9.4. That was the biggest discrepancy. At short, which is 5'5" to 5'7", you have 11 average partners. From 5'8" to 5'10", you've got 11.7. From 5'10" to 6'1", you've got 12. And then from 6'2" to 6'3", you've got 12.1. From 6'5" on, you've got 12.3. There's not like this huge discrepancy in terms of like who's getting all these partners. And same thing with BMI. For underweight people, it was 8.2 average. Normal weight, 10.9. Normal weight. Overweight was 12. Obese was 11.7. And then obese category 3 was 9.3.
I just don't know that necessarily describes Leonardo DiCaprio. Like there's
it's not, but I think there's a really good description for Leonardo DiCaprio. And this is what I kept trying to find. Who is getting all the women? And it's not a particular trait. It's not a particular thing. It's just guys that want to fuck a lot of women. those are the guys that get a lot of women. It's not because they're necessarily tall or necessarily wealthy. And you guys must know somebody. I think we all probably know a guy who's a fucking bum who hits way above his pay grade because he's got a good smile. He's the pool boy, right?
Sure.
Arguably, he is the pool boy because what does the pool boy have?
What's the guy who's nailing Kim Kardashian now? Or
Pete Davidson? Yeah, it's great. But that has to do with pre-selection.
I heard
Kim
K's
you also know the guy who's like really tall and good looking who can't get his fucking life together, but just keeps banging hot chicks after hot chicks. It's just the thing is for women, there's so many different reasons why they're attracted to men.
That's what I heard too.
And one of those reasons is physical appearance.
Superman,
and for other women, it is
ignore his moral compass. Why he's never shown that he could. So your statement, like, oh, he could ignore his moral compass. Okay, we have never seen that. So we're only going based off what we've seen, and we haven't seen him do it. So basically, off what we've seen, he can't.
Yeah,
live here in South Beach. Like that's, you know what I'm saying?
That might be the case, but poor people have more partners on average. So it seems like I'm trying to find, like, we have these theories and these concepts, and I'm trying to like drill it
more people than there are rich people. You look at the number.
But it's also because
Rollo's right there.
Right? If you're a kid and you go to school and then you go home and mom's at home, right? Yeah, well, no,
I'm gonna go pretty good.
You have less shit to do when you're poor, right?
We're not in caves.
Well, I mean, depending on where you're born. No, but like wealthy people, right? You wake up at 6:30 a.m. to go to your high school pre-band practice, and then you're from school from 7 to 4, and then you've got football practice from 4 to 6, and then you go home to mom, who's a full-time mom at home, right? Your day is going to look a lot different than somebody that like goes to school at 8,
like Roger Rabbit,
and you got nothing else to do for the rest of the day but fuck, right? And statistically speaking, poor people they've got more kids and they have more sex than wealthy people. Like, it doesn't seem like there's a discrepancy between tall and short people. I can't find a discrepancy between like fat and small people. So I feel like the guys that want to fuck aren't like evolutionarily the guys that just look at, it's guys that want to fuck, that go out looking for women to fucking practice.
Like showing more intent. So you're saying logistics might have a big part in it because they're putting themselves out there more?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm saying that even though we can survey women and we can say like, do you find this guy more attractive or this guy more attractive or this guy more attractive? Women will say, oh yeah, I find that more attractive. And we're very keen to say like, well, look, they find that more attractive. These are the guys having all the sex. But that's not always true. It's just the guys that want to have all the sex, right? Like Bill Gates could probably be fucking 100 women a week if he wanted to, but he's probably not,
it's a confluence of the two things. It is the attractive man who also wants to fuck a lot. And then he's the one with, what was the survey we saw where the top 5% of men had 150 sexual partners or something like that?
Yeah, right? It's the hockey stick.
I think that is true, and that number is true. However, that top 5% of men, it didn't necessarily correlate to a trait. It was the top 5% that wanted to fuck a lot of women. It wasn't just the tallest men that were the top 5. It wasn't just the wealthiest.
I just see so many guys who want to fuck a lot of women, and they're just bad with women.
Yeah, I know, but I also like
just more of them.
I know, but I know a lot of guys. Fuck, my people on my stream will know this. There are a lot of guys who are, no offense to anybody that might know who we're talking about. There are people that are losers, and they do so well for themselves because they're funny, they're charming, they're witty, they get girls to make them laugh, and they fuck so many. And these guys don't even have houses half the time.
So maybe what that is a corollary to the ability to align resources. Meaning, if I'm funny, then I can have higher social alignments. Remember when we defined what an alpha male was? Or, I'm sorry, we defined what a high status male was. We said he had high status social alignments. Funny people have those things.
Yes.
And so maybe that's a corollary, and that's why women find them attractive. It could be several different reasons. I think what you're hung up on is specifically the pool boy having abs and being just physically attractive. There's also the bartender who listens to her when her husband doesn't. She still might fuck him too.
Also, he has dark triad traits because dark triad traits end up being like guys who have dark triad traits end up having higher sexual partners.
They do, but it's because people with dark triad traits want to have more sex, right? That's the issue, is they tend to chase
it. That only works one way. So, like, why is it that women find dark triad traits attractive in the first place?
I don't think women generally find dark triad traits. Are you familiar with the study they did where they described like the tennis player and they asked women? There's a really famous one. They ask women if they find him more or less attractive, and basically, fuck, I should have brought this one with me. But basically, I have
one here. But go ahead.
Sure, there's a whole list of like they describe a tennis player, and then in one they list like very domineering, very dominant traits, and then the other they don't. They list more kind of like submissive traits, and they ask the women who's more attractive, and all the women go towards the domineering one in the study generally. But then when they rerun the study and they just list like the first 3 sentences, and they don't have any of the dominant or submissive things, women just go with the first guy, which was interesting because it didn't.
This is the one I was.
Wait, just so I understand this, so I can make sure was the tennis player famous or
no? It was just a hypothetical. They say here is a guy who's 6'3", he's got a good serve, he's very good at tennis, and then they go on to describe him, and they ask whether the woman would be more attractive based on the ratings that they give.
Yeah, the traits.
Yeah, and what
they pick dominant.
Initially, no dominant or
short-term mating
strategy. The baseline guy with less written about him, and as they continue to
add, that was
baseline guy tennis player too.
Yeah, it was the first 3 sentences without any added descriptors to him, basically.
By the way, they've done the same experiment with hiring practices, and they found the same thing. People would just pick the first person.
Sure, potentially. Although they did in that study, they did a better job of shuffling around than just like the first person.
Yeah.
But what they found when they started to add and take away more is there's this concept, and it pairs really well with this concept earlier we talked about the alpha male, that women are drawn towards alpha guys that are violent and all this shit. And not really. They're drawn towards dominant men, but they're drawn towards dominant pro-social men. So not just a guy that can go out and fucking kill everybody, but a guy that can go out and get other people to come with him.
There you go. The evidence
not just a guy that is like this evil fucking asshole, but a guy can be really inspirational and maybe he's a little bit mean sometimes, but he gets people to do things. And that pro-social part of the alpha thing is really, 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 really
important. Every time, except for the fact that you've got convicted killers in in prison right now, and you got women who are creating, teenage fan clubs to go get with those guys. Now, of course, what happens? Everybody says, well, they're all damaged goods. But the problem is you see this over and over and over again. Somebody just sent me this
the Richard Ramirez thing where people were
Anders
flashing
Breivik, the Boston Marathon bomber, those guys. Yeah, those guys.
Jeffrey Dahmer was homosexual and had fucking girls going after him.
It's what's known as hybristophilia. Okay, now are all women hybristophiles?
No,
but only women are hybristophiles. So there is something that maps on to the attraction to guys who have a capacity for violence and extreme violence as well.
Sure, well, that's kind of true, but couldn't I also argue anecdotally that there's a lot of guys that are obsessed with like BPD girls?
Yeah, I mean they're super fun.
Yes, but we're talking about guys who have.
They're not obsessed with BPD girls. It's just that the BPD girls are the ones that just keep coming back to them. I don't think that they're obsessed with them.
No. They are obsessed because the BPD girls are the ones that fuck the best. They're the most wildest fucking sex freaks ever.
So but you think that's the guy's fault, or do you think that he's just falling to his damn temptation over and over again?
It's the guy. He's attracted to that wild sex. He wants to relive that wild sexcapade.
I think it's his temptation.
I think it's 50-50. I think it's a little 50-50.
Who are very antisocial, like provenly antisocial.
I don't know if that's always the case though, because when you look at like the cult leaders,
they have to actually separate female prison guards from the male population because the guards fall in love with those convicted killers.
But it's probably because the traits that they exhibit aren't ASPD traits. They're not actually antisocial personalities or traits. They usually a lot of these, especially these cult leader guys, come off as like relatively charming, relatively funny.
Well, most people with antisocial personalities sort of come off as
they can they can be very manipulative.
Yeah,
but the way that they do it isn't because there's this idea of the alpha. It's just like, oh fuck you, bitch, I'm gonna get you. But that's not usually how it goes. It's usually very charming, can get women to do a lot of crazy shit because he's like so manipulative.
So let's just to try to find a common ground here. Again, the book by Cindy Messon and David Buss of UT Austin, they wrote a book called Why Women Have Sex. They came up with 237 reasons why women have sex.
Another
so the main thing is you're not wrong about any of those things. Anecdotally, we can come up with tons of reasons where a girl is a good girl and then all of a sudden she moves to Miami and she ends up working in a club. She ends up cheating on her fucking boyfriend. We can come up with numerous examples of all these things happening. And the thing is, the main thing I would take away is there's just more variation with women than there is with men. That's the only thing I would
I got to say, this is Rob Henderson. I'm sure you're probably familiar with Rob. In modern society, the most violent gang members often have the highest status compared to their non-violent peers. Young male gang members between 14 and 18 years old were 5.7 times more likely to have had sex and 3.2 times more likely to have gotten a girl pregnant.
Fresh.
Sure, but
trust me.
That wasn't the pool boy, though.
My ex was BPD. I know BPD. I never said like they're the best. I'm just saying they can provide the most funnest sex ever.
We agree.
If your point is there are multiple different ways to be alpha, I agree. Totally. I don't.
Well,
it doesn't just have to be physical.
The prestige alpha, where you're like a leader and you exhibit a lot of pro-social behavior, I think is the key one that most women are attracted to. It's not just a guy that's an asshole or a guy that's an alpha.
I agree with them too. There, it's social.
Okay.
Rob Henderson again. A man's height had
again,
an enormous impact on how desirable he was to women.
On how desirable, but not the average number of partners.
Completely.
The most popular men were between 6'3" and 6'4", which of course tracks because that's what they set the filters to.
True, but that study that you always bring up shows that women value relative height more than just absolute height.
See, it's funny. I'm glad you brought that up because we were talking about this recently. I've kind of changed my opinion on this as far as height is concerned. It's not like I used to say, well, guys would be like, oh, Rollo, I'm 5'9", I'm doomed. I'm never going to find it. I'm never going to find a chick. I'm like, okay, find a girl who's 5'8". That's not enough because what happens is that guy who's 5'9" stands next to you, and now he looks like the hottest guy in the fucking club because he is the one that's taller than your man. So again, we go back to the perceptual thing once again. It's not necessarily finding the guy who's or finding the woman who's just 1 inch shorter than you. You also have to be be higher, taller than everybody else in the room.
So would you guys say height is a byproduct of height attraction is a byproduct of absolute? Or
I think I'm saying that height can be an attractive quality, but I think we jump too quickly from what do you find attractive.
That's why guys should only date girls that are 5'5" and lower.
They're not selective.
I agree with that.
Yeah, correct.
I just know too many male strippers who've been with 300-400 girls.
Yeah, but what percentage of the population are male strippers?
Right, but the thing is, while that is the case,
that's it.
While that is the case, that's the reason why those women are selecting them because of their physical attractiveness. Like at some point, the 6'3" Australian guy who has six-pack abs, who it just has a plethora of women coming after him, does show that women find physical attractiveness.
And I agree with that. Yet there's no shortage of doctors and lawyers, that are happily like in relationships. It's not like some guys like fuck, like I became a lawyer at a law firm. I'm a doctor. Like I have a six-pack. I'm never gonna find a woman. Like those people don't exist.
I think what we're talking about though is the guy who can sleep with hundreds of women. I'm not saying they should, but I'm just saying that those guys who can, there's usually something that they do that is above and beyond. They are
true. And the thing that they do that's above and beyond is they go for women. That's the big separator is whether or not you go after the women or not, right? Because again, when you look at the average heights and you look at the average partners, you're not finding that like all these women, it's like 15 average partners when you're 6 foot plus and only 3 partners for guys. Like even guys that were 5'2" to 5'4", my short kings, no offense, even those guys were on average like 9.1 partners. They were like 4 average partners away from the guys that were 6'5" plus.
I'm confused. If the average North American male has 6 partners, how is the 5'2" guy having
this was a survey. That number sounds low to me. I haven't heard that before. I thought the average number of partners for the North American male was between 9 to 11. That's what I heard.
Maybe it is. I
6 sounds low. It might be like average relationships or something. But the average number of partners. And again, this is a 2015 study, evolutionary psychology. Surveyed 60,000 people. So I'm keen to
So from what I
in the
understand,
United States, or what was
in the
it,
United States,
the
yeah.
Democrat?
So from what I understand, Destiny, you're saying that if the guy wants it to happen, he'll get more partners.
I'm saying that if you take a guy
I'm
who's
happy
5'4",
Destiny brought up stats that we haven't seen before. I'm very proud that he fucking found something like that because I've never heard of that study at all. I want to know which one he's talking about.
Yeah, I want to know which one he's
one.
referencing because
because 17,000 participants, I've never heard of this one before, ever.
Same here. I would
6,000.
love to get the stats on that one or get the.
I want to know what he's talking. Yeah, and the things he was saying earlier about like the percentage based off the height, I'd never heard
that was
that
a year. Okay, and isn't that in shape compared to like a fucking Giga Chad 6'2" guy? If the 6'2" guy is like, I'm gonna focus on work and I'll just fuck whatever comes my way, and the 5'2" guy is like, I'm gonna fuck everything I fucking can.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think any
go
of us disagree with that.
That short dude is gonna pull way more than
there's this thing called the pickup community, of course.
Exactly, yeah. And from that pickup community too, so I'm trying to keep everything data driven. I know you bring up your strippers, but if I want to lean into the anecdotes, something that I hear very commonly from the pickup community and something that I've seen personally a lot is you will find these guys in these incel communities. Like, I don't know if you've ever been to some of these subreddits where people will post these pictures. Dude is like relatively attractive, 5'11", yeah, and they're like, I feel like I'm hideous and I can't find like any girls. I don't think any girls gonna like me.
Do you think autism might have a place, a part in that?
Yes.
It might. It's hard to say.
Autism has increased 178% since 2000.
See, I don't know. Well, I hear that before.
Actually,
the problem is, do you guys remember Steve Urkel? You guys remember Revenge of the Nerds? We were fucking making fun of autistic people back in the 80s and 90s because we didn't know what they were. So when we say it's 78% more autistic people, I just think
diagnosed, right?
I just think what happened is we used to just call them nerds, and now we're realizing that they actually have a spectrum disorder. Also, it used to not be a spectrum; it used to just be autism, and now it's a spectrum. So now we can include more people. So I don't know. That could be the case. We can say, hey, you found the exact same studies for autoimmune disorders. I think a lot of countries didn't know what autoimmune disorders were, so now we diagnose more of them because now we understand what it was.
Yeah, I understand. But I mean, so just to circle back on this one more time, then we can move on to this point. I don't know of any trait that guarantees you a high number of partners, despite the fact that since we talk about it like that all the time. Like, I can't find research that says if you're 6'2" plus.
How about two traits?
Two traits.
The two traits would be the combination would be some form of competency or physical attractiveness, or like, and then combine that with I'm gonna go out every night till I get fucking laid.
Well, but again, the only one that really matters is the latter one. Because the latter one, in the least competent guy in the world, is going to get him laid more than the most competent guy.
I just don't know if we
have
33% of men having zero sexual partners. I think there's still
like a million guys in like the Looks Maxers right now.
Well, 33% was for men 19 to 30. And again, I understand we can do a lot of conjecture, but like I said, like I'm like I said, I tried to find it. Like, are there these traits? Like, what do I need to have to fuck a lot of women? What is like the trait that will let you do it? And it seemed like the answer was just if you want to fuck a lot of women, you go for it. Because it doesn't. It doesn't map onto money because it's reversed that way, right? Poor people have more sex than wealthy people. Doesn't seem to map cleanly onto height. Doesn't seem to map cleanly onto BMI. Doesn't seem to map cleanly onto career. The more career-driven people have less children and have less sex.
And I think it's because he's talking about it's the exception to the rule thing, bro. Like, we're always talking about the exceptions to the rule, but the average person, I think, is living life normally. I think we're so confused by all these people on the internet, like the vocal minority of incels. Like, I think we're really confused sometimes. And like most people aren't having any trouble actually.
And also, like, as far as the poor people and everyone, all those
look,
right now,
think about it. Like,
take into account.
Neither would somebody
so if you're looking at like
trying to take advantage of people, right? So a rapist doesn't have any hard time finding people to sleep with. He just takes it, right? So it's like just the statistics, like, you know, stating the statistics alone is kind of weird because, like, again, if we're going to be pinning it, we're saying the average guy across the board tends to struggle when it comes to maintaining a relationship or finding to get in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
That's proven.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have, you know, more autistic people diagnosed now than before. Maybe that also plays a role into it. I don't think it's ever just one thing. I think it's like a cluster of all of things, you know?
All types of, like also, you know, trauma. Yeah, like when you add everything in.
And but sometimes we talk in the sense of like, it is exactly this. It's because you're not 6 feet tall, you don't have six-pack abs, and you know, you drive a Ford Focus. Mm-hmm. No. So then when we label it one thing like that, that's wrong. We have to acknowledge that there's all these different facets to this, you know, machine that could be playing a role.
Yeah. No, Tristan Tate, he did say RP is full of autistic people recently. I honestly, sadly agree with this a lot. There's a lot of autistic people in the space, man. It's fucking weird.
18 to 30 demographic versus the 30 to 40 to whatever it is. So
also, there's a difference between having wealth and the ability to spend. Like the willingness to spend, I think, actually might
was going to say,
we're in Miami, dude. Like,
I just had a study here that was saying that like men who were like not frugal, who would like overspend, they're like, it's almost like FinDom, right? Were more willing to spend above and beyond, like go take a line of credit out. Those guys had a higher instance of sexual partners.
That wouldn't surprise me, but that maps onto what I was saying earlier. I don't think it maps onto what you guys are saying, and that it maps onto a certain alpha trait. It maps onto what I'm saying is that it's a guy that's willing to fucking do what he needs to get laid. He wants to get laid.
Yeah,
So
the
that
guy,
could be a
I agree
5'4"
with
fucking
him.
nerd
The guy don't
dude
do
that, like,
anything
isn't the
that
most
it takes
guy,
to spend
but he's
money,
willing
whatever.
to invest time and resources
I
to get
think
laid.
all of them want to get laid. I think it's who's willing to like move to Brickell or South Beach or move to West. Or
who's willing to go and
who's
lose
willing to go and
weights,
physically be there.
put
I think
some
that's the
muscle on,
difference.
too.
And I think where the delta is, the difference between the guys getting laid and the ones who aren't, are the ones, because we do so many things virtually now. I think it's the ones who are willing to go where the shit is. The guys who are willing to live in 6th Street or live in 6th Street in Austin, Texas, or McKinney Avenue in Dallas.
Sure.
Yeah,
Those guys who are willing to live there or be there all the time. I agree with you.
The ones chasing it, yeah.
Yeah,
But
but I think they all want to get laid.
Sure. But again, to circle back, because it feels like in these circles we talk about these are the traits that are desired by women. And these are the things that women are going for alphas. But then when we look at who's actually having sex, it's not actually those people. So that like theory is totally broken.
I don't say broken. I
Well,
think you just
it's
add
because
logistics
people
to
don't want to like,
then all of a sudden, then you'll see them.
understand
Because I bet
nuance
you if we compare
anymore.
all those guys,
Everybody's so black and white with everything. It's like, yo, you guys understand black and white is cool, but we live in this gray world. There's so much nuance.
That's what bothers me the most about the red pill, bro, is whenever like the guys think they're fucking robots and they like think they're fucking Spock from Voltron and like they can fucking talk like a logical fucking robot for the rest of their life. It's fucking retarded, bro. It's just like, guys, that is literally like red pill is literally just a little piece of reality. Like you said, there's gray, like it's not right or left. And Don Juan with the
like,
$2, yeah.
Go ahead, go read it.
Oh, RP is for the people who don't want women. Seriously, that's how I feel sometimes, Don Juan. I agree with you sometimes. I really do think that.
I don't think so. I think RP, if you get stuck in like the red pill rage stage, and you know, again, you mentioned what you consume, you know, what you listen to or who you listen to, whatever. There's some content creators that are just bad, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, they're gonna push you even further down the hole.
Yeah, they're gonna push you back. They're just gonna keep you in this red pill rage stage thing, and that's where I think like people get from, you know, when they watch the After Hour show.
Yeah, that's where Fresh and Fit might be coming up short, right there.
Yeah, like, but I think all their other content is great, you know. But the After Hour show tends to just kind of be like, if I was a guy watching only the Fresh and Fit After Hour show, I would probably hate women too.
Bro,
You know
I've seen it firsthand. I know tons of guys who watched it, and that's what happened to them. It makes me sad because it just seems like they just saw the wrong thing at the wrong time. It's a timing thing.
Yeah, and Excel, like you're right. Like, you know, some guys just almost just like to suffer. They just like to play the victim. Like, oh, these women, they just don't
Let me
like
just sit in my self-pity. Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
guys like to soak that shit up, dude.
You know,
it's just
the
a feminine
Ryan Stone
trait.
is
I guarantee you, like those guys were raised by their mother or something or around a lot of women. That's why.
Yeah, Ryan Stone is great to listen to. Like, I encourage everybody to listen to Ryan Stone.
I love Ryan, actually. I've been trolling him a lot on Twitter, but I'm not going to lie. I like him, actually.
Who have more money or willing to spend more money or are taller versus the shorter guys, we're going to find that they have more partners.
That is probably true, but all of them are going to outclass.
Well, then,
the
Don
people
Juan,
that
I
are
mean,
trying
that
to
just
control
points out like how disingenuous it could be for when it comes to like really helping guys. If you're really out there to help guys, then maybe putting out all that red pill rage stuff is actually counterproductive. Maybe you're not helping them level up like you're supposed to, right?
I agree completely.
So,
Yeah.
but they're, as you're pointing out, they're making money off it. That's like the most heavy hitting, you know, gross income that they make. And
why would you leave money on the table if you were Fresh and Fit?
Yeah, and so, but
why would you do that?
But you have to ask yourself then, why are you really in this space then? Is it really to help guys level up and, you know, blah blah blah, or is it I want to make money, and if helping guys is a byproduct of that, that's cool.
I think it's easy. I think it's easy to say that it's 70 or 80% money and 20 to 30% help the men, and you can still sit there and scream all day long that it's for helping the men. You get what I'm saying? Like, as long as there's 10%, as long as 10% of it's making the men better, you get to scream, "This is all for making the men better."
Yeah, it's like just like any nonprofit. We're gonna feed the homeless.
Yep. Yeah,
With
perfect
10%
example.
of the money that you give us.
That's a perfect example right there.
that are taller, have a V-shaped torso, and actually willing to spend more money, better, more charismatic, controlling for all these sex addicts, we found that they probably have a better ability. So I think
well, that is true. You do a lot of
I got one more variable.
wait, here, real quick on this, because you do a lot of Evo-psych stuff. Are you familiar with like hereditary inheritable traits and all of that?
Of course.
So very, very, very complicated area of research is heritable traits.
Yes.
If I control enough for any trait, the heritability of every single trait will be 100%. If you control away every single variable, then the only thing left to explain the difference is DNA, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the heritability necessarily of every single trait genetically approaches 100%. If you control too much, I agree with you that if we control away for like sex addicts and everything, that we can say like, okay, well, there are some traits that women prefer. But if like all the sex addict populations are up here, and then all of the non-sex addicts are down here, and we're like, okay, well, let's control away for these guys. We're getting rid of our biggest explanatory factor for the difference between people that are having success in mating, right?
Only include the sex addicts in the survey, and then compare them to one another. That's what I was.
No, yeah, and I understand. I agree with you. But it's the difference in between groups, because what we're really interested in is we're not really interested when we're asked these questions of like, do these people get laid more? Do these people get laid more? What we're saying is the thing that matters the most is the difference within these groups, but that's not true. It's the difference between the two groups, and the big factor is the sex addict factor. That's what's going to get you laid. Not if we control away for that, and we look at the stuff within. It would be like controlling away for nutrition and measuring height.
That was
right?
my next point. Is like you also have to you also track obesity rates.
So basically, is he saying it's the guys who are the horniest?
How is that
go after it are the ones that?
Well, that's true. But again,
how does that also affect the rates of people?
Yeah. Is that what he's getting at? He's saying like it's not the fact that you look good. It's not the fact that you have the 6'6s. I mean, it just comes down to whoever is the horniest and whoever's out there looking for it.
That's what he's trying to say, I think. Yeah.
I don't know.
And that's partially. And I kind of like understand what he's saying, but I want to hear more of what he says. I'm curious.
That is true, but I will say, even in that study, the underweight guys had 8.2 average partners. The obese category 3 people had 9.3.
Yes, but you also have to take into consideration there's going to be way more obese people than there are going to be underweight people, and they're simply just by the law of averages.
Yeah, but even if there were, who cares? Like if there are way more obese people, they're still having sex. I don't think anybody in the audience cares. Like, well, fuck, there's more of us on it. Like,
I think because we're looking at like central limit theorem in this, the difference, it doesn't seem like a big difference between 8 and 9, but if you were to look at it from a percentage standpoint, it is a pretty significant difference. Does that make sense? If we're because there's in that survey, I guarantee there's going to be some zeros and there's going to be some 50s.
Absolutely true, which is why I'm glad I have
Chip and Dale's calendar still outsells the dad bod calendar.
True, but across most of the height continuum, however, there was little variation in mean or median number of reported sex partners. Further, men between 5'7" and 6'3" varied little in whether they had.
I also think it's funny that he's debating all these points because he's a short, blue-haired dude. So he's like debating for the exception to the rule of what women are attracted to, which I think is kind of funny, honestly.
More
actually, I'm glad you pointed that out because I was thinking that too. And I was like, no, maybe that's just me thinking.
No, he is doing that because that's what he is. He's the exception to the rule.
More than 14 partners engaged in extra pair sex or were currently single. So even for the extreme outliers of 5+ or 14+ partners, it didn't seem to matter as much in the height. What mattered is if you wanted to go fuck
I don't have a huge problem with this. What you're saying is that these things matter. It's just that the thing you think that matters the most is, I would say, logistics. Like if you were to say, what is the thing for me that got me around the most attractive women, is that I live on the strip in Las Vegas. I live on the strip in Las Vegas. I would go out to clubs and there'd just be hundreds of women every time I went out. And so that if you're making that argument, sure. But I think where we may differ is you may say that's 40% of the total equation. And say money status would be the other part.
Funny that Ryan so cites things that contradict what he says.
I think
poor guy, he had no erudite, and she said he just wants to sound smart.
By being logistically put in the right place, you're around
erudite is a streamer.
He's arguing logistics.
Yeah, I know who she is.
Marry them together, and you end up with more volume by default being in better logistics.
No, sure, but when he talks logistics, I would say that's probably like 90 to 95% of the explanatory power. That if you are in an area, warm spaces where you're making friends with women, you're gonna fuck. It's almost inevitable.
I tell you where I differ. I think there's men below the what's it called, the I don't want to throw this all
like floor looks or something.
Not floor looks, just fucking weird, just so weird that you can put them around. Because I've seen this, because I've 500 clients. The guys that just literally cannot get laid because they just come off as so needy whenever they're around women. So I think for that standpoint, I don't know if it's 90%. As far as them getting laid just because of that whole thing, but as far as what you're saying is intent, I don't know if that's the whole thing. Here's where I would differ. When we're talking about the very physically attractive women, I don't think those numbers would hold up. I think you do need because those very physically attractive women get more stimulus from other males, and that stimulus causes them to do more of a comparative research when they choose to fuck this guy versus this guy versus this guy, unless we're talking about Coke and Molly. Then it's completely different.
I understand what you're saying, and again, that's a nice theory. I just don't know if there's any data to support that. Like, again, it's like if you're around women, you will fuck those women.
Do we need data to know that if you're like a fat fuck and you get in the gym, you go there for 6 months, you put on muscle, and you come down in body fat, that you're going to get more attention from women, or are you going to get less?
I think we do, because I think people know of the guys that go to the gym, and like I work in the fucking influencer industry or whatever. Like there are so many guys that have like fucking 9 out of 10 bodies that have no fucking self-esteem. Like they carry that fat kid energy with them their entire life, and they have a hard
getting more attention from women.
They can, but they fumble it. They fumble it so hard. And this is where the PUA community, where a lot of coaches, I know there are coaches that will talk to me about this.
Women these guys like to fuck them, even if whether they have the social skills to get there in the first place.
Let's use a video game analogy. I used to be like a semi-pro Madden player. Speed, agility, awareness, change of direction, all these things. Let's get them all at least to 80. Let's get them all at least to 80 and then add the logistics in, and then that would work. I think that's good advice, and that's a vector to go forth. Now, when you say, well, I know some women who will only date guys who have loaded tattoos, and some
that's
guys
actually a really good analogy.
African American men, and some women who will not.
Yeah, I like it every time he does this the video game sport one.
Be interested in. So the divergence is so incredibly strong in those different things. I think if we get all of our
sliders.
Because
that was the only video game I ever played.
Which one?
Madden. Like, dude, I'm like a pro at Madden, but that's the only video game I've ever played.
Man, you boomers, bro. Y'all never fucking experienced the good
Who
shit.
are you
man.
calling a boomer?
I'm calling you and fucking Mike Sartain one because y'all both play those games, man. Boomer games.
Oh, wait till you come to Vegas, youngster.
What do you mean? What are you gonna make me play Madden? Because I'm not gonna play Madden with you.
Damn right. We're gonna play Madden all night.
MLB show or Madden or whatever. If we just all of us have those sliders up to a certain point, I think we're gonna do well. As far as a prescription is concerned.
I mean, you guys agree on a lot of points.
Well, sure. Real quick, I think the prescription. The reason why I fight on this, the prescription, I think, is you need to find a way to get into warm spaces with other women.
Logistics.
That is like the number one successive indicator. Yeah. But it feels like in red pill spaces, we spend 99% of time talking about getting your money up, getting your muscle up, and then maybe like learning game.
What red pill spaces are those?
Fresh and fit.
Damn, I like that. Thank you. Thank you. I'll give
so happy
for that one.
I know, dude. I'm just so happy it was fucking said, bro. Thank you. And like this all goes back to what I teach, Glenn. This all goes back to what I talk about. It's so crazy.
Are there red pill spaces?
Can I say her name here?
Go ahead, bro.
I watch a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of the Just Pearly Thing stuff. I've seen a lot of Fresh and Fit stuff. I've seen a lot of clips of like Tate. I've seen a lot of like advice videos from Andrew and Tristan. Although their advice for thinking of women is actually generally pretty good.
I like how Destiny asked, "Can I say her name?"
Say the 9 is not at the mall. You're
Fresh and Fit doesn't want to give no clout to Pearl ever.
Meet the 9. At
Yo, I gotta talk to you
parties.
about
Remember
something off camera though, but we'll discuss that later.
Yeah, nobody else could hear that.
That Andrew Tate had.
Yeah.
The other thing is, where are we right now? We're in Brickell. We're in the middle of the shit. We're in Da Nang right now.
Sure.
This is where the women are. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like we're in the middle. So while you're saying that, we do prescribe logistics. I have some pretty significant criticisms of the pickup community. Sure. Logistics is one of my main ones. The logistics and not using social media at all. They were 10 years behind the curve on social media. Those things, that's where the pickup.
I cannot wait for my debate just to fucking hit against these points.
Screwed up. So I agree with you about his logistics. Of course.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think
Dude,
we all
I'm
agree
looking
for the
forward
most
to your
part, right?
debate. Like,
That we
honestly,
need.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad that I brought it up to him on the stream, you know, and I'm glad that he publicly said that. Yeah, tell him to come out.
Yeah,
like,
dude, I'm excited because like I'm trying to push the barrier of some of these conversations. People aren't saying some of this shit that needs to be said, and like I know I'm gonna bring up new stuff that people never
to want to have girls in our life, and as a result, location means you have game. So the foundation is going to be having these traits of.
Well, you need to acquire resources to afford a place in the tallest building in
Where the
Florida.
fish are.
Well, not necessarily, because it could literally be just having a job where you're around a lot of women. It could be joining the right classes in high school.
And Michael's an example of that. Michael worked at a strip club, and all of his connections came because he was a manager at a strip club.
Like, yeah, there was a girl in fucking high school, and I fucking joined the fucking bullshit ass, what is it, like play theater or whatever after school.
Choir,
yeah,
you get so
and
much
holy
male
shit, it's like
cheerleaders.
60-40.
Totally
Yeah,
agree,
to like women to men. And like when you're in those spaces, you have to be fucking, unless you're literally hyper autistic, you're gonna be fucking, right?
The manager of the strip club, the male, the bartender, the guy who manages the Hooters. Yeah, for sure. Those guys. The
guy who manages the Hooters. I've known tons of them guys.
And the busters at Wendy's, or not Wendy's, at fucking Denny's or whatever.
Security. The busters.
Yo, I worked at Hooters when I was like 18 years old.
It's a good job if you're just a busboy like that.
Bro, I was in there hanging out with all these sexy women. Game.
Dude. Yeah. You learn all about female nature real quick.
Shout out to my barbacks.
Real quick, I'm gonna hit these chats real quick, and then we'll get to the next topic. So we covered the vasectomy, we covered the mating strategy, dual mating strategy. We covered divorce a bit. I don't know if you guys want to go deeper into it. Next is going to be promiscuity for females.
Sure.
All right, so we got here. Angel goes contextual amoral alpha in society, aka Mr. Do It All, level 99.
Neither party is actually neither side is doing good on the divorce topic. If you ask
Henry
me.
Cavill, Christian Grey.
I agree with you on that one too.
Six-pack, six-figure earner, charming, handsome, and dominant, and
I'd like to see some really good
Henry Cavill
answers.
can't be alpha because he plays Warhammer.
I honestly think I have one of the best prescriptions when it comes to like what Jaywar talks about too, with like the multiple wives thing or like the main and the bitches thing. I think I have one of the best like steelmans for that shit too. I can't wait to be able to talk about.
Rollo is fake. Said that all high value men.
I'm gonna go pee really
except
quick.
him. Either he's lying and cheats or doesn't have options. He's two of mine.
Let me tell you something real quick.
How much water you be drinking
I surround
today?
this dude with hot women all the fucking time. Go watch Access Vegas.
The
If you don't believe
opportunity
me.
is always
The
there.
opportunity. If Rollo were single, this motherfucker would have AIDS. Like it's crazy. Thanks. Like bro, he'd have simple AIDS.
And he goes, and I'm 61. I challenged Rollo and he refused. Still on the table. I'm Italian. He's not. Okay, so I appreciate that. Hey guys, like I said before, just to keep the debate going, everything and we don't interrupt. You're
damn right. They throw it at you over there when you
every
work
single
there.
child will be shown on screen. So thank you guys so much for the support. So
Can
the
I
next
ask
topic,
real quick? So do we still believe in pair bonding, or
so that goes into promiscuity?
a little bit, but it's going to be in the still mating thing too.
I love this topic. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Before we do, just right quick, just to tag something on the end here, is like when I asked you, like, do you know of any other red pill communities? Of course, you can name the nameless one. But
hey, I'm interviewing her on the 24th. I just want to point that out.
I want to point out also that the red pill doesn't begin and end with Fresh and Fit or Tate or her or myself even. Okay, I think that's what's throwing everyone off right now. So everybody sees one thing and they go, oh, that's what the red pill's about. Oh, it's about vasectomies. Oh my God, that's so one tweet or one image and one perception colors the rest of what you're talking about. So up to this point, we've had pretty good civil debate. I think so, right? But so are you getting that from us, or are you getting that from whatever podcast? Are you getting that from like a Reddit forum? Are you getting that from a Discord forum? There's so much more to it than just like podcasts. Just what we're.
I feel like everything that I've expressed so far, I've heard you say almost directly. Generally, everything I've expressed in this debate, like I've looked at videos.
But again, like even the ripple, like I've been doing this for close to 20 years. Well, actually, a little over 20 years right now.
Is that though?
I'll even say right now, like it doesn't begin and end with me, and it won't begin and end with these guys.
You say the term is a placeholder.
Well, they're not real. They're not real Christians. Real Christians do this.
I don't think this is be offensive people. I don't think anyone can be red pill. I think you can be red pill aware. I think that's about it. Like the idea of all of us saying, hey, the likelihood of us getting divorced would cause us to have a prenup is red pill aware.
Sure.
I don't think anybody can be red pill.
Yeah, that's fine. And that doesn't have to be like an exact group. I'm just trying to, I'm broadly referring to a broad set of, or vaguely referring to a broad set of ideas, collection of ideas.
Like, I hate when I see like fucking super racist, misogynistic shit, and I see these in the comments. I fucking hate the fact that I'm associated with the shit. I hate misogyny. But at the same time, hilarious. But at the same time, I also understood like here's the thing. There's two. I meant to say this before. There's almost like the Song of Ice and Fire. There's two forces that are coming together here.
Yeah.
One of them is let's create a healthy family structure, and the other one is let's not get fucking used by these 304s. And they're just fire and ice, just blasting each other. And for Sneeko, it's way further in the let's create the family structure. And for a lot of these guys who have no sexual prospects whatsoever, it's like let's not get used by the 304s. And these two forces are pushing against each other, which is causing what these divisions and this debate.
That's why it's so hard.
What was you saying?
Oh, because he said like it was a no true Scotsman. I was like, but is it though? Because like a no true Scotsman fallacy is like saying, it's like me saying, well, you know what? Sergio's not a real Christian. Us real Christians over here, we don't like purple. Like
what did he just do?
That's what a no Scotsman fallacy is. Rollo was pointing out is like, red pill is not just what you hear from Fresh and Fit or Pearl or from me or from whatever. He was saying like he can't just pinpoint one thing and say this is all red pill. He's
trying to do the he's trying to do the praxeology thing again, where it's just all these are facts and it's nobody's opinion.
No, what he's saying, like, okay, like Fresh and Fit or Myron's thing about 50 bodies. All right, that's not all red pill. That's not red pill. That's Myron.
Yeah,
applying red pill to his worldview, and that's just how he sees it. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
To give an elevator pitch for the red pill because there's so much. So like those guys who just want to get their dick wet.
Good answer.
Those guys who want to be on their game and maybe they want to start a family, right? Maybe they're the guys who are already in a sexless marriage, and they want to figure out how to get their wife to have sex with them again. There's so much going on.
Don Juan, please send me all the steel man you have for against Rollo because I debate him in a month. I might need your help. You're like one of my biggest guys that like send me stuff all the time.
Some way like
please send me everything that like you have because I'm gonna need it for that.
That's fine. So real quick before we get into the next topic, which is going to be female promiscuity and how it affects them for pair bonding and or marriage or whatever it may be. Just so you guys know, June 2nd, we're going to have an event with Valuetainment and Adam Sosnick over at the Saucecast. If you guys want to go ahead and meet us live, it's going to be in Fort Lauderdale, June 2nd, 2023, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. We're going to basically have a whole event, probably like an after hours live for y'all. So if you guys want to meet us, go ahead and get your tickets.
And there's 3 tiers here.
There's 3 tiers that you guys can
general.
So yeah, guys, we got a bunch of things going on. So yeah, June 2nd, guys, female promiscuity. I'll let you lead it off, Destiny, because I know you have some point of contention with.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you think that pair bonding is real?
Yeah. So the thing is it real? It's a spectrum. So there are 5,000 species of mammals on Earth right now. 3% of them pair bond. So pair bonding is not a normal. The difference for people who don't understand the difference between the evolutionary difference between mammals and say lizards or reptiles is the development of the neocortex. Mammals have live births. Lizards do not. They lay eggs and they don't care for their young the same way. So one of the adaptations for mammals is the fact that they care for their young. The necessity, it's the investment by the male and the female, and different mammals have different amounts of investment for the males. And so the thing is with Homo sapiens, do I believe in pair bonding? I believe that the way Homo sapiens, this is the way Dr. Buss describes it. It is a lifetime of polygamy. Polyandry. I'm sorry. Polygyny, polyandry, polygamy. No, polygyny is two women and one man. Polyamory, a lifetime of polyamory interspersed with small periods of monogamy. That's how I would answer the question. So there's not one total answer for it. Pair bonding in the Pleistocene times would be a man staying with his wife for at least 3 years until the child would be able to walk. That part I do agree with.
Do you believe in like the oxytocin love chemical and all that?
Yes.
100%. Okay, so here's a question that I have essentially around this pair bonding oxytocin thing. Why would women have two indicatory like reproductive strategies here? Why would she have oxytocin that bonds her to a party, but also be drawn to the alpha fucks, beta bucks reproductive?
She has a higher reproduction cost.
Great question. So the thing, she has a higher reproduction cost, but the reason why this is a relevant question is her cheating on her man does not afford her more. Remember David Buss's article. It does not afford her more children. She does not have. She could have the most children possible by aligning with one alpha male. Just to use that term, one alpha male, and then having as many children as with every 2 or 3 years. That would be the for her to have the highest level of offspring. Where we're probably going to separate is I believe in the mate switching strategy. So I think she's cheating to find better sperm. He may say something to the effect of she's cheating to have sperm and then have the other beta be cut. I don't know, but that's the answer. One of those two things
strategy. Put it that way.
Yeah, one of those two things would be the answer.
Well,
I think it's different. I actually have a different opinion.
Success.
Then Rollo on that one or Michael?
Yeah, I think women cheat, not necessarily to find a better mate or like sexual genes or whatever, offspring. I think women cheat for more of resources aspect. They want to attach themselves to a guy that has the most resources.
I've seen them go to the guys with the less resources though. That's what doesn't make sense.
Yes, but when I'm saying cheat and like to leave, like hypergamy is about women always wanting to date or marry up, right?
Yeah.
So and that's why I'm saying hypergamy. I'm not saying cheating.
Yeah.
Cheating to me is separate from hypergamy. I'm saying like when women cheat, it's to one fulfill a void of emotional thing, but I think they are emotionally detached from their partner, and they're ready to leave their partner once they find that person, Yeah. But also I think when they cheat is like when they're doing it to find other resources. It's like the last step before they're gonna like step out, like leave. It's like I'm gonna offer sex now to this guy because he has the resources. And I want those resources that he has, and so I want him and those resources because this guy doesn't have the resources I want. So the last step is the sex. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense for the pool boy thing, like Rollo's gonna bring up. But like I said, so like I truly believe that. I don't
necessarily agree with Rollo on that aspect of it, though.
But this is why I was bringing up the story earlier. I think it's always mate switching, bro, because they'll go to the pool boy and Dr. Bus talks about this a lot. They'll go to the pool boy just to get over the other guy, like just to get over the main guy. Like they might not want to stay with the pool boy. They might just fuck the pool boy just to get out the door, just to get their foot out the door. And once their foot out the door, then they'll go find like the better providers. I mean, this is usually in cases where the guy loses his job, he's not a provider anymore, or the guy is like beating the girl or something like that. I think that's when those mate switching when the mate switching strategy usually pops.
Yeah, because if that's the case, then she's the one that has all the resources. So she's stepping out. She's not losing anything. She already has the resources she's acquiring.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just really confused on this one because of like personal experience. Like it really drives me like in half, honestly.
Well, stop being so solipsistic.
For female and the male. Okay, so for reproductive success for that woman is quality. I want to find the guy who's the best quality guy that I can get. He's got to be, like I said, the 6'6", right? 6 foot tall, everything else. He's got to be the best quality. Guys are scattershot. Again, it's the R and the K reproductive models, I guess. Okay, men tend to be much more R selected. Women are K selected, meaning that they're going to want to be more because they have to.
Well, for the selection, I think that refers to the species. I don't think it refers to.
It does. But what I'm saying is, if you were going to like translate it from like what's men's reproductive strategy versus what's women, men, we're ejaculate and evacuate, right? It's get in, get the job done, and go. Because for one ejaculation, we have like 1 million sperm, so it's scattershot, right? For women, it's one. It's the what is it? Sperm is cheap, and
the way. So it's a parental investment hypothesis. The way you said it before is there's so much less investment necessary for a man than for a woman, and so for a man to pass on his genetics,
if it's like a scattershot. Mine's like a sniper, bro. Like if like
right.
Every time, like when I have my kids, it was like first time, bam, oh, she's pregnant already. God damn.
Women would be more important than quality, and for women to be the opposite.
Well, so, in a pragmatic sense, I'm not saying that's the most ethical. I'm not saying it's moral. I'm not saying whatever. I'm just saying in the most pragmatic sense.
I understand all of that. Okay, I'm
going to Kevin Ray, what's up?
I hear that we talk about this as a theory a lot.
Anyways,
I don't think anybody is a proponent of this theory anymore. You brought up Bus, and I know that you said you have contentions with Bus's current work is because he no longer believes in this kind of like dual selection strategy. And then
do you believe in a mate switching strategy?
No.
You don't believe in a mate
I think
switching
that
strategy?
when I looked up data for what were the most reproductively advantageous ways to conduct oneself throughout all of human history, humans seem to practice something called serial monogamy. So we date, we break up, we date, we break up.
Exactly right.
And that is
Yes,
not
and
only
that's
is that we
what-
tend to practice,
That's what Dr. David Buss talks about. So yeah,
is the most successful reproductive strategy.
Yeah. But that's a mate switching strategy.
But it's not like you dump somebody immediately just to like upgrade, because that I don't think there's any evidence for that. There's no data for that.
The thing is, how do you make data for upgrade? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Sure. So here are some things that people measure. So one thing is EPP, I think it's called extra pair partners. When people do broad research in society and they try to find like how many people are having these.
You gotta admit, Destiny came with his fucking homework though.
Extra pair partners. How many people are married to the beta bucks and fucking
really
the alpha guys?
correct. I'm actually really proud of him tonight. Like he's not doing any ad hominems. He's not doing really any logical fallacies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually like, glad to see him in this form.
Yeah, because we get to actually see a good debate and like push the boundaries like we talk about.
The genetics, the highest rate you can find in the poorest of areas is 6%. But globally speaking, it's about 1 to 1.5% in almost all areas. So the idea that women are going out to fuck men and then coming back to their beta guys, there's no data to support that. Not only is there no data to support that, from an evolutionary point of view, it actually doesn't even make sense if you really think about it, because human females don't actually give any outward indication when they're fertile. So, for instance, we talk about like the estes stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, for instance, we talk about like cats. If I wanted to be an alpha male cat and have a fuck ton of kids, that's a very easy thing to do, because you can see when cats are in heat, when they're in their estes, right? You find the cat that's screeching, and then you fuck them, and you have a kid, and then you peace, and you can get a lot of cats pregnant that way, I imagine, if you're a tomcat and you're trying to fuck a lot of cats. But for human females, the only way to ensure actual reproductive success is, because they don't give any cues externally about the status of their fertility, is to just stay with one and have sex over long periods of time.
There are still studies that show that women act differently when they are
There are not.
narcissists.
There are studies that show that women have different preferences sometimes when
And they
they
also
are on different
dress
parts.
differently.
Yes, but it's whether or not they act on those. And this is the importance of measuring extra partner pairings, is that you can ask a woman, do you think that certain men are more attractive at different parts of your period, or at different parts of your ovarian cycle, or your cycle, basically? And women will say yes, but they don't actually act on it.
So you're just saying that these are preferences, but they don't act on it. Because there's a study, again, at the end of Why Beautiful People Have More Daughters by Satoshi Kanazawa and David Allen, where they talk about women actually retain more sperm from men that they cheat with than men that they don't cheat with. And that was part of the reason why the dual mating strategy came about, was because of those studies.
And I've heard that before, because the sperm compete inside of the woman. Like I've heard of this before.
Big
But like, what do you mean? Like the sperm from the dude's nut are fighting each other?
Yes. Because for 300,000 years, like back in the day, like there was multiple men fucking one woman sometimes. So sperm had to learn to like compete against each other, kind of like. It's fucking weird, bro, but it's something from our.
Sperm was so violent. Damn.
No, it's really weird when you get into the topic on this one.
Her work since the very earliest days. Also a student of Dr. David Buss. Okay, and so she's got a book called Hormonal, and it's basically the ovulatory shift. Because what we're talking about here is ovulatory shift. Okay, so when we talk about the dual mating strategy, ovulatory shift proposes that when a woman is in her proliferative stage, when she's in the ovulatory stage, she's looking for a guy with more masculine features. She's looking for the guy who's going to like slit throats, right? When she's has had when the egg has already dropped and she's already passed the ovulatory phase, she gets into what's called the luteal phase. In the luteal phase, that's when she's looking for comfort. She gets into what
the beta.
Dr. Marty Hazelton has said is a sort of a nesting. What it translates to is when a woman does get pregnant, she goes through, I want to say it's the first trimester or like maybe the second trimester, she goes through what's called the nesting phase, where she like wants to like, put all the, get the baby crib and everything else. But like, if you think of this in a shortened version throughout a 28-day cycle, that nesting period is right around where the luteal phase is. And that's when she starts calling up her telephone friends, and she like guys with more female features, or she wants her girlfriends to come and hang out with her, and she's feeling bad because she fucked the guy in the club when she was in her luteal phase or her proliferative phase. And then she goes through and this is theory, okay, but then she goes through the postmenstrual syndrome, where she gets really bitchy. The theory behind that is that the reason she gets bitchy is because she's pushing away all the beta males, or all the more feminized, the comfort guys, away, so that she can go back into that cycle once again, so that she hopefully can reproduce in the next pass in the next cycle. Okay, so how does that relate to the dualistic mating strategy? The proliferative phase is what I would colloquially term as the alpha phase, and then you've got the beta phase, which is right after the egg drops, and whether she's pregnant or she's not. Now, people are going to say, well, what about hormonal birth control? We can talk about that later on. But as far as the dual mating strategy is concerned, that's the micro biological side of alpha fucks and beta bucks. So when we're talking about these things, now here's I know the criticisms of this, but I want to point out also that in Dr. Marty Hazelton's work the idea where they go and they ask, say, well, are you attracted to these guys? Is it the guy with the, the chiseled jawline and everything? And then, women are saying yes and no. But the thing is that women don't seek extra pairs if they're already in what is termed as a satisfying relationship.
Yeah.
So that's where you get these incels who like just throw caution to the wind and say, oh, I'm doomed. It's hypergamy and it's like a straitjacket and she's just going to want to fuck Chad when she's in her, proliferative phase. And the Jews ain't worth the squeeze. Now,
no matter what she's going to cheat.
Yes, no matter what she's going to cheat, which is bullshit because there's too many variables right there, whether she can or she can't. But the most important one is this, is that in those studies, when Dr. Marty Hazelton was going through this, the women who stated that they were in a satisfying relationship, they wanted to fuck more, but they wanted to fuck the guy that they were with at that time.
Again, remember
so, and I agree with this, but again, fuck the guy they were with. That's not alpha fucks beta bucks. That's just being with their partner.
But hold on, what if the guy who was the provider and the lover were the same guy? What if it was Brad Pitt?
Well, and I think that's the issue that researchers have started to converge on, is because initially there was this kind of like dual selection hypothesis, but the problem is every single time they try to research that, it just doesn't show up. So Gangstad was one of the original proponents of this theory, and in June of last year, he did a huge literature review on why we haven't seen any studies replicating this dual mating hypothesis. I'm not going to read too many blog posts, but I'll just, for this one here, in our recent collected data set of 181 women, we examined moderating impacts of ovarian hormone levels, that's the hormone cycle thing we're talking about, on the association between male partners' attractiveness and women's extra-pair sexual interests. Analyses found that when women's progesterone levels were low, characteristic of the follicular and peri-ovulatory phase, partner attractiveness more strongly predicted extra-pair interest in a negative direction, consistent with previous effects. However, some pre-registered effects examined were near zero. So while these effects exist and are statistically significant, the effect size is very small.
You mean
right?
actually having sex? Actually cheating.
Well, in terms of like they express an interest, but it's a small interest. It's statistically significant. For instance, like I can measure a huge population and know with a high degree of accuracy, it's statistically significant. These people on average have 101 IQ and these people have 100 IQ. Let me just real quickly just finish this block, okay? All in all, the null hypothesis that there exists no effect is a very poor explanation of the overall pattern of the results, even if we currently do not fully understand the reasons for variable effects. This moderation effect, if robust, begs a question. This effect assumes that women differentially value sexually attractive features across conceptive versus non-conceptive phases. Yet, as we discussed above, large-scale replication studies have not found strong compelling evidence for hormonal moderation of mate preferences, for example, for muscular bodies. Durant et al. Suggested one possible resolution. Perhaps mate preference shifts are moderated. For instance, women who are strongly attached to partners may express relatively little interest in extra-pair men when conceptive. It may make sense that these women also show little evidence of increased interest in, say, muscular men when conceptive. The same may apply for women with attractive partners, or more generally, women who show relatively little interest in extra-pair men during conceptive phases for other reasons. By contrast, when women do express interest in extra-pair men when conceptive, they may be particularly interested in muscular men. This may be one reason why preference shifts are weak overall and not consistently detected, and it also remains untested today. So it's basically saying that, like, if I find a woman and she's in a happy relationship, she might have a 0% chance of ever stepping out of that man.
If she's in a happy relationship.
Yeah. But if I test her on different parts of her period, on different parts of her cycle, different parts of her cycle, at some part she might say, I like muscular men more at this part of my cycle. But that's not indicative of anything.
Totally agree. And what you're saying
is, study one more time.
So this was
researchers et al.
Sure. So it was the name of this is called Women's Estrus and Extended Sexuality: Reflections on Empirical Patterns and Fundamental Theoretical Issues. And the two researchers are Stephen Gangstad and Trent Din. Gangstad was one of the original opponents.
He was a colleague of Hazelton.
Correct.
I'll just put Gangstad.
It's 2022. June last year.
Can I fuck this all up really quickly?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, so 73 teams, the same hypothesis with the same data. Some found negative results, some found positive results, some found nothing. No effective expertise or confirmation bias. Idiosyncratic research or variability is a threat to reliability of scientific findings. This is Steve Stewart Williams, who wrote
the understood the universe.
So what we're talking about.
I'm actually reading that one right now,
which is rampant in academia.
Okay, so let's say this. Let's say what your hypothesis is. I don't disagree with this. Is that they find them more attractive during different parts of their cycle, but they don't act on it.
Yeah. So my hypothesis is that alpha fucks beta bucks is not indicative of anything.
Hold on a second. So we saw that thing that Chris put up before, where not only were men having fewer sexual partners under the age of 30, but women also were having fewer sexual partners. So that's one reason why they might not be acting on it. Number two, when you talked about 1%, you were talking about genetic cuckoldry, 6% or as low as 1%. The thing is, when women go outside the relationship, often they don't have unprotected sex. So it's really difficult for you to then say from that standpoint that even though she may cognitively be having sex with a better looking guy, she may cognitively know to use contraceptive. She may subconsciously be like, I'm still having sex with a better looking guy because I want his genes, even though cognitively she's not doing that. Consciously she's not doing that. But do you understand what I'm saying? She's still having sex with a male stripper without the intention of actually having a baby with him. Whereas
sure, we can say that, but then that kind of betrays.
Her cave woman ancestor was not doing that. Her cave woman ancestor didn't have a condom. Does that make sense?
I can understand what you're saying, but the reproductive strategy just doesn't make sense because the men wouldn't practice that reproductive strategy because it doesn't make sense.
I agree with you. He's the one who believes in sure. I believe in mate switching hypothesis.
Okay,
so the thing is where I go to the difference is women are cheating. Number one, there are some women cheating, and when they cheat, they are doing so because they're in an unhappy relationship. So let's bring this all back around to Dunbar's number and social media. More women are in unhappy relationships because they are comparing themselves to other people, other relationships, and they have access to more men, which is causing more unhappy relationships, which is causing more cheating.
Yeah, but despite all of that, men still cheat more.
I don't disagree. Men cheat
Only
more.
slightly now.
But it's only slightly now, but they still. But you would imagine that
But
if
they
women
close the gap, really closing the gap right
there
now.
are a couple polls. Well, there was a recent YouGov one. I read that New Yorker
Well,
article.
here's
that you
the
read that
thing.
referenced one in
You
2016
can't
that
say
shows
men
the
are
gap.
cheating more. You know, men are just have been more honest about their cheating.
Yeah.
Because these studies are like the cheating study is based entirely on yourself, like you admitting it, whether or not.
Yeah.
It's all self-reported. There's no
Yeah.
proof.
Yeah, it's all a matter of if and women are. It's just like whenever we ask women's body counts, like obviously it's going to be a lower number than the real thing. If we asked 1,000 girls.
We're closing quite a bit, but there's more recent data that shows that it's still about 2x.
The thing is, there's an article like damn near every year where like and it goes both ways.
Sure. Well, but the problem with that New York paper is it was citing something from a McKinsey Institute, which the people that they surveyed is questionable. But regardless, let's say that I grant you that it's the same. If we're arguing that women are hypergamous, women have access to all these men on social media, women are on Tinder, Instagram, and all this, and I know you've tweeted out before, and I think you guys have said, I don't know if you agree with that women celebrate cheating more than men, or like women are going to get shit from it.
Divorce.
Sure. Yeah. And that women's friends are going to be like, you go queen, and men are like, don't cheat, right? If all of these things were true, wouldn't we expect women to be cheating way more than men?
No, because women,
and they have an easier time doing it because they go fuck anybody they want, right?
For sure, but women don't cheat more than men because men are more interested in casual sex. Like men are obviously, I mean, you don't disagree. I mean, men are more interested in casual sex than women. That's the reason. So let's go back to the thing I said before. The main point of the study was that 83% of the time when a woman cheated on her, stepped outside of a marriage, she fell in love with her affair partner.
I understand what you're saying.
30% for men, which means for men, they could have sex and it didn't mean as much, where women, when they would have sex with another partner, their intention was to switch partners.
Sure. And I could buy that. But then there's the schism here is I'm fighting against the dual sexual.
So you agree with Mike on the mate switching. You disagree with Rollo on the
exactly, yeah, because you guys have a big disagreement.
It's not a big disagreement.
Because the question is,
I really don't think he is.
He's putting it up against the wall, though.
Yeah. But here's the thing: the reason
why
I'm
answering questions that are uncomfortable.
I used to live in Los Angeles, and I live in.
I think Michael Sartain has been answering the questions pretty solid.
Their boyfriends.
Oh yeah, he is for sure.
And what you're going to say is, well, yeah, I mean that's selection bias.
What I'm going to say is at the beginning of the debate, I agree that we're not going to do stories. We're just going to go on the research, right?
Yeah, sure. What I'm saying is, but there's enough for me to say it's statistically viable that women are still doing what he's saying. It's just not all women. So the discussion is it 50-50 or is it 85-15 or is it 90-10?
Based on like cuckold, I think one of the studies I even have is like the cuckolded fathers or whatever. And again, those extra partner parents are literally it's like 1% of all.
Because of contraceptives. I don't know if that's
no, this is historically because the only way they do this is through genetic analysis. Trying to figure out so it just doesn't seem to be the case that many women practice that reproductive strategy. Another study that you guys bring up too that's kind of in this wheelhouse is a long time ago there was a genetic collapse where there was one man for every 17 women. Right?
Are you talking about
8,000 years ago?
8,000 years ago.
Okay. Yeah. So for a while.
I don't know why that would make a difference right now.
It doesn't make a difference now, but it does. When you're looking about history, it is
good to look at history.
It's good to look at history to see like
the context.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Evolution. What do you
sure. There was a 2015 study that showed that prior to this, there was a big genetic collapse because of near extinction event, but this was a particularly interesting one because it was only a genetic collapse of the Y chromosome. So it looked like for a while, only like there was like one man's genetic diversity for every 17 women.
Are you talking about the whole thing? Pat Bet-David came out with a thing saying 40% of men throughout history have replicated and 80% of women. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it was more specifically something that Rollo specifically brought up in his show that there were 17 women for every one man. Yeah, there's a 2021 video where he brought it up. I can play it for you if you want.
I use it all the time.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
I know exactly where it is.
However, so researchers from Stanford in 2018 went back and they looked at this data and then they looked at how people lived in those time periods. Yeah. And if you really think about it, it's impossible that one man could have 17 women for a variety of reasons. The first is because you can't partition that many resources. These were hunter-gatherer tribes that were like doing early clans. Like claning.
That's not a good argument.
That is very true.
That's not a good argument. What about King Solomon? He had 700 wives.
But King Solomon was 4,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago.
I mean, we don't even like know like the debt like.
But I think at the latest we're talking 4,000 BC, which is still 6,000 years ago compared to 8. I don't know. It just depends.
What technological advances did they make in that time?
And the 2,000 years. I mean, civilization moved up a lot, bro. When it came to like when we switched from hunter gatherers to agriculture.
Maybe okay. So then, if we're going back that far, so then Adam and Eve. Okay, yeah, there were only 2 people on this earth until they started multiplying. So maybe at some point in time, it was impossible for one guy to have 17 chicks because there weren't that many people around.
Yeah, if the Bible is true, then for sure.
and could never provision enough resources for 17 different women. You didn't have like castles and stuff.
So what was the explanation?
So the explanation was back then the way that humans organized themselves was through patrilineal clans. The way that it worked was if you had a clan and you went there, it was one man, and all the genetic lineage for the men were from that one man. However, women
like Genghis Khan and Kulia Khan and
a little bit, but women would actually go and marry other clans. So what happened was anytime there was
whether they wanted to or not.
Sure, but what happened was anytime there were warring clans, what you would find is if one gets wiped out, that Y genetic lineage is gone because all the men are dead from that particular war, but the women were married off to other clans, so their chromosomes could continue. So that Y class is most likely, you can't prove it, but most likely the explanation, the reason why that Y class happened was because of the patrilineage organization of society in those days.
And including the violence that was partaken from one tribe to another. Meaning what you're saying is like one tribe kills all the males in another tribe and then takes the women, and that's the reason.
Or just kills the whole tribe even. They can take the women out. They don't have to, but those women have already been married off to other tribes, so their genetics are spreading more than the men who are self-contained.
I mean, even if you go back to the Bible, what is the Jezebites, the Canaanites, all those one? It says God says you're to kill the men and then to take the virgins. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Right. So in that case, we're still going back to the dark triad traits. We're murdering these men and stealing the virgins.
Naked murdering.
Well, no, I mean it's warring tribes. I mean that's part of war. You don't have to be dark triads. Like I don't think everybody that landed, at Omaha Beach, it was like a dark triad murderer, right? It's just part of war.
I'll read it to you. 8,000 years ago, 17 women reproduced for every one man. By the way, now, but through genomic tracking, it's more like 7 for 1 right now, but this is 8,000 years ago.
Did you just say 7 for 1?
DNA uncovers a rough dating scene after the advent of agriculture. Once upon a time, 4,000 to 8,000 years after humanity invented agriculture, something strange happened to human reproduction. That's very important. After agriculture, across the globe, for every 17 women that are reproducing, passing on genes that are still around today, only one man did the same. Now, when we talk about this, whether or not the how that happened, we can say, well, it's warring tribes and they're taking war brides. It's forced sexual copulation, since I can't say that.
No. What I'm saying is
there's a lot of other reasons why it could be,
but it wasn't one man for 17 women. It was one man probably for like every it was probably like at the worst it would have been like 2 women for one.
But he passed on his Y chromosome to his son, and then that's what you're including in this.
The issue is all the men stayed in the same tribe. If my tribe got into war with somebody else, my Y chromosome is gone. I'm going to wipe the fuck out. But the women go off and they marry. If I have daughters, she's going to go marry somebody else. So her genetic material passes on. So if you run this war for 4,000 years, well, what's going to happen is you're going to be deleting a Y chromosome every single time tribes go to war and somebody loses. But the female side is always going to live on because they outmarry these patrilineal clans.
It already accounts for that. It wasn't like there was a mass death of males. There were they were there. So what were they doing? Okay, so and this is Melissa Wilson Sayers. Is
yep, she was the original one in 2015.
Right. So computational biologist at Arizona State University. Let's see. Another member of the research team hypothesizes that somehow only a few men accumulated lots of wealth and power. So it could also be resource acquisition.
Well, that was. But so in Stanford, their response to this, the reason why that doesn't make sense is in every part of the old world, every single part, the bottleneck lifts approximately 5,000, 4,000 years ago. This is precisely the period when chiefdoms and states first emerge, which are often associated with extreme inequality. Because once you've got a state, now you can really because think about it, like 10,000 years ago, one caveman can't have 50,000 resources. He's going to get fucking killed by another caveman, right? But this is when extreme inequality happens. Mass human sacrifice is commonly seen in first states, etc. However, the emergence of chiefdoms and states is associated with the lifting of the bottleneck, not the intensification, meaning that the inequality wasn't what was causing it. It was the fact that these civilizations were not completely...
Dude, Destiny came with the facts on this one, bro.
Yeah, but he's not making the point. I'm still not getting the point, what he's trying to say.
I totally get his point. Like, all the guys would get wiped out, but the women wouldn't get wiped out. So since they would go to another tribe, like, it totally makes sense, though. As long as we were warring tribes, it makes sense.
But that explains why 40% of males did not reproduce.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like what the point is. Like
that's what I'm getting at. I'm like,
what are you trying to like?
The advent of actually caused it, so you had more stable societies than what you had before. So the beginning of the agricultural revolution, which is 11,700 years ago, is the first point in human history where one man had more than another man, and one man.
Yeah, he is on it a lot.
So then
he's trying to read the article.
Those men up at the top had more sexual access, had access to more women, and maybe it was just super inegalitarian. And these societies were more fragile. And then once you had the chiefdoms and city states, now it's harder for Athens to destroy Sparta. It becomes more difficult. And in those cases, that's the reason why more men would be able to procreate. And whereas before you would have more men being disposable, you would have less.
That was funny.
Honestly, like, it's not a good reproductive strategy if you have a whole collection of people and nobody's allowed to have children.
But if one tribe's killing another one, it's not a strategy. It's just like survival.
Socially enforced monogamy.
Sure. Well, to some extent, unironically, that is like the dominant.
We went from Old Testament polygamous societies where it's one man with many, like 2 wives and many concubines, whatever it is, and now you're going to one man, one woman, and we're changing really the mythology around that. Like,
well, the biblical stuff is hard.
Well, it doesn't have to be biblical. It could be like, I don't know, the poem of Gilgamesh or whatever. I mean, it's at that time, that's when it became one man and one woman. Whether
sure, but even prior to that,
culturally.
Prior to that, it was never that unbalanced.
Yes, but it coincided with agriculture.
Sure, but I'm saying that even at the height of unbalance, it was never more than like 1 to 3.
The thing is, it still was 1 to 3. There are fewer men having children than women. Is that?
Yeah, it was fewer, but not 1 to 17. 1 to 3 is a lot different than 1 to 17. Right?
Did you?
Well, even now it's 1 to 7, and they can show 1 to 7. So it's not. It's
I want to see what he's talking about, the 1 to 7 thing, because I looked this up recently and I never saw 1 to 7. I hope Destiny puts it back on.
Is it like there's one for every man that's reproducing, 7 women are?
Yeah. That's what he's saying. And from what I looked up recently, I think it's like 1 in 4 or 1 in 3. And then I challenged that, and then saw another statistic that said like by the time a guy dies, like it's like 70% of men end up having children or something. And I was like, damn, was I fucking wrong about that one completely? I need to like do a whole deep dive on it.
80%, I think, isn't that the number?
So that's, but who's to say? Like, I don't know what the numbers behind that, but that was Patrick Bet-David putting out a thing saying 40% of men throughout history.
He was over the top.
And
we did digress a bit here because we were talking about promiscuity, but I was really fascinated by what you guys were talking about.
Okay, so as far as promiscuity,
anyway, we agree. The thing is, I think the thing is, how much do we agree? I never thought it was 17 to 1. I thought it was more like, I thought it was more like 3.
I've heard the number 17 to 1, and this study gets thrown around. But it doesn't make sense, because if you imagine that men were using the resources to capture women, why is it that when states emerge and wealth inequality starts to explode, we saw the bottleneck disappear? Because now inequality is getting bigger. Should it be even more women to women? But it's not.
I think possibly because you have a more, even though these chiefdoms are, totalitarian, I think you have a more stable society once you have city-states.
Yeah, and men are getting wiped out because they're in patrilineage clans that are getting completely and totally destroyed.
Right. I think the likelihood of you wiping out one tribe or another once you have city-states is less.
They're not living in tribes anymore. They're living on farms.
Exactly. Now it's harder to wipe out an entire society.
I think you guys are in agreement here. But
we are.
About going back to the promiscuity, because I know
well, just real quick, because we can do the promiscuity right next, but the thing that I want to highlight in all of this, because that 1 to 17 thing doesn't be true. The extra partner pairings doesn't be true. I don't see as a reproductive strategy this dual mating thing practiced anywhere. It doesn't show up in any empirical study ever. It can't be measured. It's an interesting theory about like the parts of the women's cycle.
Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to show up.
Go dual mating.
Let me just explain
mate switching is
when
the
I
main
see
thing.
Dr. David Buss, who has you can always go. You can go back to Trivers if you want. You go back to the mid 70s, where the dual mating strategy has become sort of picking up steam. Let's just say. And then it comes into its own with Gangstat and Hazelton mostly. And everybody's all on board with that. And then suddenly, somewhere around 2015, everybody wants to change their mind about it. And where that also coincides with the crisis of replicability. So that's number one. Number two is even if the dual mating hypothesis is correct and the mate switching hypothesis is correct, they can still coexist together. Because if you're looking at dual mating, it doesn't necessarily preclude the interest or the reasons why that woman would want to be without that guy in the first place. So can we go and talk about sexy sons theory on top of that? So the
whole point of dual mating is that there's a difference between the beta provider and the alpha provider. And I know we're saying that the
mate switching hypothesis presumes you're already in a relationship to begin with to cheat on that person in the first place. And
but it still supports the dual.
And it also presumes that you are in a monogamous relationship, not in a polycule, not in some sort of
but that is like the reproductive success of especially men is the serial monogamy. It's being in a relationship for as long as you can.
I think
and
for
being in another relationship.
Lower quartile of men, you're correct. I don't think for all men.
No. For reproductive strategy, period. Now, if you want to talk about exceptional circumstances where one guy's like buying rights to like the aristocracy or harem, sure, we can talk about that. But at that point, we're not talking reproductive strategy. We're talking about like some social, that's like socially constructive, right? 20 women don't gravitate towards one man. If one man has a kingdom, he says, you 20 women are going to live here, I'm going to fucking kill you, right? So I wouldn't consider that part of like reproductive strategy.
Pearl just texted me back. She said, I'm on my way to Miami right now.
A lot of girls that show up on your Instagram dance, right? I would say that's like a valid reproductive strategy. That's a very unique situation.
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would say it's like a valid, I know, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But like in terms of like trying to find research on this, like Dixon et al. 2018, Jones et al. 2018, Younger et al. 2018, Markin Kauska et al. 2018, Stern et al. did 3 different studies, 2019, 2020, 2021. All of these people are trying to find evidence that women fuck differently based on their hormone cycle. Nobody has ever.
And they all started it when? 2018.
Well, but this has been researched for like 20 years. People are trying to get anything. Now, if you want to say that academia is broken, that's fine. But one of the reasons why I laid down those initial ground rules is because we can only argue from the data.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, because if we start saying fuck the data now, but because the thing that bothers me too is you guys are very keen to cite Buss and Gangstat when it supported you, but now that it seems like the research is moving in another direction, now we're like, okay, well, hold on, I don't know if I trust the data.
And I would, it's too lengthy to put this in here, but there was an interview between Dr. Gadsod and Marty Hazelton. Marty Hazelton has also been the subject
that was a good interview
kind of thing, where it's like she had an opposing group of mostly female psychologists who went out of their way to try to disprove her for 25 some odd years of ovulatory shift research. So we already know that element already exists there. So we can talk about studies and everything else, but you also got to look at the personal biases that are going on at that time. Right?
Yeah, I love looking at the biases
all of psychology
on these
initially. If you look at
women,
all of that is pretty.
You can't just take whatever they say and what they report, because I actually have a study that proves that when it comes to they were almost this scientific group was going to shut down the study because of the integrity or lack thereof in one of the scientists who were taking down the information. They were
because
stealing the statistics.
There's a lot of
All right,
money
Excel,
doing these. What?
Excel said he's going to go. He'll be
Oh
right
yeah,
back.
later Excel. But no, it's there's so much money in doing these studies a certain way sometimes. Like even with Dr. David Buss, bro, because he's trying to make money doing certain things. You know, like there's always a financial incentive sometimes. Like it's really hard to see a study even for things like food and shit. Like you know, in our economy, it's like.
These studies are only good for general purposes.
Yeah.
Because you can't say like, oh, all men do this if you do it this way.
Yeah, talking about women are frigid because they're fucking bitches.
Yeah.
Like this is the general behavior in this type of person or this sex or this gender, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean?
It's not good for actually making decisions sometimes.
Yeah, it's not. You can never use it for definitive decisions.
Listen, all the cluster B personality disorders are built around like women traits and shit.
We all want to fuck our moms.
I'm not to say that like you're absolutely right that there are.
What I'm going to say is that honestly, I think that there's a personal bias against ovulatory because it is an unflattering truth of female nature. That's why they're going after it. That's why it's not reproducing or replicating, but it's also one of like hundreds of other hypotheses that are either replicating, not replicating, or there are null results. The problem is in academia right there, and it all starts right around when you're saying about 2018.
That's what I'm saying. That's part of the problem. What Rollo's mentioning right here.
Bus comes up with the mate switching hypothesis and comes out with men behaving badly and comes out with his own dating program at that time.
Yeah, see, and I agree with Rollo on this. He came out with a dating program. It was all
endorsed by Huberman and Alex Hormozy. I don't know Hormozy, but I know.
Talk about the most intellectual grip.
Williamson and him are writing a book together.
Exactly.
Right.
So, which, by the way, you can still sign up for the pre-orders that's been out since like 2020. So when I see stuff like that, I kind of go, you know, is there some reason why he's switching over to this right now because he wants to turn a buck? I don't know, but the fact of the matter is, even if that's the case, or even if that's not the case, I still don't see why ovulatory shift or dual mating strategy can't also coexist with mate switching, because you would have to have a mate in the first place before you can switch the mate. What is the adaptive strategy to get to you to get that guy in the first place?
Well, the adaptive strategy is just simply looking for the man that can provision resources for you the most.
But you're only focusing on one side of that nature. Would you agree to this, that women want to get the best genetic material that they can get from a guy, short-term sexual, alpha fucks, and beta bucks being long-term security, provisioning, protection, and parental
No, I disagree. So, and this is where I
what do you disagree with?
The thing I'm going to say is, and I might lose the audience here, and I don't mean to, but I think that we
real quick, because I don't think just so you understand what you're saying, because you're saying that women want both, right? The guy that can provide and still total package.
I'm saying that genetically, what you want is you want resources. Like
and that's what most of these guys are focusing on right now, without looking at the guy who's the hot guy in the phone camp.
Sure, and we can draw like just those stories that
sound
good.
Only saying that because he's ugly.
Yeah, no, so
that's an ugly man argument.
I'm going to admit something really quick. I've been arguing this point for a very long time, and I'll admit why. It's because as somebody that having gone to gym for fucking almost a decade now, there's a correlation between being a provisioning being the main thing, and like a lot of what Destiny's saying right now, I bet it's going to correlate a lot to what I've debated on the side of a lot, because I've seen the same thing where like a woman will choose provisioning over a lot of other things, you know, like despite, you know, the hot guy at the film camp party.
Is that genuine desire?
Yeah, it's easier to have genuine desire if you're a provider. If you're not a provider, you can't have the genuine desire.
What I'm saying is that, like, is that genuine desire, or is that like just the Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Yeah,
I need to get my hierarchy of needs met. This person provides them. I'm gonna go with where I could get my needs met first.
It depends how good the guy is at dread game. Honestly, it depends how good the guy is at keeping the girl fucking chasing him. Like, it all comes down to that.
But I mean, like, if it's all about resources, then it's like, okay, looks don't matter. Okay, cool. Or is it resources are more important? I can live with that. Resources are more important, but it doesn't mean that looks don't matter.
Yeah, it can't be 100% thing. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Even if you go to like the most barren fucking tribes, people are running down animals. These guys don't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. A lot of these guys look like
You're saying the looks don't matter as much.
No, yeah, I'm saying that like looks can help a little bit, but like ultra jacked dudes, those muscles come from the gym, right? You're not gonna find tribes in Africa with guys that can bench 315. You know, like
if your argument is that we're just saying alpha fucks is only the very good looking guy in the phone cannon party, that's a placeholder.
What I'm saying is that the loser beta guy who's the lawyer who makes a fuck ton of money, in a genetic sense, that is the alpha, and that is who women would want to pass their DNA with. They wouldn't want to pass DNA with.
No, he is the economical choice.
He doesn't have resources. There's no guarantee he's going to survive long enough to reproduce.
Economical choice in that sense.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee that he's going to be able to lock down a partner and reproduce. But the beta guy that has tons of resources can lock down one, maybe even two, depending on what you like type of woman. That is the alpha.
But you don't think women are having?
Yeah, and like I kind of agree with them, bro, because I've seen fucking dorks have 2 girlfriends, bro. And like I don't know if it's because of the community that I've seen and stuff. Like I literally knew a guy, bro, who was short, and he got all the girls. Now I'll explain. Like yes, he was a small time drug dealer, but still, this guy like he didn't have any of the physical attributes. He was a small, skinny guy, like short, skinny guy. And
Okay,
so and those bitches were obsessed with him because of his provision ability, his money making ability made him like a whole nother level of like alpha.
So that's where I get down to like it's the resources, right? It's like looks do matter, but in the long case of it, like a girl might like you because you have good looks and you keep yourself in shape. She may want to fuck you, but she's not going to want to commit to you because you don't have the resources.
Maybe she doesn't want your kids. Like they're there for a fun time, not a long time.
Exactly.
These good-looking men.
It doesn't. No. And again, that's to go back. No, it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. Would they want to? Maybe, but do they actually do it?
Whether or not they can or they can't is also about that desire. What did I say? Which calendar sells more, the dad bods or
it's
the?
It's not about the calendar because you guys say
turn into sex. Is that what your argument?
But the problem is that you guys are doing these. You're doing 2 things that are making it really hard to understand. You're saying that women go on Instagram, women go on Tinder, women can fuck any guy they want now. Okay, whether it's 50% of being flown to Dubai,
they would like to think that
they'd like to think, or they get passed around with these high value men. Also, women are hypergamous. Okay, we know that they want to trade up as much as possible. We know that they want to leave their beta guy. But then when we go to the research, extra partner pairing children are almost unheard of. It's 1%. When we look at like how many women actually engage in this behavior, it's non-existent. And when we look at like cheating rates, it's men that are cheating more. So it seems like none of the data are aligning with. We have very clean and neat and cool theories, but they don't seem to explain anything.
That's not true. You can't say men are cheating more. Again, those statistics are flawed because they're self-reported.
Yeah. It's really hard, especially when it comes to cheating, bro. I feel like the cheating statistics are fucking all wrong.
As part of his argument, if it's not verifiable.
It's really hard to prove some of these things.
Yeah, but even historically, when we look at extra partner pairings, it doesn't seem to be the case.
I think that things change historically with Instagram. Things change historically.
I mean, 23 and we go back to that women cheat more in the sense of the kid has no genetic connection to the father. I mean, come on.
Well, they just cheat more in the sense that it ends up something really bad like that. Like
anthropologists having another guy theory that tribes were about 150 people. U.S. military units are also about 150 people. Once you get outside that number of 150, then you can't keep all those records in your head. Your RAM can't hold enough faces and names. What social media made it so that people who are built evolutionarily to only know 150 people now can know numerous amounts of people. And we see a rise in men not having sex, a rise in the divorce rate. All those things are starting to happen because now what happened is during the Dust Bowl, you had a wife. That wife you stayed with, you had a bunch of kids with her, and you stayed with her for survival. Now in 2023. You have the access to see all these thoughts that are out there, showing it off. They for everybody. They ain't gonna be loyal to anybody. That's my point. And so you see this over and over again. I'm not sitting here trying to denigrate women, but what I'm saying is now because you see more of these women, it's caused unhappiness in these relationships, which is causing more people to cheat. Now you're gonna say, well, these studies back then didn't say this. Or if you want to look at the genetics,
don't allow it to change over time like it's supposed to.
Yeah. It's supposed to be ever evolving with science.
It's supposed to change as things change. So, but too many people are trying to make it like cold hard facts. So, like, if we're saying that, women are hypergamous or whatever the case is, now, maybe in 10 years or 20 years, women are not going to be as hypergamous.
Yeah, if a new study comes out, we need to be able to see that.
Comes out that shows that there's a change. But see, I think like what a lot of people are doing, and maybe even some of the top echelon people in the community, is that they're sticking to these original ideas without allowing the natural change and evolution of them to take place.
Well, it's uncomfortable. It's super uncomfortable. It's easier to stay static than it is to be emergent and always change yourself and always accept new ideas.
I mean, if it's still if it's on a scale, right? If it's on a sliding scale, then okay. If it's like super, this over here, but over time it gradually shifts. It doesn't mean that it's not still that thing. It just means that it's shifting to something else,
Yeah, and that's how I see all of this going. Hopefully,
code from back, thousands of years ago, that may be the case. Our point, a lot of the points that we make in this, is that things have changed recently since the advent of social media.
And if you want to claim that, that's fine. But now you're doing something completely novel, and you can't really rely on the historical record because, again, I know you want to keep marrying your points together, but
we're not the data where we show that 33% of men not having sex, or 20%,
from 19 to 30, from those ages.
From 19 to 30, that's not historical. I mean, it's historical, but it's not like
I understand, but like resting on evolutionary psychology, again, like you just said earlier, women don't want to have casual sex, right?
As much as men.
Then why do they fuck the pool boy who can't provision resources? Who's not
Jerry? Thank you for coming, bro.
The problem is they are though. Like some
but
women
they're not. I don't think they do that. But some women, sure.
Yes,
but by and large, but then again, I would have.
Sorry, this is a long one tonight, guys. I really fucking like this shit.
Is
I'm
what they're
sorry.
selecting for, as opposed to what their genetic, what they would say. I want to fuck that guy because he's muscular. He looks like he's physical prowess. He looks like he could go and slit throats if he had to go.
Sure, but then again, in congruency with you guys, women aren't leaving their lawyer husbands to date the pool boy.
No,
nobody said that. Yeah, no.
Sure, but then that means then that you have to disagree here. You can't have it both ways because you're talking about mate switching where they're fucking. Because earlier you gave me a whole thing about women choose guys and they have sex with them.
Yeah,
Okay, I just make sure I understand that.
I only partially.
My saying is it 85-15 or is it 50-50? There's just too many women that I know that have two partners at the same time.
Sure, but how many of them dumped the beta bucks guy to be with the pool boy?
Right. So
did that ever
happen? Ooh, and see, this is what I was telling you about, bro. This is what I'm talking about. I've seen exactly what he just said, where they like they're trying to mate switch. Like we might think that they're trying to get the genetics from the hot guy while staying with the beta, but it's like every time I've seen this personally, they're trying to mate switch. Like they are trying to go to that other guy and hope that even if he's broke, that he'll take her seriously. And if she doesn't, I think that she's still trying to fuck him to get her foot out the door from that fucking beta cuck. Like she just can't stand being because I've seen women also, bro. They can't stand being around the beta cucks. Like they fucking can't. Like when they're cheating on their guy, they cannot stand being around the fucking beta guy. It drives me crazy.
I get that. My question is, then why don't they just leave? If they just can't stand him, why don't they leave?
Because they want to be taken care of. Like that's the thing. Like it's being taken care of.
It's still all about resources. Even if it's not the guy, even if the
it's always based on the resource. Yeah, and if the pool boy doesn't have the resources to take care of her, then she's never gonna fully switch. She's gonna kind of have sex from that guy and have her orgasms.
Like, put out the door, waiting for. So then, is that mate switching or is it still dualistic? I mean, it could be. Could it be a mixture of both? Like I don't think it could be. I don't think it's either or. I think it could be either or this and that. You know.
Yeah.
With me,
they're saying both strategies can coexist.
Both the strategies can coexist. There's just too many. Man, I'm just like you guys have had 2,000 women on the show. We haven't had as many, but like when you talk to them, they absolutely have a dude and a side dude. One of the things in the Aon research, the study that Dr. David Buss talked about is that men and women admit to having 3 backup partners in their mind.
Yeah,
at least
plan
3.
B.
They have plan B. They have 3 backup partners. Now you're saying this is not manifesting into vaginal intercourse, and I understand what you're saying. The thing is, we don't know specifically what those numbers are because people don't always have sex with the intent to have babies. So the thing is, calling it a dual mating strategy is also kind of a misnomer because people are having less children. They aren't.
Sure,
having
but
sex
again, if you say not having sex to have babies, then where's the evolutionary part of it?
No, hold on. You can, this is a great question. This is at the end of Satoshi Kanazawa's book, Why Do People Have More Daughters? One of the questions he proposed was, why do some people not want to have children? How does that fit evolutionary?
The greatest, bro.
The answer is this. In order to have kids, you don't need to want to have kids. You just need to want to have sex.
Boom.
That's the reason why it works. And so the thing we're saying before is like what you're saying is it's not manifesting in cuckoldry, meaning having raising someone else's kids. And what we're saying is it's still manifesting in protected sex or sex not during estrus that is not causing a new child to be born. Women are still cognitive of this idea. They watch Jerry Springer. You are not the father. They don't want to be in that fucking shit. They understand that, but they're still attracted to the neighbor or the guy.
Michael Sartain doesn't know Maury, not Jerry Springer.
Selection. It's just very slight differences in preferences.
I understand. We're stuck on the mate selection thing, and people use condoms. People.
I'm stuck on the mate selection because I feel like we're making big descriptions of how women act in the world.
So what is your? Obviously, up fucks, beta bucks, mate switching. What is yours?
I think that people generally practice serial monogamy. I think that if you want to be a good partner, then you focus on like the traits that are desirable in a good partner.
I think people tend to want some serial monogamy, like you're saying, but 13% of women and 20% of men cheat. That's
and 42% of children born in the United States are born to unwed.
That's the only tested.
The thing is, both things
only tested ones are 42%. I hate when that statistic's cited because you don't always test fucking when the kid's yours or not, unless you're fucking insecure about it not being yours.
Actually, I think you should test every.
I agree with you. I totally think that every person should but usually the reason why that stat is so bad is because the people who do test are usually thinking that kid's not theirs, and that's why it's 42%.
No, they have a concern of whether or not she was faithful to him or not. It's not that they already knew, but see, the thing is, what about the guys that? And this is why the stat sucks, because it looks good for saying that this is it, but at let's say 100%. What about the guys that don't know about any cheating prior to?
Yeah, I would love to see that, but we can't see that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many what ifs after this, it just doesn't work.
Well, hold on. Because mine is necessarily exclusionary. Okay. Right? I don't think women are selecting based on where they're at in their cycle for who their partners are and changing that every single month.
I think they could be, but they're having protected sex, and it's not ending in them having a baby.
Okay, we can say they're having protected sex, but historically, there's no evidence for this. Before protection, there's no evidence of all of these children that are born to cuckolded households. It just doesn't exist. That evidence does not exist.
But we still do have what 40% of, just say 40% of men and 80% of women having children. So there is a selection bias where a large number of women are selecting a smaller group of men.
I agree.
And there's through hypergamy, there's obviously a scale to say this man is higher status than this man who is lower status, and women are choosing to let that man put his penis inside of her.
I don't disagree with any of what you're probably able to say, but there's no dual selection going on. She's just selecting. There is no dual selection. She's selecting.
Right, but she has to compare one man to another at some point. She has to.
But there's no dual selection.
What about this thing? No, it doesn't make sense. Because I have an article where a girl is writing this article saying, I want my first marriage to be for money and then my second marriage to be for love. That is dual mating. Just saying.
Or mate switching. I would be switching because she's she's just not taking the first one serious, but the second one she is. Huh?
Yes, she's doing that intentionally.
Yeah, but dual mating would be to like have the kids from the other one though. But if it's just switching, then she's just that's the thing.
That does define mate switching.
Yeah, it would be switching instead of dual.
What about Neo? The girl got knocked up by some other dude, pinned it on Neo while Neo was with her, and then he was paying now he got stuck paying child support for a kid.
That's dual mating.
That's mate switching, all right, or dual mating, right?
Yeah, that's dual mating because she got the other guy's genetics, but she could pay his money.
I mean, although I'm just using that as like one example, but to say that Destiny's trying to say like it doesn't exist at all, that's not true. I mean, it could be.
Well, yeah, it's wrong to say it doesn't exist at all. He's dead ass wrong.
I think it's percentage. Like, is it possible? It's almost like saying this: every guy's a raper. Well, no, that's not true. Every guy could do something stupid like that. Doesn't mean every guy is. You just got to be aware that this is what this person is capable of doing.
Yep, I agree.
But it's not, remember, dual selection refers to every single month she's going to feel about a different way about a different type of man she wants to fuck. Every single month. That's dual selection. It's tied to the cycle.
You do know that there are other studies that aren't self-reports where it's like, oh, I find that guy sexy, I don't find that guy sexy. There's also, sexual ornamentation. So when that woman is wearing that red cocktail dress and those hoop earrings when she's going through her ovulatory cycle, that you can see. That is a quantitative study.
Yeah, you might be able to find that.
And that does replicate both in and out.
It might, but there's a reason why the entire field is walking away from this. They call it strategic selection, is because you can't find evidence of this mating strategy, and it doesn't even make sense evolutionarily from like a male point of view.
And I can show you the studies for this as well. Is that we tend to find whatever is flattering to women in our psychological studies. We tend to find that more authentic and has more veracity.
Well, I'm not talking about. I'm just looking at like genome analysis for like extra partner pairings, or like in terms of like percentage of people cheating. I'm not looking for like what do people find flattering. I'm just curious, like, what are the actual numbers?
Sergio, this is a good question for you. I wonder how much the fact that women are now more in the psychological and Evo-psych fields, right? Like there's more women going into these fields now. I wonder if that changes some of the studies.
No, it absolutely does. Dr. David Buss talked about this on Joe Rogan's podcast that he was just on. He was talking about how there's women that he's competing against, even at Austin and at different universities, and that's exactly what's happening, what you just said. Literally, they're making studies to compete with his. Like,
so it's like
crazy.
So is it so far-fetched to assume that some of the things that are new studies or new revelations, right, coming out are done to maybe discount
profit somebody? Yeah.
Well, just to discount, let's say it's like, all, women are all hypergamous. Well, these girls over here did a study and like, no, this study right here proves that women are not hypergamous. Like, could it be just done to change the narrative, right?
Yeah, it can, but we got to remember the best part about science. The entire point of science and being scientists is be able to test each other's theories to see if they're correct, but then also challenge them. So when these people are challenging them, it's a good thing. It's just, are we comparing apples? Are we comparing apples to oranges? Is the real question.
Well, yeah. That's the thing. It's like, well, okay, let me see those results, and let me see the variables, and then now I get to go redo it, right? Because I've seen a few reports where they're not even disclosing all the information on the variables. They're giving really generic, general.
Yeah, I know what
I'm
you're
saying?
talking about. Yeah, like they're not doing what they're supposed
really
to.
say that? Because I can't replicate that, even if I try.
Well, yeah, because those people I feel like are doing it out. There's some type of profit motive behind those ones, and they don't want you to redo it because then if you redo it, you're gonna destroy their profit motive. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's always but Glenn, we talk about this all the time, bro. It's the fucking money.
And it seems really hard to, and even like, so first, I've heard you bring up like the egg
dude.
selecting thing before. Women's eggs aren't designed to like pick the alpha sperm.
No. Are you talking about the parental investment hypothesis? Is that what you're
No.
He's talking about how human. Okay, so this is actually pretty recent too. It's you ever read the book Sperm Wars?
Yes.
Throw it away because
I agree. Throw it away.
Because
it wasn't true.
You can throw that
you
shit
can
away.
throw that away as well.
I thought it was true.
Because what I was talking about on whatever podcast was that.
Wait a minute, our soldiers are not killing each other?
Will not necessarily.
I thought that the sperm did compete inside of the fucking vagina because like thousands of years ago they had to do that. But maybe I'm wrong about this.
Slow down or speed up depending on whatever the particular proteins are.
I think all studies are biased.
Sperm cell that's coming there.
Just so you know,
I agree with you, bro.
One,
you're perceiving the evidence from your worldview, from how you perceive things.
Reasoning and all of this. And again, this is me spitballing here. I don't have like clearly there's no like, I'm going to pull that guy's that clearly.
Men and women look at the studies and get a consensus on what the results are.
Yeah, and then we're always going to back up the ones that like are going to go along with our personal like dogma.
Favor our argument.
Yeah. That's why the red pillers is so crazy about some of the red pill facts because it's like, oh fuck these bitches. All these stats show I should just keep saying fuck these bitches and not be around them. You know, it's like it just reinforces their retardation. Like and just like how I'll look at studies and I'm only going to want to see things that push relationships and different things, and it's because that's my agenda. That's what I want.
Stick with economics. Well, you know, you got capitalism and socialism. You know, that's a competing, conflicting economics, isn't it, Don?
The red versus blue in our life is just, it's never going to end. We're always going to be purple, Glenn.
There had to have been at some point a need
in
or an
a world
adaptation
of
or a
gray.
reason for that
Yes,
egg
we
to
are
be
gray.
able to do that in the first place. So I'm not saying that it's selecting like the alpha sperm over the beta sperm. What I'm saying is that had to happen so often that there were multiple men's sperm at the site of conception.
Yeah,
that would have been necessary.
Sure. If you're saying that now, that's good. So 2 days ago, the quote I pulled was, a woman's female ovum will select between competing male sperm at the site of conception, meaning that adaptation had to become useful because there are multiple men's sperm at the site of conception, which sounds like it's picking between alpha and beta. However,
I didn't say anything about alpha and beta.
You're talking about Sperm Wars.
No. Sperm Wars is different because Sperm Wars postulated the idea that like certain sperm were like runners and fighters and stuff like that. It's all bullshit.
That women evolutionarily were having multiple male sexual partners at the same time.
Well, the point is this: is that promiscuity is actually a feature, not a bug of humanity.
Well, I don't think promiscuity is a feature. I think promiscuity is really bad. I think men and women both want to avoid promiscuity. Men because they don't want to be cuckolded. It's a really bad thing. This is why we
would be one of the very few species that actually do that, because if you're going to read it, there's a great book. It's called Dr. Tim Burkhead. It's called Promiscuity, and it goes.
Just real quick on the female thing. So different sperm are different from the same guy. Not every sperm is a total genetic copy of every other sperm.
My bad.
The chemo
supposed to say like open market and closed
sperm.
market? Is that what you're talking about, Don? I mean, I know I appreciate the correction,
They're
but
just looking for
I'm
something
not
called major
that involved in economics like you are.
It's just like, yeah, it's immune system related things essentially. It's for fighting infections.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with selecting for the alpha male sperm or the beta. It could come from the weakest beta E fucking Parkinson's disease ever guy. But if he has a different MHC versus a super alpha guy, that might be her fucking brother, right? The egg is going to slow down those sperm and hopefully speed up the sperm from the guy that has a better immunoprofile that is more synergistic with hers.
Which is what and if you watch that, the point I was making is that there had to have been a reason for that adaptation.
Sure, but it doesn't have to be because multiple men were nutting in a pussy all at the same time. It can literally be choosing between
there would
sperm
have
from
to
one.
be multiple sperm in that particular.
But every male sperm is not the same. It can choose between different sperm coming from.
It literally says that in the literature. It can pick between differing men's sperm.
Different sperm. It's not different. It doesn't have to be different men's sperm.
I'm just going by what I'm reading here. But the point of the matter, the fact is that it picks between which one is more compatible with it, or whatever the proteins are that it's.
Yeah,
I'm not an endocrinologist or whatever.
Real quick. We got about 25,000 of you guys watching right now. Do me a favor, guys. Like the video. We should have 20,000 likes on this thing because it's very high IQ conversation.
Because we're gonna have to go Ninja Watchers.
Yeah. You guys got to stop being Ninja Watchers.
I'll do it this time.
Guys, like the video. Okay, that's all I'm asking. I'll read some. I think we got 1 or 2 chats here that I'll read real fast. One. Okay, pull it up real fast. Yvesimonis goes, why does anything that Destiny says matter, Myron? This is a man that is attracted to other men. Why in the world is he brought on to discuss relationship dynamics between a man and a woman. Because
can I defend him on that?
Yeah, I want to defend him too. This is getting fucking ridiculous. I totally understand why you guys don't have a problem with the fact that he may be bisexual, but we have to separate the message from the messenger, or else we become a bunch of fucking bigots. The problem is, like, I don't have the same proclivities that he does, but the truth is the truth. It doesn't make any difference that Isaac Newton discovered the law of gravitation. He died a fucking virgin. That doesn't make him any less credible. You understand what I'm saying? Just because he believed in God doesn't make him any less credible. So we just got to stop. Like, separate the message from the messenger. You may still even hate him, but separate the message from the messenger. He's bringing up data from surveys. I enjoy that more than him calling me a cokehead. So I'm very appreciative of this.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I agree. The truth is the truth, regardless of who says it.
But again, you still got to figure out, like, where this is where the problem with data is. This is the problem with data. Like, you're going to look for data that supports your worldview.
Yep.
So
that's what we were just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all gonna be biased as fuck, bro.
Because you had said that.
My debate is gonna be turned into me fucking being super biased about the things that I really want and that I really believe in, and them defending their biases
negatively. And you said it's bad for both.
Thank you for the economic class. So open market.
It seems like
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Strategy is, if you're a woman, you need to find a man that is going to invest in your offspring, because women can't do things with children alone. They're fucked. Babies are, no offense, they're fucking worthless. Okay, for like the first year of their life, you're gonna carry them fucking everywhere. Childbirth for women is incredibly, compared to like cats. A cat will fucking lay down and give birth like 20 fucking things, and then like go running away like 2 seconds later. You can like
and that's because a horse can run away in half an hour.
The large cranial size is the adaptation. Is the reason why they're born useless.
Which is. So like for evolutionaries, G, right, is intelligence, because that's like our huge investment. It's why our babies fucking suck. It's why our heads are so fucking big. It's why our brains are so many calories.
Also the reason why is because we had to protect ourselves from other apex predators and protect ourselves from other tribes.
And we do it through socialization and through intelligence, not just having huge muscles and being tall. All those that can help, like leading people. But the
ain't got no claws.
Sure, true. Fuck claws. We can manipulate it.
We don't claw. We're slow as shit. Yes,
we're not slow. We're very fast. We can long distance hunt any creature on this planet.
I agree that we can long distance hunt, but there's very few mammals that we can outrun other than like a Yorkshire Terrier.
We can outrun everything given a long enough time because we can
correct. No, I totally agree with that.
Even fucking horses we can outrun.
You can't outrun a greyhound.
Greyhound can't run for too long. They get tired.
I can't outrun no greyhound. Hell no.
Yeah, right. Kneecaps, abductor muscles, and there's this thing there's a great book. It's called The Story of the Human Body.
We're really bitching.
We're really bitching. Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, I would give credit where human credit is due. We are the best long distance runners on the planet, hands down. Dogs can only sweat their noses. Fuck them. Okay. But the thing that I was bringing up is that, like, so a woman wants to find a man that is going to invest in her offspring as a parent. That is like your goal, is to find a man and lock him down. And a man, because human adult females don't give outward cues for when they are in heat, like cats do, right? All you can do is fuck a woman over and over and over and over and over again until she gets pregnant, right? Once she's pregnant, you can't really leave her because no other guy's going to come in because now she's showing because now she's pregnant. And the only way to ensure the reproductive success of your offspring is to stay there and raise the kids. So I think that even though we can use a lot of kind of like weird theories to get around this kind of hypergamy stuff or the alpha flux beta bucks or whatever, I think, and if you really simply look at it, no mental gymnastics, what a woman wants is a high investment parent. What a man wants is a woman that he can fuck for a long time to guarantee that the child is his. And I think that reproductively, evolutionarily, psychologically, and genetically, that is the effective strategy of both.
But couldn't he pair bond with her while she's pregnant?
And like, I agree with Destiny. I think this is 50, 60, 70%. Like, this is the majority of people. Like I was saying, I think we always are talking about the exceptions to the rule. Like, we're always, even in the red pill space, we're talking a lot about the exceptions to the rule sometimes. And that's what bothers me the most, because when we sit here and bring up the exceptions all the time, it scares these guys away from the norm.
Well, when I think what makes it look like that the exception is more than what it is the rate of exposure. We talk about that, whether it's in the news, like when we see relationships in the news that go,
we only see bad stuff.
We see this one side of behavior. It's just like, it's almost like the Duluth model of policing, right? Where it says that when they come out with the police report, they're like, they believe that most of domestic violence is
always the guy.
Well, that's not true. Why do they think that? Because every time there was on the news, so-and-so beat his wife, so-and-so grabbed her by the hair. They always reported on that. They didn't never report it on the other side. So again, that's kind of jaded.
Yeah.
Another woman.
He could, but the problem is he's probably not going to have the resources to do both. He could, maybe like 2. But like, again, Nick Cannon, that's a very modern thing. In the past, you're not going to be able to hide all the coconuts under your tree. Remember, as strong as you are as a man in the past, 2 guys could probably kill you, right?
Yeah.
It's the same with gorillas. It's the same with
any creature that have like alphas
or betas today. No matter how strong you are, 2 or 3 people could probably kill you. You're never going to be fighting off like 100 people.
Yeah, but you also often see, though, men who have pregnant wives who go off and stray.
They could,
That's
yeah.
happened. Yeah, what I'm saying. I think
But I'm saying for reproductive success, you want to take care of that one because you have no guarantee. Now we constrain and do it because, well, who cares? The government's going to take care of your kid.
Yeah.
But in the past, if you straight, fuck, your wife is probably fucked. She's dead.
Yeah.
And the guy's not going to come by and take care of her because now she's fucking pregnant, right? It's not going to ensure his reproductive success.
But men still want to do it for some reason, and men throughout history, like we said before, 40% of men replicating 80% of women, they have strayed. I just know too many girls like, oh, my husband cheated on me while I was pregnant because she was like less attractive for whatever reason.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just saying, like,
I'm not going to disagree. There has to be a push-pull where men are like chasing aggressively and women are like gatekeeping. That has to exist.
I think we're arguing degrees. So the parental investment hypothesis, which is for every species of vertebrate, which is the idea that because it even works with fish and seahorses, the species that has the larger sex cell, or the gender that has more parental investment is the one that is the selective of the two genders. And so with certain types of fish and seahorses, the men are the more selective, and with mammals, it is the female who almost exclusively are more selective. Now there's different levels of selectivity, like say with bonobos, there's very little, and with Homo sapien, there is a lot. In fact, Homo sapien males are more selective than other males of other mammals. We generally don't have sex with really unattractive women. We generally don't. And cats will. Horses will. Fucking, you understand what I'm saying? Males are actually more selective than other species of mammals. The females are extremely selective compared to us. And I agree with you. The difference, what we're saying is though, like, I guess where our difference is, you believe that you believe that women have this attraction to these other high status males. They're just not fucking them. And you're saying evolutionarily that there's no evidence for them fucking them. And the reason why, like, while I may agree, the problem is back then there was such a horrible, horrible cost in having sex with the wrong guy. And now there isn't. Now, like, you're just sitting there, you're with your dude, you're with your husband, and you just happen to go to a Chris Brown concert and give him a blowjob in the fucking in the fucking backstage. And there's really no consequence for it. And
well, we can talk about that. But in some ways, isn't that kind of better for shittier guys?
What do you mean?
Well, in the past, there's a high consequence for sex.
Yes.
So if you're kind of shit, a woman's not going to fuck with you. But now I can fuck you and I can nut in you and you're not even get pregnant. Doesn't that kind of work for like the shitty guy too? Because now I can actually have full sexual access to you. You can fuck with me and you're not going to get pregnant off it.
If the shitty guy is top, high value,
yeah,
right? I mean, that's like you're basing it off of morals. It's entirely based off whether the shitty guy is perceived high value.
Yep.
5,000 years ago, I don't know if I would have been fucking as many girls as I fuck today, but today I can do because they don't have to have kids with me. But I'm saying in some ways, like birth control benefits men that want to fuck around a lot because now it might have been the case that like 5,000 years ago, a woman's like, I'm not opening my legs for you unless you're like the shit. Okay. Right. Whereas now, when you're like, I'll fuck you even if you are shit because I know I'm not going to get pregnant by you.
Birth control is making women more promiscuous?
Yeah. I'm saying that.
I don't think any of us disagree.
I agree. Absolutely.
What I'm saying is that you angle the theory in such a way that you say, well, women have birth control, so now they can cheat on their husbands at concerts. Like, okay, sure, women have birth control, but they also, that should theoretically open up lower status men's access to them as well, because now they can fuck a man with less responsibility involved.
I think they can, but they're often fucking men with higher status as well, the ones they can get their hands on.
Sure.
If you want to say, like we said before, 20% of men are deemed attractive on dating apps, 80% of men are deemed unattractive. Does that mean those 20% of men are having sex with all those women? No. It just means that they're more attractive.
Sure. I'm just saying that if we're going to rely on evolutionary theory to explain women chasing the top man, but then we're going to say, well, it breaks now where women are all willing to share a man because they've got birth control. And I say, well, if we're going to break it there, we should also break it and say that women are willing to fuck lesser men because they're not going to have children.
It's not just because of that.
I think enforced monogamy is encouraged monogamy is what helps lower quartile men.
Then that would take away hypergamy, right? So are they saying, is he disproving hypergamy then? Because that would have to be his argument that hypergamy doesn't exist if he's trying to say women will fuck lesser men.
Well, no, I think what he's saying, so hypergamy is real, but I know exactly what he's saying because I've seen this fucking 1,000 times in my life. Women just fuck the guy, like we were just saying, you can be high value and be broke, bro. You can be a high value guy and be broke. So there's like, these girls will go fuck guys that are high value because they're attractive or all the other women want to fuck them, but he's still a broke guy. Like that, and that's what I think he's trying to say.
I mean, I guess again, that's subjective to what you consider high value, right?
Yeah, but that's what this always comes down to is like we like to think that women only like to date across and up hierarchies, but when we look at what across and up hierarchies is sometimes it's just the hotter guy that's getting all the girls. It's not about money, it's not about any of those fucking things. He's that guy.
Do you want me to tell you what my list of high value is? Because it's not the same as everybody else's.
What's yours?
So I think you need to have influence, power, and looks. The three of those make you high value. It's not monetary, has nothing to do with money or Lambos or anything, but influence, power, and looks.
I could agree with those.
Because think about it. Think about all these crazy like cult leaders, right? That are like broke, but they get people to do the most wildest shit, right? Like they have influence over people, right? So they get people to believe in their thing, and they people do shit all the time for them, right?
Yep.
Without having to pay for it. So that's influence. Power is to be able to exercise, authority that most people can't. The common person doesn't have.
Yeah.
And then looks obviously is self-explanatory. I think 2 out of the 3, you're considered high value. 3 out of the 3, you're really high value.
Yeah, I could agree with those. That's a good, simple way to put it also.
Actual partner, because throughout history, we've had with surplus men, the idea of
But
surplus
this is the issue, though, when you say lower quartile men. I think it's quintiles issue we break it into. But when you look at the data, doesn't seem like it's lower quintile men that have lack of access to sex, because poor men are fucking more than wealthy men.
But we still see 33% of men having no
Yeah,
sexual
but you don't know
access.
what quartile. You know what my guess is? My guess is that those numbers are probably overrepresented in the middle class. That's my guess.
Be,
if you go to like a fucking ghetto,
I mean, I think my list is a lot better than anybody else's.
Those guys, I can't fuck. It's probably going to be the guys that are going to college, maybe still live with mom and dad, spend way too much time on the fucking internet. You guys said it earlier. The guys that are on fucking Instagram, the guys that are fucking playing League of Legends, that are jerking off the porn. These aren't like the poorest ones. Like, these are probably little middle class kids that are like, fuck, I'm a fucking incel. Like when you see an incel guy, you're not thinking of like a kid with a fucking, a Glock and a do-rag or whatever. You're thinking of like a guy that probably plays too much World of Warcraft.
But that guy with the Glock and the do-rag is actually logistically around a lot more women and has access to more
But
sex.
I was saying that because you brought up the lower quintile of men aren't fucking, but then you appealed to that study earlier. But that study didn't say the lower quintile of men. It just said 19 to 30-year-olds, which I'm guessing a lot of middle class kids in college.
Well,
so again, it's not a socioeconomic problem, and it's not even an evolutionary problem. It's probably like a thing of like, where are they at? Are they in their
I would
houses
argue
doing
that it
nothing?
is a socioeconomic problem.
Yeah,
well, but if we say it's a socioeconomic problem, it's not because they're poor. It's because they have too much money.
19-year-olds are more poor, though. The 19-year-olds don't have as much resource. They have
but that's the 19-year-olds that aren't fucking are from wealthier families than the 19-year-olds that are.
Yeah, but the problem when we talk about like women congregating or becoming, let's just say, sharing the alpha, women would rather share an alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. They don't have to now be saddled with that faithful beta anymore, because what they were using that guy for was long-term security, parental investment, provisioning and protection. So now if they can go and get their bag, get the money that they have, like go make it on OnlyFans or whatever else, they don't need that beta male guy anymore. They don't need. You'll hear women on this show say, "I don't need a man. I want a man." The man that they want is a guy who looks like Justin Waller or looks like Jason Momoa or whoever else. Okay, because that's the guy that they want to have sex with, because they don't have to worry about getting pregnant with that guy anymore, and they don't need the beta male to actually have as any kind of investment for their future, because they've already secured their secure. Or the belief is, the perception once again is that even if they don't have it, they know that they're going to get it, or they've been sold on this idea since the mid '60s, since the post-sexual revolution, that they can become the men that they wanted to marry. And so therefore, does that not also track onto the whole thing about was it 4.5% of men right now are the ones that women will, on at least on dating apps anyways, will go and initiate some sort of interaction with.
Sure. And again, that's a really fun concept. Works well for YouTube videos, and it's like, it seems to make sense, but I can't find that anywhere in the real world. There's like no data to back that up at all.
I mean, the data would be
already there.
The data would be the top 10% of men on dating apps are getting 63% of the rights.
We can't only appeal to dating apps because those markets are so skewed. It's 5 men to every 1 woman. Of course, dating apps are going to be highly selective.
But my point is, it's enough of the population to say that it does have some effect.
But if that was the case, then I should be able to find that effect outside of dating apps. But the reality is that people still fuck outside of dating apps. Not everybody only hooks up on a dating app, right?
Like, I know this is anecdotal. Walk around with Justin Waller sometime in a fucking nightclub, and you'll see what I'm talking. Like this idea that women.
Yeah, and I'll tell you to go stroll through a McDonald's, and you're going to see people fucking that you would have never in a million years imagined are fucking. That's true of every single shitty restaurant you've ever been in your entire life. And some of these guys are fucking waitresses. They're like, damn, how the fuck do you even do that? I was like, I don't know, we work together every fucking night. Men and women don't spend that much time around each other without fucking, right?
You're trying to cover the whole thing with logistics, and
I'm just trying to say that, like,
I don't like his argument.
The point of the theory is when we have a theory, we deserve.
Like Destiny's argument there was bad. Like, oh, just walk through McDonald's, and like, no, that's not.
I heavily agree with Destiny right now, like so much. Like what he's basically explaining is that a lot of the shit that they say is super overblown, and I 1,000% agree with him.
No, I
like
agree.
it is super overblown. There's tons of broke people fucking. All these fucking incels, bro, that watch this shit and think all these midgets, it's so hard. No, if you have a job, if you're a server, like he's saying, at a restaurant, you're getting pussy. You could be making $30,000 a year. You're getting pussy because you're just around women, and these bitches aren't as hypergamous as you fucking think. Like, and the reason why is because they're retarded. These women, I'm gonna be honest, these bitches are retarded, and they like a fantasy of thinking the guy is way better than he really is. So even though he's a server with them at Chili's, they're gonna think that he has all these better attributes that he probably doesn't have until they learn about it, and then he's unattractive to them. But like, dude, bitches come up with all types of stupid shit to want to have genuine desire for the wrong guys. Like, they're retarded. Like, I totally agree with Destiny on all this stuff. Guys are coping hard as fuck, thinking that all women are
they
only
need to,
fucking
like-
the top guys. Like, it's a really ignorant thing to think.
No, I think they need to clarify. Like, and this is where I don't think it's, and I think this is where it's not this is not being said. Guys are not getting the girls to have sex with them, are the girls that the guys want. Any guy could fuck a fat, ugly girl. She'll be ready for you if she really, you know what I'm saying? Like, but guys don't want that. Just like it's almost kind of like girls just don't want that either.
Well, it's like what I talk about all the time, though, man. Like, it's like, yes, if you're going for the 25 and up girls, if you're going to the wrong places, but there's lots of young, beautiful women that are feminine, but guys aren't at the right places. Like, they're sitting on the internet complaining on YouTube, bro. Like, if they were working at the right places, they would not be complaining. Like, I truly think that
it's like if you're going to a gay club, an all dude gay club looking for women, you're probably going to the wrong place to pick up chicks, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like that. It's like if you go
they're
to
literally at a gay club.
If you're going to a nightclub looking for a church girl, probably you're the wrong place to look for what you're looking for, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Design a theory, and hopefully what we do is we design a theory and it's clean enough and it's good enough. It should be explanatory. So when we make a theory, we should be able to say, okay, I think that if this and this is true, then it works in my equation. I should be able to go to society and say, okay, this and that is true. Does the result end up as I want it to be? And for all of this idea of like women sharing high value men and women like changing their dating strategies only like go around like this guy, that data doesn't exist. There's nothing to back it up. Again, it's an interesting theory. And it's a nice story. There's no evidence for it.
Could we, because we went again, and I love the discussion, but could we go back to, I know you had opened up with promiscuity.
Sure.
So what is your argument in particular? I know they had made some arguments for promiscuity.
Oh, yeah, we forgot.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it was promiscuity.
Totally
so going back to the promiscuity, just so we keep things focused here. So Destiny, you're arguing that promiscuity hurts both genders?
Yes.
Now, just so I can make sure I have this right so that they can, rebut it or agree with you. Are you saying that to what degree? Are we talking like women that are super promiscuous or men that are super promiscuous, or is there a level where women reach where it hurts them, or do men have a higher threshold where it hurts them?
I mean, like theoretically, if a man could partition enough resources, he might be able to juggle two or maybe three women. Maybe, but that's going to be an exceptional man. Now today,
than men. I think it hurts both genders, promiscuity, but I think it hurts them differently. Like how it affects women is different than how it affects men.
Yeah, completely agreed.
Different because one man can command a fuck ton of resources, but like historically speaking, what's in our genes evolutionarily, it's in the best interest of both parties to find one person that can be high investment parents, and then to continue to have children with the same woman over and over and over again. Because a woman can make like fucking 10 or 20. So
I can make sure that we understand this. So are you saying, are you speaking from the perspective that men, the promiscuity hurts them because the difficulty of managing multiple women, or is it their ability to pair bond?
They might get
the issue is that
what's the issue? Just so I can understand.
Yeah,
psychologically, you're going to argue from the pair bonding perspective. I want to see where you're coming from the female and the male perspective.
Sure. So I'm going to read a section from that from evolutionary psychology, that thing from Gang State earlier. This was published in June of last year. Comparatively, the fact that women lack sexual swellings or ritualized behavioral cues overlapping with the conceptive phase is revealing about the potential function of their extended sexuality, the fucking that they do when they're not fertile. It likely has not been shaped to facilitate paternity confusion. Strassman's explanation of concealed ovulation, broadened to include extended sexuality, may offer one plausible scenario for the evolution of women's extended sexuality. Strassman argued, in a species in which males may potentially engage in true paternal care, males most likely to benefit from caring are non-dominant males. Following successful reproductions, males can choose to invest in care or re-enter the mating market to compete for another fertilization, or some combination of these two. The benefits of engaging in care partly depend on the net benefits, like the rate of success, of competing for mating. Non-dominant males benefit less from competing and, therefore, are most likely to benefit from investment in care. As a result, females evolve to prefer non-dominant males as sires for the benefits of paternal care. Accordingly, concealing their conceptive status prevented dominant males from systematically monopolizing conceptive matings through intersexual competition against non-dominant males. So essentially what it's saying is that...
Is this Strassman et al.?
Well, this comes from it's a big literature review that Stephen Gangstad did in 2022. Yeah, it's in Evolutionary Psychology. What it's basically saying...
What year, sorry?
It's in 2022. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But the issue is that, like, if you're a woman,
for the people,
if you're a woman and you select for a dominant man, well, what's he going to do after he gets you pregnant? He's going to fucking leave, and now you're fucked. So you probably start to prefer a non-dominant man. And if you're a man and you could either be dominant or non-dominant, let's say you're a dominant man and you fuck a woman, well, what do you want to do? Are you really going to go back into the mating market and compete for another woman? That's an exceptional thing to do. You're probably better off, even if you're dominant, it's just staying and doing the paternal care. Because again, your biggest payoff for reproductive success is going to be fucking one woman for a long period of time to guarantee that it's your sperm that are knocking her up, because you don't know when she's fertile, and then staying around when she's had a child to continue to have children rather than going back into the dating market. Women are going to prefer, they're going to be genetically optimized to pick non-dominant men that are going to invest in paternal care, and therefore even dominant men are going to be incentivized to stay with one woman, because re-entering the dating market again and again is, one, women are going to be scared of you. They don't want to be with fuckboys. And two, your likelihood of success is going to decrease over time because you're fighting
So it's not a pair bonding issue. It's I guess a convenience issue is what you're.
Yeah, I don't.
Is that just so I understand this? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, you call it. I don't think pair bonding is necessarily even a thing in humans in the way that it's typically described, right?
Okay, interesting. I didn't realize.
Sure. Yeah. No.
I know they disagree with that.
So here's the thing.
Wait, Destiny, did you finish?
Yeah, I'm basically done. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
So the concept of make choice copying from David Muss, what we call pre-selection in these circles. The thing is, I don't think the dominant male has to go back and quote unquote compete for these. Like Drake isn't competing for these other women; they're throwing their vaginas at him. Like, do you understand? I know that's an extreme example.
Yeah, but again, remember, Drake can partition more resources than he ever could in the jungle.
Right, but
that wasn't racist, by the way. That was just. I'm just saying.
If we go to live, there's a bunch of guys buying tables who's sleeping with multiple women.
But if you go to find some of these tribes that exist today that are still like very tribal,
Inuit,
or fucking sub-Saharan Africa, you go to like the oldest of tribes still exist. It's not one man with 10 women, right? You get the problem is as a man. Think about it. If you go way back in the day, in the whole days of like 7,000, 8,000 BC, as a man, you can't hold down tons of women like that. You're hunting for food.
I understand what you're saying, but like the point is, they're not trying to hold down multiple women and provide resources for multiple women. They have one girl, and then they fuck some girl on the side when nobody's watching.
But the reason why that girl is throwing herself at them is because today men can partition that many resources. And our evolutionary history, they couldn't.
Then I think we agree then. Like the point that is our point. The point is like you are going to lose. Like again, your girlfriend went out on a girl trip to fucking Vegas, because I live in Vegas, and then they end up sleeping with one of the fucking VIP hosts. Like I see it over and over again. Now again, I know that's not scientific.
Sure.
I can't stop seeing it over and over again to believe that it's not a thing. That's the issue that I'm having.
Sure. And I agree with you, but if we see it over and over and over again that it is a thing, it should show up in the data somewhere.
Look again, what should show up in what you want to show up in the data?
Is that anecdotal because
I'm saying that these women are not having sex with a VIP host to have a
it is
sure.
very
If you want to call it some novel thing, that's fine. But I can't like what the phrase I would use is you're not even wrong. Like there's not even enough for you to contend with.
My question is, we're looking for data that's not there. Why is it?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. Let them go.
Not there. Why are we not looking for that? Why is there no studies there to begin with? Why is nobody funding studies to go and find out whether or not that? Because when you go and you look at, say, the pickup artist community, or you look at the red pill community, and you look at the kind of loose experiments that have been going on really for the last 15 to 20 years right now, those are field experiments that classic psychologists, you're never going to see Dr. David Buss go and do the kinds of experimentative field work. Let's just say, for lack of a better term,
trying to get him to.
For lack of a better term, to go into the clubs and say, well, that didn't work. Hey guys, let's get back together. We're going to reassess this theory. They're never going to be taken seriously. But we're only going to find what we're looking for in the first place. We have to actually do those studies. So why are we not doing those studies? Why does that data not exist?
If you really want to. Okay, I will match a donation if you guys want to like raise money to give a grant to one of these researchers to actually do it. Because I mean, like, I can't imagine it would be more than it's probably like a five-figure amount to do some of this research, right?
And again, we can be on these shows.
That is great.
We can be on the internet, right?
That should be a clip right there. That's
props
a clip.
to Destiny, bro. Like for
that's
even
a clip.
bringing that
I will
up.
match your donation to fund us. That would be amazing.
That is so dope that he even see, and this is why like it's so crazy, Glenn, to me, because like as men in red pill, I just believe in. I mean, even before I got into red pill, like my life is about solutions. Like it's always been about how do I find a solution to this? How do I find a solution to this? And it was so weird to me to join a masculine red pill community where guys don't find solutions to things. It's like, oh, the marriage is fucked up. No solution. Oh, relationships are fucked up. No solution. Like it's really crazy. And like and even this, like oh, we don't have enough studies. Oh, no solution really. And it takes a blue-haired cuck to come on Fresh and Fit for this to become a thing. It bothers the fuck out of me. He's almost more masculine than all these other men at this table because of what he just said.
I wouldn't go that far.
It's just the fact that he's more purpose driven, and he's more trying to actually solve problems. And as men, that's what we're supposed to do, is solve these issues instead of crying about them. I don't believe in crying about them.
Here's the thing. I like the idea that he said he'll match the donation. Absolutely. But here's the question though. Are you going to find a non-biased,
person to do it? Yeah.
To do it, yeah. Or even a biased one. And if you did get a biased one, could you be able to trust the data at the end?
You got to be able to retest it. Yeah. That's what makes it real.
And so it's like, well, why things are not fixed in like the marriage? Why is divorce suck? Because we made laws that nobody is changing.
Yeah.
Nobody's wanting to. You know why the marriage laws suck? Because it benefits businesses. Think about all the lawyers, all the states that make so much money off of court fees, lawyer fees. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, it's always an end.
Divorce.
Yeah, it's always the end stage.
The problem, how much money it generates. It's $1 billion industry.
Yeah, and I agree, but it always goes back to all the same things where like feminists were fucking out there having picket signs to get what the fuck they wanted. Like it always goes back to that guys aren't doing the work to fucking get the change in. It's like, yeah, is it really hard? Yeah, is there like billionaires and shit that are keeping us from making all? Yeah, but like there's certain guys that are like, oh, that's all so fucking crazy. I give up. I could never fight against that. I could never beat any of those things. And then there's guys that are like, fuck them. We'll do whatever it takes. Fuck
like,
it.
My thing is like, it's like there's so much like different tape, like red tape to get through in order to make the changes that we want now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you know what's sad, Glenn? That for me in my position with 28,000 subs, I would go through more red tape than anybody starting right now until I'm 70 years old to try to make those changes happen. But know what's crazy though? There's people on this fucking panel that are going to go through way less red tape to make it happen, and they don't do it. That's what's fucked up, bro. That's what I'm talking about. These are influencers who are influencing people. They have the power to change people, and this is what I'm talking about. How fucking great power takes great responsibility. This is how fucked up our world is today because of shit like this, dude. It's fucked up, and I'm tired of excuses, dude. I'm tired of men making excuses for this shit. It's fucking annoying.
Like me and Rollo talked about this because I asked him, I was like, dude, why don't we change the laws? We made the laws. Why don't we change them? Why don't we voted these people in? Why don't we vote them out if we don't like the work that they're doing? Why don't we do that?
There's one answer to it. It's fear, Glenn. It's only fear. It's only fear. You want to know why all these guys want to talk about politics on their channels? They're fucking scared. They know what happens if they do. They're fucking pussies. That's literally what it is. It's fear. Fear is literally what has caused all of the issues we have today. Like I have 28,000 subs and I'm not scared. Like
I also think like it has to deal with like the voting block, right? Too. Like who's voting more? Maybe we should encourage men to vote more because women vote way more than men do these days.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one too. Yeah, I agree big time on that one.
Because if we want change, then if we want change for men, then men need to vote in the change that they want, right?
It's not just that. So like it goes all the way up the tree. Like the way I see shit is like even Trump. Okay, say like Trump's a masculine ass guy, a super masculine guy. That's the type of guy that could go in there and be like, men have crazy suicidal rates. Men have these crazy fucking look how many men aren't having sex. Blah blah blah. Look how many marriages aren't going on. It takes people like that. Like all it takes is somebody that big to fucking change their mind for them to like become red pilled. Like to me, this shit isn't that far away because it just takes the right person becoming red pilled. And the only way to red pill certain people is to say it to them a certain way. Like you're not going to be able to red pill everybody with these same facts how we always say it. Like it's just like with the girls on the panel. We have to say it a certain way that's going to make them fucking want to learn it. And it's the same with the government. Like there's an evolution of thought. There's an evolution of communication that's going on right now. And that's what's going to make it happen. But it's like you were saying earlier, we keep saying the same shit over and over and over again, like the same stats, and we're never changing it. Dude, we're going nowhere. Literally nowhere.
The other thing, it's like once you observe the process is going to change, right? Like once you observe, like if I know that you're breaking in through the back door, right, and I see that, and I put an extra lock in the back door, now you can't break in anymore through the back door. You're going to find another way to break in. So once the process is observed, the process will end up having to change naturally by evolution to get that thing. So these stats and everything are very general based off of, the pool that they were grabbed in. But like, okay, let's say women's behavior was that way. Well, guess what? Over time, when we now have observed women's behavior will change because they don't like the results of that behavior got them. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with guys. Guys do the same thing to a degree.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the laws, it's like, I think the laws that they were in place, like alimony and child support, were great when they initiated them. I think once they did no fault divorce, then they should have changed those laws.
That's how it always is. Yeah.
Yeah, the laws should have changed or been modified with no fault divorce.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the $2, Don Juan. Yeah, sorry, bro. I get fucking lit up over certain topics. Shit fucking drives me crazy, bro.
Now you'll hear women after woman saying, we need real men. We need dominant men. Where are the masculine men at? Where's the guys who want to stand up and slit throats and change babies? Where
he's right about this right here.
They're not selecting the dominant males. They're not selecting the ones that are slitting throats. They're selecting the ones that are displaying high levels of competence as leaders.
Yeah, correct. But it's a
euphemism.
Well, the slitting throat sounded like the antisocial.
No, not tribes, but they're looking for like guys who are manly men, right? Like when are we going to get when you ask
women to rate like what they're looking for the most, if things are like agreeableness and
I think that's what they're saying. I think they vote with their vagina though. Like exactly. I hear too many women tell me what they're attracted to.
You say that they vote with their vagina, but then when I go and look at who's fucking the most, who is it? It's not the men that are the most attractive or the men that are the tallest, the men that are the most muscular. It's the guys that are going out looking for sex, which means they're probably shaping their personalities to get those things that women want.
So while you may be correct because the logistics of it, right? You can't, no matter how attractive a guy is, if you're just not in the same room with him,
based off of what he sees or what he chooses to see. He can't quantify that. He can't say that like for fact. Like every time I go out, I see the guys that are not getting sex or the big buff guys or whatever he said. Because where are you going?
And that are getting the most women are the men that
look like you.
Want to get the women.
But they're doing that by fixing logistics.
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know. But it could also be they're working on aspects of their personality too.
But they have to fix logistics and put their penis inside of it.
Sure. I mean, you can say what you want, but the reality is that there's no data to support what you're saying that women are all throwing their vaginas at these types of men. They're just not. Again, if I were to ask you guys, like, what is the study that shows that men are just trying to fuck smaller women? What are they just choosing to select?
I'm with you, but the problem is, are there the Instagram generations? Are they doing studies with Dan Bilzerian and stuff like that? No. But the thing is, all of us in this room, as we have garnered more success financially, all of you will admit more women have thrown themselves at you.
Yeah, but also I know.
Is that true or not?
As a man of God,
I will admit, Myron, is that true or not? Of course. And the thing is, we knew before we garnered these resources that this was going to happen, and then it fucking happened to all of us. I understand that there is no specific study on this, but there's just, I'm trying to find evidence of an exception to this. When I meet guys who started off where they were scrawny, and they were poor, and they were in their 20s, and they get into their 30s or early 40s, and they're muscular, and they make a lot of money, every single one of them
if you
want to
go, if you want to go anecdotal, we can go anecdotal. In the YouTube world, here's what I would say. In the YouTube world, if
you even have more women throwing themselves at you, dude.
No, that's because I'm a horny motherfucker. I love fucking women, and I chase it a lot. Yeah, but any guy in my position, there are so many guys with 500,000 plus subs on YouTube who don't fuck anybody. Why? Right, because they're not choosing to do it, but they still have a lot of women that are throwing themselves up, but they're not actually pursuing it.
So you think it's a force of will? You think it's just a lack of will to go into it?
Unironically, because most of the time you find these guys where like they get all these subs and they're young and it's like, what could you be doing? They could be fucking a different woman every week at least. But what happens is they get like hooked and obsessed with one chick that they're with for like 2 years. Which Godspeed, that's fine for them. But they're just not doing that like whole super. Yeah.
No, I agree with you, but you understand the quality of woman you can attract has something to do with the number of followers and the amount of money you make. And I'll give you one other thing. It has to do with the fact of the attractiveness of your current partner that other women see and want to compare themselves to. All of these things happen. Like you're discluding your own self from a study you say that doesn't exist. All of us are, every single man who's in the chat, every single man who has experienced some kind of glow up, for lack of a better term, we all see more women attracted to us.
I remember what you're trying to say is that women want to get with a guy who other men want to be, and other women want to fuck.
What I'm trying to say is we're running into that same weird thing that we ran into earlier, where you're saying, oh, you're fucking a lot of people because you're really high status. That is true. However, even if I wasn't, I'd probably still be fucking a decent number of chicks. Like I did okay for myself.
Be as high.
Probably not. But I think that if I was 34 and I still did my carpet cleaning or whatever fucking shit before, I would have a higher body than the average YouTuber. 100%. Because I'm horny and I chase women. 100%.
I agree with you.
Sure. Like I had multiple women that like juggling or whatever.
If you're in bed, you're not going to get laid. Yeah,
but I'm saying, sure, I was married, I had a child, everything, like way before I ever got
into
online.
Can you really say that he'll be banging just as many chicks?
I'm never ever going to fight you and say that being more attractive, having more money, having all that is going to hurt you. I'm never going to fight it. What I'm telling you is the most important thing is wanting to fuck. That's the most. That differentiator is going to matter more than any other individual, and that's why I want to ask you guys. Do you have a study that shows otherwise? There's no study that shows otherwise.
I'm about to say this. So here's where we're disagreeing. Yeah. So let's just say you say it matters more than anything else. I wouldn't say it's 50%. Let's just say it's 40%, and then looks, money, status each would equal 20%. That's just I'm just throwing out a theory out there. Okay. What you might say instead is the logistical thing is 60% or 70%, and then looks, money, status are 10% each. That we're just arguing percentages at the
Sure, we can say, but you're making it sound like we have a small disagreement. We don't. What I'm saying is, I know guys that have over 500,000 YouTube subs that have a body kind of like 7.
Right. Okay. So,
and in my life, I'm like, bro, you should be doing like 7 a week. Right. No, that's just in my personal perspective. What I'm saying is that like the high status and all that there, it's not helping them because they don't want to go out and fuck, and they're not even looking for it.
You still have to measure both. You still have to add both of those ingredients together. And I do think it's not a huge disagreement, because what we're saying is you're saying it's a huge deal and that they can make up for it. My whole thing is the quality or the attractiveness of the woman you get has so much to do with your status. And
no, I'm not going to disagree with that, of course.
Are you fucking more now that you have this internet fame than you did before you had it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that's as a result of you being more horny than you were when you didn't have the fame, or than you are right now and you're actually pursuing it? Are you pursuing it more now?
As a result, but it's also a combination of like practice and everything too.
The incentive of actually having more status, fame,
and of talking to more women. And growing up, I would hope that as a 34-year-old male, I'm able to find and fuck women better than I was like awkward loser 21-year-old.
Do you think pre-selection has anything to do with this? Make choice copy.
What do you mean by that?
Women are attracted to you because they see other women attracted to you.
To some extent, yeah. That's probably
that is a testable theory in evolutionary psychology, not just amongst Homo sapiens, but amongst other animals as well. Because I'll tell you, I've hosted 47 bikini competitions, and when I do, the attraction I get from women is outrageous. It's outrageous because they're competing.
That's because one of the things that they can do. This is my bullshit personal shit. I'm sure this is reality, right? What I'm guessing is happening there is you can display all of the masculine features you want, and you can go hyper masculine. And if there's a woman there next to you, I know that I don't have to worry about, or the woman knows she doesn't have to worry about any of the scary parts of that, because the woman validating you is saying that, like, listen, this guy's masculine is cool, but he doesn't have those like crazy fucking like destructive horrible things. So that social proof that you have of having a woman with you is one of the most important things you can have. If I'm trying to get laid and I'm on fucking Tinder and shit and I want to do that, of course, like, here's fucking Melina, my hottest fuck Swedish wife. If you know she likes me, you're gonna like me,
Let's
right?
get Destiny a promo code. Let's get Destiny a promo code. Let's get Destiny a promo code.
You guys aren't really disagreeing here. What Destiny's arguing is that the biggest factor to men having sex is working volume, which
it's trying to have sex.
Yeah, but to try to have sex, you must work volume, which means you must talk to women and actually go out there and source, which they say all the time. So you guys are agreeing, like, you're arguing for volume. They're saying
congratulations, you're red pill.
By working the volume.
If you want to agree with what I'm saying, that's fine. But I don't believe in it.
Welcome to the red pill. Look, because you guys are in debate mode, so you guys aren't here listening objectively like I am. I'm listening objectively. You're arguing for volume. They're saying to increase your chances when working the volume, have these other things in place like your social status, money, etc. But you guys aren't disagreeing with each other. You're just saying volume is the biggest driving factor, which means you have to go out there and you're correct.
Sure, we can agree, but I don't believe in the dual mate thing at all.
Okay,
I don't believe in alpha fucks beta bucks at all. I don't believe that status and class are your major determining factors for fucking. So if you want to agree with me, that's fine. But when I go back to my stream, I'm going to have this exact same message. I don't know if you guys, when you're on your other panels, you're going to be like, oh yeah, like, it doesn't really matter if you're that until you make that much money. The real drive is that you're actually going out there trying to fuck women. Because that's what I'm saying. That's like 95% of the equation.
I don't think it's 95. So I think it's where we disagree. I think it's maybe 40%.
The numbers are a little bit off.
I feel like the standard red pillish is going to be more like 10 to 25%. Because when you look at the red pill advice for getting women, the advice is always to work on these ancillary things. To get stronger, get more money,
I think you're confusing that with black pill.
No, hold on. No. Red pill says to get women, you need to get money, you need to get status, you need to get.
And black pill believes that's all you need in order to get money. That's why I think
black pill says that you can't. Black pill says you can't increase your market sexual value ever. I don't think.
Well, no, you can if you get more money.
I don't think black pill believes it.
Black pill is basically it's a nihilistic, despondent prescription based on red pill.
I think black pill says no matter how much money you get, you can buy sex maybe, but a woman is never going to like your love if you don't have like the GigaChat looks.
No, it's LMS, looks money status. So you can increase your status. Okay. The problem is that what they believe is if you don't have looks money or status, there's no way for you to make up for it by using
charisma or game or whatever.
The makeup game techniques. So I think those people believe that. I absolutely agree with you. It's a function of logistics, but it's also money, muscles, game. Those things and charisma and those things.
Puts a huge emphasis on looks.
Black pill is a prescription. MRA is a prescription. MGTOW is a prescription. Tradcon is a prescription. The red pill is a description.
To go back to, because you guys agree here with the volume thing, which, you know, you guys are kind of saying the same thing. But I will say this, going back
to the
promiscuity, that for men it'll hurt because they can't manage.
What do you mean?
He said red pill is a description. MGTOW is a prescription. Black pill is a prescription. Red pill is a description.
I can agree with that if he's saying it the right way. Yeah, like if it's the actual facts thing, you know, like, and he's only saying facts and he's actually not giving like prescriptions. And yeah, I agree, but we know, Glenn, that sometimes prescriptions
and juggle many women because resources. Now, do you think that?
And I would say,
he's
more knowledgeable than black pill. But I don't know. But to be honest with you, I really don't know much about black pill other than they're the guys that like think that there's no hope. They're like,
to me, they're just red pillars also, but maybe with a slight prescription of stay doomer and sad.
Well, it's like the one I look at them as like, oh, they're the guys that are in red pill rage that just never get out of it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, or the actual version. They're so ugly they lost the genetic lottery and they're tapping out.
Yeah, I mean, not as a strong concept, not as a strong nature. Like voles will like fuck somebody, and then when their partner dies, they will remain celibate for the rest of their life.
Do you think a woman that has like 100 bodies is the same as a guy having 100 bodies? As far as like damage potential.
In terms of damage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Generally, I think having more partners with men and women, I think, is correlated with less, I think, marital outcomes.
So equal for both.
So I don't know if I say equal.
It's definitely not equal. So the thing is, again, I have a specific example and an anecdotal example. Specific example is it's a two-family studies thing that shows that for men it just sort of levels out, and for women it drops off as they have more sexual partners, which would make sense evolutionarily.
Real quick, everybody always brings something IFS study, and I know the one you're citing. I don't have it on me, but that graph nobody ever brings this up. They say if you have more than 2 partners, or if you have more than 0 partners, it gets worse and worse. But that's not true. What happens is it gets worse when you go from 1 to 2. But then I think from 2 to 7, I think it actually decreases.
No, it's right at 6. We did a whole episode on it.
And then it starts to go up again. And I think it's after you get to 8 or 9, it gets back up to 2, where you're at the third of 2. So technically, if you want to use that chart prescriptively, what you should say is if you're a woman and you've got 3 bodies, you might as well fuck your way to 9 bodies because the stats say there's like no difference.
There is a difference. Once you get once you get to 20, I usually joke the hardest porn to make is the first one, the easiest porn to make is the second one. Once you get to 20 bodies, though, it does drop. The marital satisfaction drops to 17%. So it does drop off more vociferously for women than it does for men. Now I'll give you the anecdotal explanation. There's a great document. It's actually not great. It's not very good at all. But watch the last 30 minutes of it. It's called After Porn Ends. If you watch it, you see I don't remember where it is, but you see all these male porn stars when they get out of porn, their lives are normal. They play golf. Some of them start law firms. They're totally normal. And every one of the women in this documentary got right back into every woman in this thing after her religious revival got right back into porn, excessive drug use, and all of them were crying. Now, of course, that's not scientific, but I disagree with you. This idea that a man with 100 bodies is somehow damaged the same way or even similar to the damage to a woman with 100 bodies. And there may have been times during our evolutionary past where a man needed, for survival reasons, to have sex with multiple women, or in a situation like Ishmael the Bloodthirsty, or a situation King Solomon or something like that, where he had multiple partners. I don't think it damaged him. But I think for women,
because they don't have the same emotional investment that women have to have in the sex act itself. simply because there's more at risk, there's more cost. So she's got to put herself into it.
This would be my guess. But my guess is there's probably no studies to back this up.
Men can separate the emotional investment from the sex act itself. That's why pornography is what it is.
I super disagree with that, but maybe that's for another
So
discussion.
you guys can go ahead, because I mean, this is a promiscuity conversation.
Sure.
So I've been trying to bring it to
on
the
the
whole time.
sure. So if I walk into a room and I don't shake your hand, right? There's not like, I'm not technically like, that doesn't mean I'm about to fight. I'm not really, there's like, no, so that's a very socially constructed activity to show a level of friendliness, right? Now, if I'm unwilling to shake your hand, I'm showing some level of hostility there, but it's still like, it's just because I won't participate in the social norm, right? When you look at women with high body counts versus women with low body counts, or men with high body counts, right now I would argue that a lot of the social pressures and a lot of the social norms is generally pushing women to have lower body counts. If somebody decides to disregard a social norm, there's probably a whole lot of baggage that goes on with that. So for instance, is it really bad if I don't shake your hand? Probably not. But if I'm willing to disregard the social norm,
cultural and not genetic.
well, yeah, well, I'm sure that a little bit is probably genetic or biological foundation. But what I'm saying is if there's a woman that's willing to break that social norm of having a huge body count, there's probably other things going as well. But I will say there's really interesting research around sex workers, so people that do OnlyFans or porn. And when you look at their backgrounds between normal, ordinary population women and pornographic population women, there is no difference in terms of like childhood trauma, parents like not being in a household, bad relationship with dad.
I've seen that as well, yeah.
So but that'd be my guess is the disregard for the social norm is probably more indicative there of just the high body count.
So real quick before we go, Mike, guys, do me a favor. We got 23K. You guys watch it. Go ahead and like the video. Subscribe to Mike Sartain on YouTube. Oh, it's Masi on YouTube. Destiny on YouTube as well. Even Sneako's super lame self.
Sneak on.
Yeah, sneak on. He snuck out of this bitch. So yeah, so yeah, guys, go ahead, like the video, man. Get us to 20K likes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
I would say that there are reasons evolutionarily for men to have sex with multiple partners and then not have any damage happen to them psychologically. And I would say that the opposite is true for women, because from an ancestral period, them having sex with the wrong man carried such an incredible burden that I would believe that their evolutionary psychology would cause them to not want to have sex with multiple partners. Here's the other thing that I've noticed is that when women have more and more and more partners, their ability to imprint with one man becomes less and less and less. I think women's ability to imprint with a man, fall in love with him, and because of sex is a gift that women have that men don't necessarily have. I think when women go off like Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion and brag about all the men that they can have sex with without having emotional tie, I think that's extremely masculine, and it's not necessarily, it's like they've lost their gift. Whereas men, I don't know that they ever had the gift. I think men, any one of us right now, deny or tell me I'm telling the truth, we could go off, have sex in another room right now, come back here, and it would not affect us in the slightest. Whereas for women to have sex with some stranger is a much bigger thing for them, except if a woman has already been with 100 guys. And then in that case, it isn't that big of a thing. That's the thing. What I'm saying is their psychology, I think, changes over a number of men that they have sex with, whereas ours generally does not.
Yeah, I guess, but the thing is, I feel like partner selection and everything is going to play more into that than just the idea of having sex with a lot of people. And like your background, where you're coming from. Like the example that I give here, I don't know if you're familiar with this or not. We always traditionally hear this idea of like men ideally would want to juggle like multiple friends with benefits. That'd be like the perfect case scenario friend. Every single female friend I have, this I'm anecdotal, but we're all in theory land here. Every single female friend I've had has had at least one issue with a guy that they were in a friends with benefits arrangement with, where the guy got like hardcore feelings, and she had to discontinue.
So I don't think that's most guys.
It might not be most guys, but I feel like almost everyone I've talked to that practices like just like casual sex has had at least one guy that's been like, I love you, I want to be with you forever, and he's like, he's done. He can't maintain it.
I got to say for you, this is what I'm getting here. Women are substantially more prone to sexual disgust than men.
Sexual, what does that mean?
Disgust.
Revulsions, disgust, like as in like would want to get away from it. So what I'm saying
I would be really careful with that, because I think you guys claim the opposite, that men are the ones with sexual revulsion when you talk about things like body count.
No, but what I'm saying is that it goes back to the idea that it is more damaging for like women to engage in casual sex than it is for guys, because guys can separate themselves from that emotional investment. If women were more, if they have a higher propensity for sexual revulsion or sexual disgust, I should say, what at least anyways the conclusion I'm coming to in this instance, and I'm not saying they are, but it's that the emotional investment, and we already said that women have a higher reproductive cost in having big head babies and all that good stuff. That would exist as a result of the fact that when they are pair bonding or when they're having sex, that the emotional investment is more so, whereas for men it's not.
And prescriptive is actually a really good way to define.
It's interesting. I thought I heard when you guys on that whatever show.
I was doing some research, like looking it up, like the philosophy of it, and yeah, it makes sense. But then I could see like, okay, based off of the praxeology of red pill, then you could say that yeah, it's a descriptive. Red pill is supposed to be descriptive.
It sometimes turns into prescription based off how the person says it.
Well, exactly, because what people say is like, well, you told us this is how things are. What should we do? And
it depends if you say you should do this, like, or do this. Like, I think if you say do this, that's one thing. But if you're like, there's a difference between saying what is and saying what to do. Like, it's two completely different things.
Yeah, like, and I think like the reason why they call it a praxeology, because it's the closest thing to what could be defined it is.
Yeah, kind of.
You guys were saying that men had a much higher
because you can't say an ideology, because an ideology is a belief. That means you're like invested in like, this is how it like.
So some guys do that though.
Because,
like you gotta understand. Like I made this. I had to explain this to you or somebody like the other day. Like when I was 18 years old, I looked up to certain scientists and stuff like that. So even though they were telling me, even though they were telling me about black holes, like Carl Sagan's one of the biggest people that I look up to. Like even though he told me all this stuff about space and how we're made from stars and all this, these are facts, bro. But to me, it's almost an ideology, because I believe in it so much. It's a science fact, but I fucking believe that fact with the deepness of my heart. And if anything ever happened where we proved the Big Bang wrong or something and found out that I wasn't created by fucking stardust and stuff, then I'd have to come up with a whole new thing. You know what I'm saying? But right now I'm personified with that. That's my ideology too. You know?
Well, see, like I look at ideology like, okay, you believe in God. That's an ideology, right? Like you believe in Jesus. That's an ideology. It's almost like believing in something that you know you can't prove ever. You know, that's like faith, and that's where I can get like the ideology.
But you can still, but you can still have an ideology for something that's a fact, though. That's why I'm telling you, I love the idea that when stars blow up, that they created the atoms that are me. Okay, so I love the fact that I am created of stardust. Okay, that like I love that fact. It's a fact. That is a truth. Okay, but at the same time, I am so ideologically obsessed with that, and I believe it to the deepest of my core. So you can have both, bro. Both can be true at the same time.
Pokemon Starmie. You're the new Pokemon Starmie.
I think it's internal bullshit. I think what we were talking about before is like if a woman gets
I guess
women get non-contextual stuff.
I guess I'm dressed up as the Starmie next time, bro.
I believe it's really offended by that. Like the Big Bang and creation at the same time. And I have like and I don't know, maybe that's because I'm weird like that. I could see both.
I think they can both. I think they can both be together for sure.
Because like, who says God didn't create the world or the universe through the Big Bang?
Yeah. No, I've always seen it that way.
Yeah, so that's how I look at it. Like even with this like red pill stuff, it's like in this whole sphere, it's like I look at it as like, you know what? There's some great information here that people can utilize on a very general sense. You can't say all women are this way. You can't say all men are this way. But you know what? If you see this, hey, it could be because one of these multiple factors here. And if you applied or tried one of these different techniques or, you know, skill sets or whatever you want to call it, or mental models, and maybe those in doing so, you might get the outcome that you want. Maybe you don't. You know, like
it's like saying the mental model and all that stuff. It's two completely different things. Here's the description. Here's a stat. And then what you do is completely fucking separate, bro. Like completely. Like don't put them together.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Ever.
And
like they got to be completely separate.
I think that's where people like fucked up the game with this.
Well, yeah, no, and you want to know why, bro? Because you have people like Rollo who put the two things together, bro. Like he literally will say something, but it's very prescriptive how he said it. Like,
what do you mean?
You can say things
like
extreme.
The 9 iron rules. You're gonna say like the 9 iron.
No. I'm talking about like the vasectomy thing, bro. It's all about how you said it. If I took that tweet to a fucking teacher, I actually thought about doing this before doing the debate. Like going to an English teacher and saying, "Is this like we could ask exactly what we're talking about? Is this descriptive or is this prescriptive?" And like if a fucking English teacher, bro, tells you that's a prescriptive thing, then that's a fucking prescription. You know, like you like. That's the problem. Like, it's whenever you try to melt. See, this is the problem with the bread. This is the problem, bro. You know what he fucking did was trolling. It's trolling. Stop acting like it's not like a troll. So if he was trolling, hold on. If he was trolling, then he was blending the two together. It's not a troll if he just said facts, bro. Nobody gets mad if you literally just state facts on the internet. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's whenever you try to meld it together and troll people. It's literally all a marketing thing. And we want to know why everything's fucked up. It's because of shit like that, bro. And I'm tired of people not calling it out. It's so stupid. No, because it is. That's what he's doing. He's playing games. He's playing games with people's heads. Over to be able to make money and become clout famous. Fucking that's lame to me, bro.
This is the problem. This is the problem. People are asking what to do after the facts are shown.
Because what are people? What are people, bro? What are people? What are people? What are they? No. Give me a regular definition of what is a human being. We're a fucking animal. We're an animal. We're not a robot. We're not Spock. We're fucking animals. I'm so tired of people acting like we're some intelligent thing. We're not. Smartphone, dumb human, bro. I think it's such a stupid excuse to sit there and say that it's okay because we're supposed to be more intelligent. No, we're not. We're animals. So when you put things on the internet, you have to accept that everybody who's reading it is an animal.
But what I'm
saying, we're not Spock.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is where I'm saying is that I think the problem is people are taking the information instead of saying, wait a minute, let me figure out what to do with this. They're saying, hey, can I get 12 steps to life?
No, dude, you're shifting the blame onto the people when you should, when the person who's supposed to take accountability, the person who should be taking responsibility is the one who literally did. What's so crazy is how many times do I got to say this quote? With great responsibility, or with great power comes great responsibility. How many times does that have to be said before people wake up? Hold on. Destiny knows what I just said, what that means. Destiny completely, if I said that to Destiny, he'd be like, yeah, I completely agree with you. Why the fuck is it that me and Destiny can understand? Sneeko can probably understand. There's a bunch of other people in the world that can understand what I just said with that. But then there's a bunch of people in the Red Pill community that are like, nope, not my responsibility.
I'm not saying
not mine. No, that is immature fucking childish shit, bro. That is what 13-year-olds do. That's what 13-year-olds do who don't want to cut their hair. That is fucking childish, bro.
No,
it's literally a kid thing.
You have to put some. It's not all or nothing. Sure, you could put some under the blame on whoever said this or did this. If I tell you to go jump off the bridge because that's going to get you pussy and you go and do that, yeah, there's some blame on me, but there's still blame on you because you are the one that actually did it. You make the choice. So there's a responsibility that the person that's taking the evidence or in taking the information has to hold themselves.
It's on both sides, bro. It's just like the girl. It's just like the girl who talked her boyfriend into killing him. Dude, a girl talked the boy into killing himself. A girl talked the boy into killing himself. Who was responsible? The boy was responsible because she didn't make him kill himself. She didn't make him do it. She just literally gave him all the description. She told him how to do it. She said, do this, try this. She just put the description out there. Who ended up being responsible after it was all over with? That girl went to fucking jail because you could see that she was fucking instigating it, bro. It's the same fucking thing. We have to stop.
Like you're saying, like we could blame Eminem. I've never, like, when my ex did, cheated on me, I never killed her, tied her up, threw it in the back of the trunk, and because I listened to Eminem.
That is completely apples and oranges. Complete apples and oranges. Complete apples and oranges. Those are apples and oranges. That doesn't even make sense. That was a fallacy, like crazy, bro. Like those two things don't even go close together.
I'm saying it's the same thing. People are saying like music influences people.
No, it's not even close. And you know what? It does. You want to know why the black community is so fucked up? Because of the rap music talking about gang violence and killing each other. It is true. And what do we do? There are some people that stand up and they say, these fucking rappers, this fucking music, this is horrible. You know how many black people are standing up and saying, fuck this shit. Stop listening to this stuff. Stop doing all this, okay? There are good people out here who push for good things, okay? Like, and then there's bad people who keep doing the bad. Lil Baby, fucking whoever else, still doing all the bad shit. Okay, there's a fine line. There's a big difference. It's not a fine line. Like we can clearly see good people and bad. You know this too, bro. Like you of all people know the separation between good and bad. Like I just can't believe you're getting excuses for the bad right now, though.
No. I'm not giving any. See, like you think I'm not saying any. There's zero responsibility or accountability. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there is a portion of responsibility that both parties have. Because then, okay, let me ask you this then. If
nobody's even disagreeing with that. Nobody's even disagreeing with that. And it doesn't matter what the percentage is then. At the end of the day, then, I'm right. I'm right. You literally just admitted I'm right, and Rollo shouldn't be doing that then.
No, I said that they both need to be accountable. I didn't.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So I'm right. I'm right.
No,
it's the end of the discussion. I'm right. Rollo needs to change. He has to take.
If anything, he would have to accept accountability. If anything.
Yes, and he doesn't do that.
To what extent is that accountability, though? That's what I'm asking you. It's like, what is the accountability of saying it?
What do you mean?
Like, well, what is like? Well, so let's say I'm Rollo. Okay, yeah, I made the tweet. I'm responsible for the tweet. Mm-hmm. What am I being accountable for, though?
If any fucking man goes and gets a vasectomy because of him doing that, and we'll never know this because we talked about this. You're not gonna fucking know about it. It's gonna be some fucking random dork loser who's never gonna fucking have kids again. Who's never gonna fucking ever have any of those things. You gotta understand, he has to take accountability for just putting out information that some retards will take serious. And the problem is he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't. You gotta. What bothers me so much, bro, is there's a lot of people who are like, I care so much about men. I care so much about fucking saving guys from fucking the noose and all this shit. What about saving fucking men to have legacies? What about saving fucking men from fucking literally cutting off their ability to fucking have children in the future? It's fucking crazy, dude. Like, it's not. Like, we're talking about saving 1% of guys to fuck over 90% of the other ones. It's literally the dumbest thing ever. It was the worst take ever, bro.
Here's my thing on it. It's like, look, it's an extreme. It was an extreme example or extreme solution or whatever prescription.
From a guy who people look up to. That's all that matters. It's the end of the combo.
No, here's the other thing is, though. We've already said all the other ways to do it, and nobody was practicing that. So my thing is like,
what do you mean? Everybody's practicing condoms and doing everything else. What do you mean?
Like, how many kids do you think are born like because they were a mistake? There's a lot of kids that, okay, that's what I'm saying. Those people are not practicing it. My thing is like the guys that are complaining about child support from some girl that they hooked up with or whatever, they can't complain then.
I don't fucking care about them. I don't fucking care about a guy that's complaining. I don't care about a weak ass dude that can't take care of their kids, bro. Why are we making excuses for shit?
I'm not making excuses. I'm saying the guys that are complaining about paying child support for a kid that they didn't want because he banged some chick, they can't complain anymore. They
couldn't anyways, bro. No, they couldn't anyways.
They've been complaining though.
But because they're pussies. Who gives a fuck about those guys? A guy who's complaining about taking care of the fucking kid that they put in a girl is a fucking pussy. That's not a man, bro. Like, this is what drives me so crazy. Like, the men are women today. Like, every excuse you keep making are for fucking bitches. Bitch-ass men. Like, it's crazy. Like, all of these excuses, it's all for the worst type of guys.
No, like Rollo said, if the red pill cannot be for all guys, then it can't be for anybody.
Well, then he needs to stop talking about the exception to the rule then, because he always talks about the exception. How about, okay, that's fine. I'll totally agree with him on that. Stop talking about the exception to the rule then.
Like, what do you mean by the exception to the rule? What rule?
The 30% of guys that don't get sex. That's the exception to the rule. Most guys are fucking. Okay, like most guys are going to have all the things that the majority of men are going to have a lot of good things. Like they're going to make it up to a high standard of living and making good money. Majority of men are end up having kids. A majority, it's like they're always talking about the exception. There's only so many incels, bro. There's it's not.
I think is it the exception or is like when things are bad? The reason why these guys are not getting this is because of these things. Is it that could be exactly what it is? Hey, you know why the 30% are not doing this or getting what they want is because they're not, hitting these markers or they're not, and you know what I'm saying? Like, or because of these factors, that's part of it. You don't think so? You don't think like there's like, so you're thinking that 30% of guys that are not having sex, there's no universal factors that are taking place that could be causing them not to have sex.
Yeah, you want to know what the universal factor is? I'll tell you right now what it is, Glenn. They don't leave the fucking house. You don't get it, bro. I fuck with these 18 to 20, 30-year-olds every fucking day. They're fucking losers.
So you're saying all those 30% are guys that just never leave the house?
Yes, exactly what Destiny's saying, how they don't put themselves in the position. These guys are fucking losers who cry on Instagram, who cry on dating apps, and sit there and watch Fresh and Fit on their couch, on their fucking phone, and try to get pussy through this thing. They're fucking lame, bro. And you're old enough that you don't know it, bro. You never lived in it. I am fucking talking to these young cats right now every day. They're fucking losers. They can't even go to a restaurant by themselves and their life depended on it. Literally. I swear to God. The main factor is they're unsocial losers, bro. It has nothing to do with the women. They suck. I'm so tired of us blaming women. It's fucking men.
Wait a minute. So you don't think? See, this is where I have a problem with it.
Yeah, the 30% of guys not fucking. It's their fault. It's not the women's fault.
I don't know that because I'm not part of that 30%. But what I'm saying, like, I always think to when there's an equation, it's never 100% one person or 100% this person. I think there's a percentage of across the board that people have to hold. So yeah, maybe these incels guys are staying at home, and that's their problem because they're not going out and getting to a place where that they could, meet people or work on their networking or game or just social skills.
Bro, it's just meeting girls. Like, it's none of what you just said. It's just meeting the girls. They only know how to do it with this. I don't know how many times I have to tell this to you before it goes through your head, bro.
But isn't that social skills? Like going out, meeting people in Facebook.
Yes, that was the last thing that you had said. You had said like 3 or 4 things. The last one was social skills. But the most thing is, bro, is just being around the women. Because they don't even do that.
I put game into social skills.
Yeah, I agree. Game is social skills, yeah.
So that's why when I was listening, I'm like, networking, that's social skills. Like, all that is social skills. So, yeah. So you're saying it's because they don't go out and have good people skills or social skills is the problem.
Yeah, they don't. No, I'm saying they don't go outside at all. Like, just cut the whole skills part out. They just don't go outside, bro.
Well,
they don't.
I would say ever since, like, well, at least what I've noticed.
I'll tell you exactly when it is, Glenn. It was 25 and under. I'm telling you as a guy that's 32. I got my first iPhone when I was 19 years old, 18 years old. Like, if you do the math, you see the 25 and under guys are the guys that had iPhones at 12 and 13 years old. They're done. If you had an iPhone at 12 or 13, you're fucking done. Your brain is stupid.
I noticed people started not like interacting with people so much after during the pandemic. I think that was probably like the worst.
That was another catalyst that just made it even worse. But I'm telling you, bro, like, I'm so tired of the blaming the women thing, though. These guys are fucking losers. Like, stop. We need to stop making excuses for loser men. I'm tired of it.
Are we talking about incels?
No, I'm talking about any of these demographics that we talk about. The guys that aren't getting relationships, the guys that aren't getting families, the guys that aren't having kids, the guys that aren't having sex. All those guys have issues. Because if you're a guy that had your shit together, you would have no issues with any of them.
So you're saying if you're a guy that had their shit together, you would not get screwed over by a girl?
Yes, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because if you have your shit together and you're red pill, you're not a dumbass. You're red pill aware. All these books and all this information's out here.
Wait a minute. Now you're moving the goalposts. Because all I asked you was if you had your shit together, you won't get screwed over by a girl.
What do you mean?
Yes. I said if you had your shit together, I asked you if you have your shit together, you wouldn't get screwed over by a girl.
Well, yeah, because the problem is intelligence. Like, I'm telling you right now, guys are fucking lame and stupid. If guys are smart,
I get that.
You know what's crazy, Glenn? I know a guy who watches Fresh and Fit all the time. All the fucking time. He is the biggest simp trick I have ever met in my fucking life. Ever. He has all the information of Fresh and Fit. He watches the night shows and everything. He knows all about female nature. Still the biggest simp trick I've ever met in my fucking life. Okay? We need to stop making excuses for these dumbass dudes because they got all the information today to be better men. They're fucking stupid though. I'm not gonna make excuses for dumbasses anymore.
Laziness. I think that's lazy.
Dude, they're stupid because he knows everything about female nature, bro. He knows everything about it. He knows, but because he watches people like Fresh fucking talk about using fucking seeking arrangements and fucking, doing all this stuff, to try to get these certain high caliber model women and stuff. That's what he's a dumbass. He's just an idiot.
I think they said that because they got busted for being on there and they wanted to make up some excuse that sounded
dude, people brag about it. These fucking losers make people brag about it. I've had multiple guys brag about seeking arrangements.
I think the only reason why they end up saying whatever they said about seeking arrangements is because they got busted for it.
Oh yeah.
They had to make some excuse like this is why.
They do. Fresh went into Fresh did a whole episode once explaining how to use game on seeking arrangements. He did a whole thing on it.
I'm wondering if they just kind of pulled that out of the fly, like, oh shit, we got busted on this, so we gotta come.
No, dude, I could tell you the whole details of it. Like, I'll tell you exactly what happened. He did a whole thing showing it a long time ago.
Game? I didn't see. That's just
no. So Fresh legitimately used to use it. He had a girl that he was talking to called Miranda, and they were like dating kind of and shit like that. And he met her on seeking arrangements, and he was trying to take her seriously, and this girl was finessing his ass. Like, literally finessing the fuck out of him.
like I had a client once ask me, he's like, "Hey, so there's this girl that I like at the strip club, and I go see her. Do you think it would work out?" So,
Thanks for the two.
I was like, you should never try to ask her out. Never. I was like, because the way that you started the relationship or your interaction with her is you're paying for her attention. So if you try to get her on a date with you, you're just going to be paying for her attention the whole time. It's not going to be genuine at that point. Yeah, it's always going to be a transaction.
No, like these guys are stupid, bro. Like I've met so many guys lately that have money, have the knowledge, and they're still fucking retards. So it's like, I don't.
My question though. So back to my question. If a guy has this shit together, could he not get screwed over by a girl?
Because of his own fault. That's what I'm saying. Like, yes, you're right. Because of his own fault, though. It's not because of the woman. It's not because of society. It's not because of anything. It's because he is stupid. It has nothing to do with anything else.
So then you don't think women should be held accountable for their behavior?
No, I do. Yeah.
No, you can't, because you're saying it's the guy's fault in all this. So, but it's always the guy's fault, but not the girl's fault for doing the act. That's what I'm
because
saying.
I know women are animals. I know that they are animals. I literally don't see them as like being able to fucking make rational decisions all the time, especially with their ovatory shift and stuff. Like, I don't fucking trust them to fucking make good decisions. No, I think they're animals, and as the logic, because they're emotional, bro. We all know women are emotional. We know emotions rule them and will control what their movement is going to be. For guys, we are logical. We are supposed to be the logic men. Therefore, we are supposed to see women have this horrible nature. Now, I move this way because of their horrible nature. This is why only 5 to 10% of guys are intelligent, and the rest aren't. Fucking all the bottom half aren't gonna fucking have sex or have kids or anything. Because there's a big amount of guys that are retards, and then very few that are actually fucking smart.
Okay, so women are animals, guys are animals, just with a little bit more intellectual capability.
Well, we're in charge. We're the leaders. Like, we're supposed to make things what it is.
No,
like,
supposed to be. We're supposed to be, but
yeah,
we have not been in that position for. Well, I'm saying this in a societal form. We haven't been in that position for quite some time now. Like the thing that I'm breaking down right now is I'm doing this historical study on the Bible or of the church and the feminization of the church. And I tell you right now, it dates back further, way before the 1800s. So there's been feminizing this capability, even in the church sense, for years. It's not new. It's decades old. So if that's the case, then the church hasn't been.
Well, guys have always been taking L's. So, like, we are the disposable race. We are disposable. So at the end of the day, yes, there's more incels, more losers like that are going to we're always going to have more guys failing than women. Like, there's always going to be an unequal distribution of the guys that are fucking going to fail versus the women. Like, so like we can sit here and make excuses for those bottom 30% of guys as much as we want.
I'm not making excuses. That's the thing is, I think everybody, you are the common denominator in all your problems. Every person is the common denominator in all of their problems. But to not look at the other factors, I think is also, that would be disingenuous to not say, there's other outside or sometimes inside factors that take place in this situation that do hold responsibility.
Well, like, you look at those factors so you know how to move. Like, that's the whole point of looking at those factors.
I can't believe he put it. Don said that he put it in a video. Like,
yes, bro, I'm telling you, he fucking made an embarrassment of himself, bro. Like, it was bad. And I've literally had guys from their network try to talk to me about seeking arrangements game, and I had to fucking sit them down and say, look, buddy, you're being fucking retarded. There is no such thing as seeking arrangements game. Any girl that's on there isn't worth your time. You wouldn't want to be in a relationship with them. You're going to get finessed because they're higher up on the fuck girl tier list. The guys who go on there, unless you're an S tier, unless you're an AS tier guy on the fuck guy tier list, and she's an AS tier girl on the fuck girl tier list, you're not gonna fucking be able to compete with her. If you're a guy with C-level status, you can't beat that.
Like, again, I think anytime you are trying to date a woman on a site that you have to pay, like, I'm just sorry, that's like leading with your wallet.
It's leading with your wallet, 1,000%.
100%. Like, I mean, you can't start a relationship off like that and expect it to not always be transactional.
Yeah. No. Shit's fucking crazy, dude. I'm so fucking tired, man. I can't believe it's already 1 o'clock. What time is it where you're at?
11.
Oh yeah, you're a couple hours back.
2 hours behind you.
I'm fucking tired, bro. I'm not even gonna be able to finish this goddamn video.
I'm gonna put it on somewhere else because I gotta finish watching this shit.
Yeah, dude, I want to finish it, but I gotta go home, guys. I'm fucking tired. I need to go take care of my dogs, and I gotta get up early tomorrow.
Hey, make sure you give me a buzz. I got something to tell you. I want to bring you on, and it's gonna happen like by the end of this month. So I'm trying to see if you want to get on it.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna as soon as I leave here, I'm gonna jump on my phone and finish watching this also on my phone while I'm driving home. But tomorrow, yeah, I'll definitely talk to you.
Yeah, give me a ring tomorrow because I gotta make a call on it by the end of the week. So give me a for sure.
I'm down, bro. Yeah, I'll definitely.
Bro.
Man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, bro. Peace out. Good night, everybody. I'm sorry for running this show so late. I did not mean to do this, but yeah, we didn't even get fucking through it, man. I really wanted to, but it was intense. But no, thank y'all, everybody, for coming. I really appreciate everybody that shows up. Y'all are the best, guys. Good night. I will see y'all later.